Naruto Hatake. Chapter 1. Light in the Darkness. It was October 10th, and it would forever be known as the darkest day in the history of the ninja village of the Hidden Leaf. It was the day the dreaded nine-tailed fox demon attacked their land and their village. It was a huge monster. Its red chakra could be seen and felt by people over a mile away. The ninjas that survived the battle would still be able to tell how they could feel the killer intent of the giant fox demon, how it felt like a giant weight crushing them. But they had to protect their village, and so they fought on. Many died in that battle. Attacks against the demon were brushed aside as though they were nothing. Scores of ninjas died when it counterattacked. It was a pure nightmare, that battle that night. Many thought that it was the end of things, that they would all die and then it would go on and attack their village, killing everyone they held dear. But it was their leader, the fourth Hokage, a man named Minato Namikaze, that ended it all. There was only one thing he could do. At that moment he stood on the mountain looking over the battle. He held a small bundle in his arms. The man was tall, with yellow spike hair and blue eyes, as he looked on with a great sadness in his heart. The bundle in his arms moved, and he looked down and smiled at the little boy that had just been born. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I have no choice. I have to save the village, and there is only one technique I know of that will do it." He smiled at the young boy, and his heart broke knowing this was the only time he would ever hold his son like this. "You deserve more than this, my son. You deserve to live with your family." He closed his eyes. The mother of his child, Kushina Uzumaki, the greatest love of his life, had died in childbirth. She had suffered an injury in the attack and went into labor. But it was difficult, and she had lost too much blood. All the medical needs were at the front line, and so he had been there for his love before she had died with their son in her arms. He placed a tarp over her body. She was still back there in his personal quarters. He couldn't leave her side even at a time like this, but she was gone now, and a large part of his heart went with her. They hadn't even been officially married, since the Dam Council didn't approve of him marrying someone outside of their village. But he still loved her, and she loved him. They had stayed together and had to keep his relationship a secret. Only a trusted few, like his old sensei Jiraiya, his last student Kakashi, and the previous Hokage. But now he had to make yet another sacrifice. He had left a note for those closest to him in his chambers, and he had one on his persons just in case. But tonight was the night he knew he was going to die. There was an odd piece to it. In a way, he would see his beloved again, but he didn't want to leave this life. He loved his village and the people, and he wanted to see his son grow up. He felt the stings in his eyes as his tears started to fall. How he wanted to see little Naruto grow up. But he was Hokage. He had to protect the village, and his duty outweighed what he wanted in life. He just hoped that Naruto would one day forgive him and understand why he had to leave him. He had left one of his tags he used for his flaying thunder god technique. Something he used that teleported him around, the same technique that earned him the name the Yellow Flash. In an instant he was transported across the area. He could hear the battle going on as he appeared among his people. "Hokage!" a few cried out. "Keep the line. I want you to try and keep it still," he ordered out. Ninjas went out to surround the beast, which wasn't an easy task. He felt the presence of an old friend behind him. "So finally here. How is she?" He turned to see the Toad Sage Jiraiya there. He had arrived just in time to help things out. Next to him he could see Sarutobi with him. Even though retired as Hokage, the old man was still here in his black and gray battle armor, fighting as well. There was no surprise in that, but they saw the look on the young man's face, and both older men felt that something horrible happened. "She's gone." It was the only thing he could say to them. Both men felt sorrow for him. They knew just how much he loved her and how much pain he had to be in. Then he surprised them both by smiling a little and turned to show them the bundle. "This is my son, Naruto." Sarutobi gave a small smile at the sight of the young boy. He already could see that the boy looked like his father. But Jiraiya frowned. He knew his student well, and he knew that something was wrong. "Tell me, why did you bring your infant child here? What do you have planned?" The Hokage smiled, although there was no humor in it. "I knew you'd figured out I had something planned, old perv. There is a way to save the day, but I need my son's help." He reached into his clothing and pulled out a sealed letter. Please come and find us when it's over, and you'll find another in my chamber. There is one of my son when he's old enough that I want him to read. Also tell Kakashi I'm sorry. He's lost so much and I hate for him to lose another precious person in his life." Jiraiya took the note with hard eyes. He knew what the boy had planned, or at least an idea. He didn't want him to go. Hell, he was an inch from beating the hell out of him and forcing him not to go. But before he could object, he was gone thanks to that damn technique of his. The older man looked at the letter and felt his sensei next to him. He looked at the older man's face and he could see that he knew as well. "I hate this," was the only thing the Toad Sage could say. "So do I," Sarutobi said to his old student. He wished Tsunade was here as well, but she had left the village and he wasn't sure where she was these days. It was only luck that Jiraiya had been wandering close enough to get here. Now he was seeing that young man go out there, and for the last time. If the night had been raining, it would have set the dark mood perfectly. Later, Kakashi Hatake was a very young man and yet had already reached the level of Jonin. He had a large white hair that always seemed to stand up, defying gravity. He was sitting with his back to a tree, breathing hard. Not long ago the demon had been defeated. It was said that the fourth had arrived and somehow defeated it. He smiled at the thought of his sensei being able to defeat such a monster. He looked around with his one eye over the carnage. Bodies were everywhere. People cried out in pain, some as they were dying. Medical needs were doing their best, but there were just so many people injured and dying. Kakashi himself felt a few blows. Nothing lethal, but he needed some rest. He wished he could block out the sounds though. He felt a split lip under his mask too. He sighed at that. It was one of the problems of always wearing a mask. He didn't have to, of course, but it was just his style. Hell, no one knew what he looked like since he had worn one as far back as people could remember. He looked again with his eye that wasn't covered by his headband over the field. There would be many people that would lose their precious people today. It reminded him of his own losses. His father who committed suicide to atone for his dishonor, his mother, and worse, his friends. First, Obito, who died on his first mission in the war. He had lost his eye on that mission, and Obito had asked Rin, their medic, to implant one of his into Kakashi. Then not long after, Rin was lost to him as well. It just seemed that everyone he loved or cared for was taken from him in life. The only one he had left really was his sensei, the new Hokage, and his wife. Well, technically not, but he knew that she was wife in everything but name. He was glad that his teacher and mentor had found a woman like her and were having a child soon. It seemed in even all this death there was at least something to look forward to. He had been so engrossed he actually missed the ANBU that landed next to him until he actually hit the ground. "Kakashi Hatake, you are to report to the Hokage Tower." "Oh man, I was just resting too," he grunted with the effort to get him. "Do you need assistance?" the masked ninja asked. "No, I'm fine. Just needed to catch my second wind is all." He waved it off as he made his way to the tower. It was a long way for him, but he eventually made it to the large building under the mountain with the faces of the Hokages on them. He climbed the steps, not surprised that there were no guards. Everyone had been pulled off their usual duties for the demon. He found the office of the Hokage and opened them up, but he was a bit confused to see not the Hokage but the previous Hokage there along with his sensei's teacher. Both of them had on looks on their faces that suddenly make Kakashi's stomach twist in on itself. "Sarutobi-sama, Jiraiya-sama, I was expected Hokage-sama to be here," he said as he walked over to them. It was then he noticed that there was a sleeping form in Sarutobi's arms. "I'm afraid that the Hokage—" "I'm sorry Kakashi, he's dead." Sarutobi hung his head. Kakashi felt like he was crushed under those boulders all over again on the mission that had killed Obito. The last precious person he had in his life was gone. He felt hollow inside and very alone in the world. He hadn't felt like this since his father's death. He nearly fell to his knees, but he tried to keep on a brave face in front of his elders. But it was hard, so very hard. He just wanted to just sink to his knees and cry out his pain to the heavens. Why? Why him? Why must everyone I get close to die? He thought to himself and didn't notice how the old toad sage walked up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know, boy, I know how you feel. I loved the kid like a son. He deserved better than this. But it was his choice and the only way to stop the demon. Jiraiya told him. How? Kakashi asked, not looking at the older man. As far as we can tell, he used a forbidden art that sealed the demon into a host body. It will impression the demon for all time, but the cost to balance such a technique out requires the person performing it to sacrifice their own life. Sarutobi explained and walked over to the young man. This is Naruto, the Hokage's son. He used him to seal away the demon. He showed the snow-haired young man the child. Kakashi looked and he could see the resemblance. The yellow hair and blue eyes were very alike, although it was strange seeing what looked like whisker marks on his face. The young boy looked up at him with curious blue eyes. Kakashi actually grinned a bit. His teacher would have been a great father, and he knew that the man had been looking forward to this. But what of? He trailed off asking about the mother, but the looks he got told him all that he needed. I'm sorry, she died giving birth. When the demon attacked, she had been injured, and with the birth, it was just too much for her body. Jiraiya told him. There is a letter for you here. He made one out to you to read. Sarutobi pointed with a free hand to the desk. Kakashi walked slowly towards it. It was strange not seeing his sensei there behind the desk. Images came to his mind of seeing him there working, how he seemed to smile a lot at him, giving him his missions or just talking to him. He saw the picture there of him and his original team, and then of his sensei's team when he was a kid. He knew there was a picture of his lover in his desk drawer as well. It just seemed like a very bad dream, one that he wanted to wake up from, that he was still alive and he would see him tomorrow. But as he picked up the letter, he knew deep down that he was just being stupid. He was gone. He opened the letter and read what was on there. Hello, Kakashi. I know by now you're reading this and you know what happened. I'm sorry to leave you. I know you've lost so much in your life and I wish I didn't have to. But as Hokage, I had to put the lives of my people above my own life and happiness. There is so much I could tell you. You were always the brightest student I had, and I know you'll do me and the village proud. In fact, I'm already very proud of you. You were like a son to me, just like how Obito and Rin were like my own children. When we lost them, I felt like I had failed as a teacher. I was always afraid that I would lose you next, but it seems that you'll outlive me after all. Sorry, stupid, to make a joke here, but I had to do something to lighten the mood, right? Kakashi, I want you to know that I'll always watch over you, but I want you to do me a favor. Please, I trust you to keep an eye on my son Naruto. He'll have a large burden placed on him as the jailer for the demon, and I wanted him to be seen as a hero for his duty. Please watch over him from time to time. I think I can rest peacefully knowing that you will keep an eye out for him. I have to go. I can see that Fox is already near the walls. Please live well, my student. Kakashi read it over a few times, trying to memorize each word into his mind. By the end, he felt the tears fall from his uncovered eye. He hung his head as he closed his eye, trying to not break down at the moment. Meanwhile, Sarutobi and Jiraiya were talking about what to do with Naruto. I'm not sure about this, Jiraiya said to his old mentor. I mean, you honestly want to tell the entire village that this boy holds the demon in his gut? He asked him. It was his wish, and he is the son of the Hokage, he said to his student. Look, I know you have faith in people and all, but look at what just happened out there. I honestly don't think people will react well to this. Hell, they might see the child as only a monster to be killed. The Toad Sage. I do have faith in the people of this village. Like you did with Orochimaru? Jiraiya said coldly. Sarutobi's head came back as if he had been visibly struck. Then he cast his look down and Jiraiya knew he hit the right place to prove his point. Hell, Orochimaru had been his teammate as a kid. He had been the genius, Tsunade, the woman who was known as revolutionizing the medical ninja corps, and himself. While not the most well-known, he pulled his own weight as a master of seals. He had never really liked Orochimaru, and when he went bad it was no surprise to him, although he still felt betrayed. That bastard had experimented on his own people, the people he swore to protect, and when Sarutobi went after him, he had let him go in a moment of weakness. Sarutobi himself knew of that failure. He had honestly not seen the signs, although they had been there. He had seen how angry he had been when he hadn't named Orochimaru as Hokage after him. But he never thought that his own student would go to such evil lengths. Looking down at the child, he wondered if he was making another misjudgment. He should be put in a safe place. His father had lots of enemies and they would love nothing more than to kill his son. Maybe put him into an orphanage. With all the death out there, it could be easy to say that his parents were killed in the battle. Lord knows how orphans were made today anyway. Jiraiya muttered to himself.
No.
Both men turned to see Kakashi looking at them. They had forgotten that the boy had been there the entire time. I'll take him in. Jiraiya was the first to object. What? Kid, you're still a kid yourself, you can't possible dash. I will, Kakashi said in an even tone. He is my sensei's son, he asked me to look out for him. He gave me so much in life, this is the least I can do to honor him. Kakashi meant his words. The little boy was the last living link to his sensei. Someone who had been the only father figure in his life after his father's death. Looking after his son was the least he could do to honor the man. And besides, the thought of the Hokage's son living in some orphanage was not something he could bear. The boy deserved more than that, he was sure of it. Kid, this won't be easy. Plus, with taking care of him, how will you deal when you have to go on missions? Jiraiya asked him, crossing his arms. I'll do what I can, and I could leave him in the care of certain services if I need to take missions for cash. But I've saved up a lot besides what I have in my family holdings as well. The young man said. You really going to let this kid go through with this? Jiraiya asked the old Hokage. He looked down at the child who had fallen asleep, and then to the young man. He knew all too well of Kakashi's life story, and he was surprised the young man would take up such a responsibility. But maybe it would be better than just an orphanage for the young boy. There would already be too many children without parents tonight. Perhaps I could use you on the ANBU teams. I'll need more to fill in spots for at least a few years. It will keep you close, and although they don't have the pay for A or S-class missions, they will afford you a bit of an easier time. Until that is, Naruto is a bit older and you can go back to going out on missions. Sarutobi also knew that Kakashi was well on his way to ANBU anyway, but this would help in both matters. With so many of their own dead, their village would need more security in case other villages wanted to take advantage of it. Jiraiya gave a small grunt. No one was sure if he was for or against it, but it seemed like Kakashi wouldn't move on the subject. You truly do want to do this, then you can try, but remember this might be a lot more difficult than any ninja missions. He warned the young man. He still remembered how he had raised his own children, not to mention his estranged son. Kakashi nodded his head as he walked towards the young boy. He knew this would be tough, but he had to do this, if only in the memory of the Hokage, plus one day Naruto should know of the kind of man his father was. And he could always teach little Naruto the things he had been taught as well, passing on the knowledge from Naruto's father through him. Sarutobi slowly handed the small boy to Kakashi as he held him for the first time. Naruto moved a bit, opened his eyes for a moment, and then went back to sleep. Kakashi looked at the young boy, and even though his heart was heavy and filled with the hole left in it, looking at the young boy filled him with something. In a way, a part of his teacher would live on in Naruto. Well, now that's out of the way, what do we tell the council? This will get out eventually, you know? The Toad Sage asked his teacher. I'm not sure. Maybe we can tell only the elders and keep it secret by law. Only people of Jornin or higher rank could know, but maybe keep it all secret, and the young boy's legacy and his task as jailer only to be known to us in this room and to him when the time is right. Sarutobi would have to think on this. He just hoped that when the time came he could think of the best way to deal with Naruto's secrets, but in the meantime he would let Kakashi try his hand at parenting, and he wished the boy luck. He would need all of the luck he could get. Naruto Hitaki. Chapter 2. What have I gotten myself into? The crying was the first thing that woke the tired ANBU ninja up. Kakashi groaned as he got up from his bed. He still had on most of his uniform. He had been so tired that he had just crashed onto his bed. Even his mask was still on, but then he usually slept with it on anyways. It was on for so long that sometimes he forgot to take it off when he showered. But now the crying of Naruto woke the young ninja up. He sighed as he rubbed his tired eye and went out from his room. He was still living in his apartment. It wasn't that big a place, but then again he hadn't needed a big place. Sure, he still had his parents' old house, but after what happened with his father killing himself, he just couldn't live there. Although he knew that when Naruto got bigger this place wouldn't be enough and he might have to move back. Kakashi knew he could always sell it, but it had been in his family for 2 generations. He made his way to Naruto's room. It had just been a small room that he used for storage, but he moved all that stuff out to make room for Naruto's crib and other things. He flicked on the light, blinded for a moment as the sting of the sudden light hit his eye. He blinked and saw the scene. The room was white, but he did plan on fixing it up a little with more color at some point. There was the crib, a changing table, and a few other things. He walked over to Naruto's crib and looked down at the young boy. How can someone so small have such a powerful set of lungs? He asked himself as he picked up the crying infant. He rocked Naruto gently, trying to soothe him. It had been 3 months since that night he took Naruto in, and he hadn't had a decent night's sleep since. Sure, he had gone days without sleep on missions, but this took things to a whole new level. He swore they should let ninjas take care of infants for those sleep deprivation training. There, what is it, little guy? You hungry again? Kakashi couldn't believe how much the little guy ate. It was kind of unbelievable someone so small had such a stomach. He couldn't smell anything, thank goodness, so it wasn't for changing. He carried Naruto into the kitchen as he went to get a bottle. The little blonde boy was dressed in orange. For some reason he seemed to like the color. Kakashi always had trouble dressing him in other colors. He would throw fits for some reason unless it was orange. He got out a bottle from the fridge and used a small jutsu to heat it up. It was just a simple heating one used when you were stuck out in the cold. Mainly you used your chakra, the life energy that all ninjas train to use, to mainly make a blanket of warmth around you. He just used it on his hand until the bottle was nice and warm. He adjusted Naruto and the baby eagerly fed off the bottle. There you go, he said, gently closing the fridge with his foot and walking him around the apartment. He found out that this seemed to calm him down. Man, I know I said I'd look after you, but who knew this was so hard? Makes me glad for all those babysitting rank D missions I had as a kid. He shivered at the memories of those missions. They were not pleasant experiences, but he at least got something useful out of it, and he was putting all of that to work. Naruto eventually finished and Kakashi started to pat his back to burp him. He heard the sound and smiled, but then froze, feeling something warm slithering on his shoulder. I forgot to put a tower on me again, didn't I? He asked little Naruto, who giggled. Kakashi knew that he had some spit up on his shoulder now. He had been tired and forgot to put that damn rag on now and then. He found something else out. Getting that stuff cleaned off a ninja uniform wasn't easy. He sighed and proceeded to walk around with Naruto a little, rocking him. It took nearly an hour for the boy to sleep. He had a lot of energy in him and he was always looking around the place. Kakashi had to watch him as he liked to crawl and explore and usually get into trouble. Kakashi had to make sure that he kept all his weapons well out of the way. He had to stop Naruto from picking up and trying to play with a shuriken that he had dropped onto the floor at some point. It wasn't an easy life, that was sure, but he did it. Plus he knew that the boy needed him as well. Who else would look after him? The new Hokage III, after taking back his title, had decided that only the council will know of Naruto and his past, as well as the ANBU and Jonins. He still remembered that day as well. A week ago, Kakashi was holding Naruto as he walked into the Hokage's office. By now the entire village was slowly getting back on its feet. The dead had been buried and there was a mass funeral for everyone. He had been there with Naruto. It was only fitting, after all Naruto had lost his parents that night. Even if the child didn't really know it at the moment, or maybe he had, for some strange reason Naruto had been uncharacteristically quiet during the whole thing. Kakashi went into the office as the Hokage had told him to arrive. He walked in, seeing the third back behind the desk. He now wore the old robes he had used to wear before he had stepped down. The white robes with some red trimming, the large matching hat with the symbol of fire on the front of it. Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed to him as much as he could. Ah, Kakashi, I'm glad to see you. How had Naruto been? The old man smiled at the little boy, who looked up at the strange old man. He reached up with one hand to the pipe that the old man was smoking. Hokage, if you'd please, he said, nodding his head to the pipe. The old man smiled and put it out. He had given up on that with his own boys, but with them all grown up and moved out he had taken it up again. Kakashi nodded his thanks. Well, Naruto is a handful, and I swear the amount of energy he has is frightening. I never knew a baby could wear you out so much so fast. The old man gave a small laugh, remember his own experiences when he was younger. Well, the reason I called you here was to tell you about my decision. I had to tell the council about Naruto, his full heritage as well as the demon sealed away inside of him. Kakashi sighed. Didn't go well, did it? No, it didn't. He rubbed his temples from the headache that he got from that. At least there were a few of the more reasonable ones. The Hyugas seem to be not opposed, but they aren't exactly happy about it. But they will not go against the wishes of the fourth. The Aburames are just as neutral, but I think they're just waiting to see how the boy is before they judge him. That he was thankful for, at least the Aburame clan kept their emotions tightly controlled, but they were very logical as well. Any others? Kakashi asked. A few of the less powerful members will not seem to cause any problems, but there is a large faction that feel that the boy is too dangerous to live. This was led by the current head of the Uchiha clan. But I gave a law that stated that they were not to discuss this outside of the council. This is an S-class secret punishable by death. So only the members of the council will know of Naruto and his secrets. Only the new heads will be told, and of course all the Jonins and ANBU members. Kakashi nodded his head listening to all of this. I have to wonder why you had to tell them at all. He would be much safer if no one knew. The Hokage nodded. I had considered that, but I also had to consider other things. What if the secret got out? The entire council would be after my head for keeping this from them. Also, we also have to worry about what if one day the seal on Naruto breaks or someone tries to actually remove the damn thing off of him. Kakashi hadn't thought of that, but then again, why would anyone do something like that? No one would be that insane, would they? It would most likely kill Naruto if they broke the seal. Kakashi felt a bit more protective of the boy, wondering what such a thing would do to the little blonde boy. My old student, the one that taught your sensei. He's heard of things. Naruto is not the first of his kind. There have been others before, but mostly they had been killed either by the demons they hold or by others. The old man looked very serious in that moment as he looked at Kakashi. There have been whispers of something brewing. Rumors mainly that he was a bit concerned over. There have been lately someone or more than one person looking into people like Naruto. Vessels for demons, in fact an ancient scroll of such things was said to have been stolen recently from the village of Mist. So there could be a threat, but he's still looking into such things, as he is looking for other things that are of concern as well. Oh? What else is going on? Kakashi asked. You are aware of Orochimaru's new status as a missing nin, correct? He asked, and Kakashi nodded. Well, one girl Anko is missing. She was training under him and disappeared soon before we found out about what Orochimaru was doing. The old man sighed and closed his eyes, still remembering the horrors he had found in that basement room. To think one of his own students capable of such evil things, he felt like he had failed his student in some way. We are searching for her, but we don't know if she knew of his status when she left or not. So my other student Jiraiya is looking for leads for him as well. He leaned back into his chair feeling very tired. This year had been a very dark year, it seems. We will endure just as we always have, Hokage, Kakashi said honestly, and that made the old man smile just a bit. But I am worried that not everyone will obey your law about Naruto. Yes, they may find ways around it, but I felt you had to be told, just in case you need to be ready for anything. The Hokage said to him. Present. Kakashi was putting Naruto back into his crib after the baby had gone back to sleep. He pulled the orange blanket over the sleeping form and placed his favorite toy next to him, a small orange fox. He wasn't sure why Naruto had an affinity for the animal. Maybe on some level he knew about the demon fox within him, or maybe it was a slight influence from the demon itself. He hated that last thought. The boy was so innocent, and the thought of him being taken over by that monster actually scared him. Kakashi had lost too much to lose another, and in this time Naruto was becoming an important part of his life. He worried about the little boy, but when Naruto laughed or smiled it actually made Kakashi happy. Happier than he had been in a while actually, plus little Naruto had an infectious laugh. To think that people could hate such a baby was just stupid to him. He gently ran his hand over the blonde hair. "I promise you I'll protect you, Naruto." Across the city, over in another district of the city, in a large area known as the Uchiha district, in the center of it was the main Uchiha home. This was where the main branch of the family resided. It was a very large estate on par only with that of the Hyugas, who were also the rivals of the Uchiha. In the main house, in one of the larger rooms lit by candles, sat many members of the council. At the head of the table was the leader of the Uchihas, Fugaku Uchiha. "So we are all in agreement then?" the head of the Uchihas asked those around him. He was a tall and powerful-looking man. He didn't show emotion and looked to be the type to demand perfection from everyone around him, especially of his clan. He had gathered those that knew that the Hokage was a fool to allow the vessel of the demon to live on. It didn't matter if it was the will of the fourth to keep the boy alive or even if he was his son. Personally, Fugaku never really thought much of the fourth Hokage anyway. He had seen that man before he became the legendary Yellow Flash, and he wasn't impressed with him then. So I was little consequence to him if the son of the last Hokage were killed or not. Although we can't take direct action, that doesn't mean that we can take overt actions. He looked at the faces around him. All had eyes of hatred in them. All of them had lost someone precious to them to the demon's attack, and it was a powerful motivation. "What can we do then, Fugaku-sama?" one of the men asked. "We can't make it obvious, or else the Hokage would send the ANBU after whoever was behind things," another said. "Yes, we need someone to take the fall," another agreed. "Yes, we need to find someone with no affiliation that will kill the boy without hesitation, and if possible take their own life to prevent them from talking if captured," Fugaku said. "But the problem is finding someone like that. Plus, with his new father around, it will make things even more hard." "Yes, everyone knows of Kakashi. He even has your blood limit, the Sharingan," one of the men stated. Fugaku slammed his hand hard into the table. "Never speak of that in my presence. The fact that fool of a friend of his gave him the pride of my clan shames us all. To think that someone outside my clan uses the Sharingan is an everlasting insult to me. If that fool Obito was still alive, I'd kill him myself for what he did." "But you raise a fine point. Kakashi is not to be taken lightly, and now he's an ANBU himself, so that makes things even more complicated." "What do we do then?" one of them asked. "We wait. We find someone that we can use against the boy, but we also might have to wait until the boy is older. Kakashi is only an ANBU to stay close to the boy, but once he's old enough, I know that Kakashi would go back into the field. He's that kind of ninja, and he'll take on missions that will have him leave the village, and then we can easily strike at the demon boy," Fugaku said to them all. "We shouldn't wait. He should be killed now," someone spoke up. "You fool, there is another reason to wait," he snapped at the man. "The more time that goes by, the more relaxed security will be around the boy. Plus, any accident that can happen to him would be more plausible. If something were to happen too soon, the Hokage would know that it had been set up to kill the boy. No, we wait for the time is right, and then we will strike." Soon after that, the meeting was over, but the leader of the Uchiha clan waited patiently. Then a door slid open, and a young boy of about 5 with dark hair and matching eyes walked in. He held an impassive face just like the man across from him. "What are your thoughts to this Itachi?" he asked the young man. "I think it is wise to wait, father," he said calmly to his father. Although personally he didn't see the point in all of this just to kill a little boy. It was beneath his family to hide in the shadows like this and plot such a thing. They were the most powerful clan, and here they were acting like some weak and pathetic group of cowards. It sickened him to think that his proud clan would be reduced to such a state, but he showed nothing of this. His father nodded his head. "I want you to keep an eye out in the ninja ranks for anyone we can use. Most likely when someone is given the level of Jonin and learns of the boy's true nature, we will find who we need." Itachi bowed his head. "As you wish, father, but if you don't mind, I need to prepare. I have a test tomorrow and I wish to be ready for it." His father nodded his head, and Itachi bowed as he left the room. He walked through the large mansion and heard the crying of his little brother. He passed an open door and saw his mother there picking up the newborn and trying to soothe him. Itachi knew that his father had rarely seen his little brother. That actually bothered him a little. He knew that his father saw that the firstborn son was the pride and future of the clan, but that was not necessary to ignore another. His little brother was an Uchiha after all, and he held hope that his little brother would prove to be strong like himself. But only time would tell of this, and he hoped that his little brother wouldn't disappoint him like so many of his clan had. He moved on silently as his thoughts turned back into his clan. He knew his clan was supposed to be the most powerful in the village, and he was the pride of their clan. But the truth was he felt he was nowhere near his limit. He trained and pushed himself to new levels and always tried to reach the next level. His power with the Sharingan was matched with no one, and yet he still had not obtained its full power. He knew that there were untold of levels of strength and power for him, but he just needed to be shown how to get it. He gave a mental sigh as he got ready. He put those thoughts aside as he thought about his test in school, although he didn't know why bother. He was the best in his class after all. No one was even close to where he was in his skill or intelligence, just as it should be since he was an Uchiha. But still there was no challenge for him there at the school, no one to push him to his limits or beyond. He needed to become the strongest there was in the clan, maybe even the world, but he was not finding anything to help him reach that goal here. Everyone praised him for his hard work, but he never saw it as truly hard. He wanted a way to surpass everyone and everything, to be a true ninja. He wasn't sure how, but he was sure one day he will find his way to becoming the most powerful ninja in the world, and when he found out how to obtain the full power of his Sharingan, no one would stop him. Chapter 3. What a handful. Naruto, age 4. Kakashi was sleeping in his bed when his alarm went off. He groaned and slammed a hand onto the evil device as he pushed the covers away. He yawed and reached for his mask, putting it on and getting up. He looked at the time and groaned. It was one of the things he hated about being an ANBU captain, and that was getting up early for team meetings and reports. If he had known that, he wouldn't have taken the promotion 2 years ago, but it offered him more time with Naruto and better pay. That was something he needed. Having a kid was expensive, that was for sure. Plus the fact that Naruto ate what seemed like his own body weight at times. Where it all went he had no idea. After showing and changing into his ANBU uniform, he looked in on Naruto's room. It had changed over the years. Gone now was the crib and other baby things. Now the room held a toy box, a bed and a nightstand with a lamp and clock next to it. There was a small shelf of books that he used to teach Naruto to read, but mainly for him to read to Naruto at night. It was strange how in the past 4 years he felt less and less like a guardian and more like a father. He had few memories of his own father, and the fourth was the next best thing he had, so he had been playing it mostly by ear. He had asked a few others in ANBU for advice who had children, and thank God for that, or else he would have been totally lost. But looking at the small boy who was sleeping soundly in his bed, holding the fox toy that he had as a baby, he couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, it was breakfast time, and he knew that Naruto could be hard to wake up, and the Hokage had a mission for him, so he wanted to say goodbye before he left. He left for the kitchen and cooked up some ramen. It was odd how Naruto loved the stuff. He had the same love for it as Kakashi had for his Aika, which he kept locked up so Naruto would never find them, even if he was still learning to read. After the ramen was finished, he sat down and then took a breath. "Naruto, the ramen is ready," he called out. He raised a hand and ticked off 5 seconds with each finger. As soon as he made a fist meaning 0, Naruto burst into the room and jumped onto the chair wide awake and still in his orange PJs. "Cool. Thanks, Daddy," he said, smiling happily as he dug into his food. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. Naruto had been calling him Daddy since he could talk, and in truth he liked it. Although Daddy had been his second word, his first was ramen, which he said for an entire day non-stop. So no wonder he loved that food. He watched as Naruto just inhaled his meal. "Naruto, I got to go to work today. You think you'll be okay for a bit? I have to arrange for someone to look after you before I leave," he told him. "'Kay, Daddy. Is it going to be Irika again?" he asked. "We'll see, Naruto. Now finish up and wash up, okay?" The young genin named Irika had taken care of Naruto a few times, but at the moment he wasn't sure. The Chunin exams were coming up and Irika was going training since he was going to enter this year. It was nice, but he was one of the few people he trusted with Naruto. Over the years, he had been aware of certain things when Naruto was alone out on the streets. Like potted plants would fall and he just managed to pull him out of the way of them, or a cart that just happened to lose control nearly crashing into him. One night he had known someone had snuck into his home, and looking around he found a few black widow spiders in Naruto's crib. They were random and spaced out, but he knew that someone or someones were targeting Naruto. He told the Hokage, of course, but the only thing he could do without evidence was to increase ANBU patrols around Naruto just in case. This of course lessened the accidents, but still they would happen. Some even Kakashi weren't sure if they were just accidents or if he was just getting paranoid. After making sure Naruto would be okay for at least a few hours, he realized that he was running a bit late. He guessed he wouldn't be able to visit the memorial this morning again, so he just would when he got back. It was the least he could do to honor the memory of those that he cared for after all. He put on his ANBU mask, that of a wolf, and made his way to the Hokage's office. He found the man at his desk trying to once more at battle with his arch-nemesis, the dreaded paperwork. He smirked behind his mask, both of them actually, since he still had on his regular one under that. Well, 3 if you counted the other mask under his usual one he sometimes wore. "Hey! Sorry I'm late, Hokage-sama. An old lady needed help crossing the street," he said, taking off the wolf mask. The old man gave a grunt, trying to hide his smirk. Hatake always seemed to have an excuse. "Well, now that you're finally here, I have a mission for you and your squad. Tell me you remember Anko, right?" "Oh yeah, the girl Kai's team found," Kakashi said as he remembered her. She had been taken by Orochimaru a few years ago, and after about a year turned up alone on a beach. She had been starving and dehydrated. In fact, if the ANBU team hadn't found her, she might have died after a few more days. She had been taken care of, but her memories had a lot of holes in them. She sometimes got flashes now and then of something, but nothing much beyond that. He also knew of her mark, the dark seal that Orochimaru put on her. Kakashi was learning about seals lately, and all ANBU were told of the seals and to keep an eye out for anyone else that had them. "How is she doing these days?" he asked him. "Pretty good," he gave a small smile. "That first year back was really hard on her. But she's turning out to be a great chunin. In fact, don't be surprised if in a year or so she makes jonin. But she's also remembered something lately. She had another of her flashes, and I've been trying to help her remember. She thinks she remembers an area where Orochimaru might be or is, so you'll be taking her along to see if you can find anything." Kakashi nodded. "Got it, but there is one other thing that I need help with. I need someone to look after Naruto, and well, I would like someone that can take care of himself. Lately I've been worried that someone is getting a bit more bold in harming him." The Hokage nodded his head. He heard everything Kakashi had told him, and it was worrying the old man. That was why he had looked up someone special for looking after Naruto. He was a bit unorthodox even by Konoha standards, but he was still one of their best. "I already have someone planned for that. Guy, you can come in now," he called out. The doors opened and in walked in a jonin with the usual vest. But he wore bright green spandex suit and had the strangest haircut. It looked like a bowl cut of some kind, as he had pure black hair. He grinned with unnatural white teeth. Kakashi thought he could actually see them shine when he smiled as he gave him a thumbs up. "Ah, so this is the mighty Kakashi, the famous copy ninja," the strange ninja said to him. "I'm Mato Guy, sometimes referred to as the Green Beast. I'm sure you remember me. After all, we were on a couple of missions together." Kakashi looked at him for a moment in silence in a thinking pose. "Nope, never heard of you, and as odd as it is, I don't remember you either." Guy nearly face planted at that as Kakashi turned to the Hokage. "Is he on any medication that I should be aware of?" "Not that we know of," the third said under his breath. Guy was right back up to his old self in a second, clapping a hand to Kakashi's back. "Don't worry, your youthful child is in perfect hands. If anything happens, I'll do 1,000 laps around Konoha on my hands with ways on my legs." He did the same flashing grin and thumbs up again. Kakashi suddenly had a very strong sense of doom at the moment. Later, Kakashi was with Naruto as he was watching a kids program on the TV happily. "Now Naruto, be good to Guy, okay?" "Okay, but can I get Irika next time? I really like him, daddy," he said over his shoulder. Yeah, he's a good young man, but behave with guy okay? He said, knowing how Naruto could get, especially if he got too much sugar. The times he managed to eat too much of that even made him more hyperactive. It was insane how such a little boy could get that hyper. He swore with all that energy he could run up and down the Hokage monument several times before getting tired. Daddy, how long will you be gone? Naruto asked a little worried. He hated it when his dad had to leave. He knew it was his job and all, but he didn't like it. His dad always knew what to do. He remembered when he was scared of the monster in his closet. His dad had come in asking him what was wrong, and he told him about the monster. The next thing Naruto knew, his father threw several kunai into the closet in the blink of an eye. There now, Naruto, if the monster is still in there, he's not happy, and if he comes back, just remember, any monster that wants to harm you has to get through me first. After that, Naruto slept peacefully in his room, not afraid of any monster because he knew his daddy would protect him. So he always worried that something might happen when his dad was gone. But then again, his dad was strong and brave and he wanted to be just like him. Kakashi thought about it. I'm not sure, but I promise I'll hurry, okay? Okay, Daddy. He smiled broadly at his dad and Kakashi couldn't help but smile back. The doorbell rang and Kakashi went to it. He opened it up to see Guy there giving one of those bright smiles. He pulled him in before he could start going on again about youth and stuff like that. Now look, I'll be gone for a few days, so take good care of him. There's a list of things you should know on the fridge, and careful not to give him too much sugar, and you do remember what you were told about Naruto and what to watch out for, right? Guy nodded, getting a bit more serious at that last part. He knew that certain people weren't too happy with Naruto and that anyone could be after him. He did honor the late Hokage's wishes, and besides, to him, anyone that would harm a small boy was the more unyouthful people that deserved no respect from him. No worries, Kakashi. I'll see to his safety and you can trust me. He flashed his grin and gave the thumbs up. Kakashi just sighed as he went to introduce Naruto to Guy. Outside his apartment, however, two shadowy figures were looming across the street. Both wore cloaks that hide the ninja garb under their vestments. They were a couple of missing nin outlaw ninjas that had turned from their village. They had been hired to sneak into this village to assassinate, of all things, a young boy. Even among missing nins, some still had some standards, but these two were not one of them. What do you think, Ichigo? His partner asked. I think we should wait until Kakashi leaves Renji, he said to him. There was no way that they wanted to fight Sharingan Kakashi. When they were told who was protecting the boy, they found out the reason why they were being paid so much. Although their employer, whoever it was, had made sure there was a way in and out for them and that their mission was timed so that Kakashi was far enough away, it was still a little unsettling. They heard the stories and they didn't want to fight the Jonin, so they would wait until he was a long distance away. That way, if they were found out, at least they had a good head start in getting the hell out of there. Besides, the one in the green didn't look like that much of a threat anyway. We wait and get ready. Ichigo, I want you to shadow them and take the boy out from a distance with your poison. I'll set up a backup plan just in case, Renji told his partner. After that, Kakashi left his home and made his way to the gate, hoping that he wasn't too late. When he got in range of the massive gate, he could see two of his fellow NBU there, with a girl a little younger than he was, with purple hair pulled up at the back of her head. She was pretty looking, although the scowl on her face and how she looked a bit pissed sent him a few warning bells about her. Damn it, where the hell is he? I thought ANBU were supposed to be the elite ninjas of this city, and you'd think your captain would be on time for once, Anko said, taping her foot. Unfortunately, he's has trouble with the time apparently, one of the ANBU said. He knew all too well that their captain was always late. It was a running joke that Kakashi would be late for his own funeral one day. She then noticed an ANBU walking up towards them. She guessed this was the one they were waiting for. Sorry about that. I got lost on the road to life, he simply said to them all. Anko raised an eyebrow. Lost on the road of life? What the hell does that even mean? You got a lot of nerve, buddy, she growled out, getting into his face. The least you could do is show up on damn time, and I don't care if you are an ANBU, I'd still kick your ass. Duly noted, Kakashi said in a bored tone, although he could feel the killer intent from the young woman. He made a mental note not to piss her off any further, or he'd have to see just how good she really was. Fine then, let's go before I forget anything important, she said, and Kakashi noticed the slightly more serious and darker look on her face. He had no idea what it had to be like living with giant holes in your memory, although sometimes he wondered if he would be better forgetting certain things as well. Hataki Residence. Guy was one of the strongest ninjas there was. He had the patience of a mountain, strong like an oak tree. He had seen hundreds of battles, seen a lot in his young life, but at the moment he was wondering if he could handle such a thing as a hyperactive 4-year-old. Hey, why do you wear green? Why is your hair like that? What are those big things over your eyes? Do you know my daddy? He's the strongest and bestest there is, and I'm going to be just like him. Are you strong? Can you show me? Can you, Mr. What was your name again, mister? All of this within seconds came from young Naruto. Guy had to admit the flames of youth in this boy was like a blazing inferno. He had never seen a child with so much potential energy. Oh, Kakashi, you have a fine boy. The flames burn brightly in him. I hope to one day I too will find a boy with flames that match him. He would make the perfect student. He grinned at the boy, and Naruto was surprised by how shiny the tall man's teeth were. I'm Mato Guy, little Naruto-kun, but you can call me Guy, he said to him. Okay. Naruto grinned at the tall man. So Naruto, what do you want to do? Play ninja. Naruto suddenly ran off, leaving Guy to search for him. For such a small child, he was fast, and Guy went into Naruto's room but couldn't see him anywhere. Guy was surprised that he could hide so fast, but then again he knew the home better than he did. Guy went around searching the room. He opened the closet but only saw a mess in there. Nothing but what looked like a pile of laundry that hadn't been cleaned yet. Guy sighed at such a sight. He would have thought Kakashi would have taught young Naruto better than that. He shook his head and went searching for the young boy. He looked in a toy chest with no luck. Then he knelt down to check under the bed. That was when his sense of danger hit him. Like all experienced ninjas, they had learned to trust their gut when someone was watching or about to attack. He heard the feet running and turned just in time to catch the little blonde boy as he jumped at the man. He launched himself into Guy's chest as he caught the giggling boy. I got ya! He shouted out, and Guy looked across, seeing the disturbed pile of clothing. He smirked, knowing now that the boy had used that to hide himself. Guy had to admit the boy showed some talent, at least for surprises. He got up and placed Naruto on the ground as the young boy gave him a huge fox-like smile. Guy couldn't help but like the kid. He was full of the fires of youth. Well, my youthful young man, what happens now that you got me? Guy asked. It's your turn to hide now. Then prepare yourself. Guy decided to show off a bit and threw down a smoke bomb. Naruto looked with wide eyes as the smoke cleared and Guy was gone. Then he grinned as he started running around looking for him. He ran out of the room, and Guy, who was on the ceiling, smiled down at him. He was using his chakra to stick himself to the ceiling, and when Naruto left, simply and silently landed. He turned around, going into a thinking pose, as he thought about Naruto. He had heard how the great Kakashi had taken in the child, and he had to admit he had been surprised. He never pictured Kakashi as the family type. But he seemed to be doing a good job, although Naruto could be a bit more tidy. But maybe he was expecting a bit much from a 4-year-old. He wondered what Naruto would be like when he started his training. That was when he felt a small body wrap around his leg. Got you again! He looked down, surprised that the boy had come back so quickly. How did you? Daddy uses that trick too, mister. He smiled up at Guy, and the older man just had to laugh. They continued to play for a bit until Naruto got a little tired. While taking a nap, Guy went over the list that Kakashi left. It was kind of simple, usually the do's and don'ts, although what was underlined in red was "Don't feed him sugar," in big bold letters. Guy was wondering if Kakashi was being a hen mother or just trying to warm him. He heard the sounds of small footsteps and saw little Naruto rubbing his eye with a yawn. Then he heard the young boy's stomach growl. Hungry? He asked him, and Naruto nodded quickly. So, what do you want for lunch? Ramen, he yelled out happily. Okay, but it's a good day out, we shouldn't waste it inside all the time. How about we go outside? I've heard of a place that is supposed to have the best ramen in the city. Guy smiled, seeing how huge Naruto's eyes were now. The little boy loved ramen, but if there was a place that served the best, he couldn't wait to go. He ran over to Guy, hooping up and down asking to go there. Guy smiled seeing how suddenly awake he was and gave a small laugh as he put on his vest. When they left the apartment, the two ninjas that had been waiting finally saw their target. As the two walked on, they started to shadow their prey. Chapter 4. Guy to the Rescue. Guy was walking down the streets of the village, watching with a smile as Naruto was running around full of energy. He also noticed a few other things. Most people would smile at the little boy, but Guy caught a few glares at the boy. He knew full well of Naruto's little guest inside of the boy, but apparently word was getting around slowly about it. Guy honestly couldn't see why you could hate such a child, but maybe the few of the elders on the council that had spoken of Naruto could have embellished certain details, meaning that they played up the demon role to the point that anyone would mistrust the boy. Even he had heard rumors of things such as a demon child that was around. They never mentioned Naruto by name, but there were things such as the child having whisker marks. In a way, they were getting around the Hokage's rule with not mentioning Naruto by name, but still this was something that would only harm the boy. Thankfully, Naruto didn't notice this as he was too happy with the thought of ramen. Guy kept a lookout for any troublemakers, that is, besides the two shadowy figures he sensed that were following them. Ninjas on the rooftops was a normal thing, but after they had left Kakashi's, he thought he felt a presence following them. As they walked on, he kept an eye out and found not one but two. They weren't bad either. They weren't a jonin, like he was most likely a high chunin level of ninja. He couldn't turn his head to get a good look at them without giving away that he knew, so he kept an eye on them at any rate. He also continued to watch in amusement to how Naruto ran around with that huge smile on his face. "Naruto, here we are," he said, and he led the boy under a tarp with a sign over it that read Ichiraku Ramen. "Hey there, Ichiraku." A man with an apron who was working the hot stove looked over his shoulder. Guy, what are you doing here this fine day? And who is the little one?" he asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto had to go on his tiptoes and pulled himself up just to look over the counter. He could smell ramen from here, and he looked like a predator ready to eat its prey at all the ramen. Guy smiled and ruffled his hair. "This is Naruto Hatake, and I'm taking care of him while his father is on a mission, and he seems to like ramen, and you make the best in the city." "You got that right," he said with pride. "Dad, where is that extra stack of noodles?" I am the young teenage daughter walked in. "I think under the counter, dear." "Okay." Then she turned to see a small blonde boy trying to get onto the stool. He obviously was having trouble. "Ah, who's the little cutie?" Guy picked up Naruto and placed him on the stool. "Naruto," he said happily, wondering where his ramen was. "He's so cute," she gushed at the little boy. He had these cute little marks and these beautiful blue eyes. She couldn't remember ever seeing anyone with eyes like his before. "So what do you want, little man?" "Ramen, please." "What kind?" she asked. Naruto thought about it. He wasn't sure he liked all types of ramen. Well, not vegetarian for some reason. So he crossed his arms, looking deep in thought. Then he suddenly got an idea. "All of it." Guy laughed and gave them an order. While all this was going on, he felt that chakra of the ninja behind them. The partner didn't seem to be there, so this could be the perfect time to see who was shadowing them. "Naruto, I have to check on something. I'll be right back, so be good, okay?" "K." Naruto went back to waiting for his ramen. The little boy was almost bouncing in his seat in anticipation. Guy had to smile at the little boy's actions and went outside. Up on the building, one of the ninjas were already lining up a shot. Ichigo took out a long tube that he had hidden under his cloak and pulled out a dart. There was enough poison on the dart to kill an elephant, more than enough to take out a small boy within a second. He waited for the boy to finish. The damn flaps were in the way, so he'd have to wait until the boy was out from the cover. "I wonder what's so special about him? Oh well, most likely just someone wanting to settle a score against Kakashi," he muttered to himself. He was thankful that the other guy left just for some reason. He watched and waited. Dynamic entry. Dynamic WHAUGH. Ichigo turned to the sound of the strange battle cry to get a foot planted into his face. He was surprised by the hit as it sent him flying through the air. He bounced a few times over the roof and nearly went over the edge. He quickly managed to stop himself and frantically pulled himself up, his heart racing from his near-fatal fall. He looked up to see that strange green ninja standing there. "What the hell?" "I figured you were up to no good," Guy said with a more serious look on his face. The ninja had lost the hood, and he could see the young man with blue spiky hair and gray eyes. He didn't know the ninja from the bingo books, so he must either be new or just not that good. "You knew?" Ichigo couldn't believe that he had been found out. He figured he had shadowed the two of them perfectly. "Of course I am Guy Mato, the green beast of Konoha. The power of youth burns in me with the intensity of 1,000 suns." He struck out a pose. Ichigo's sweat dropped at this. "This is the guy that got the drop on me? Renji will never let me live this down." Ichigo stood up. "Okay then, weirdo, take this." They threw out a few kunai and the guy just vanished. "What the? Was that just an illusion?" A powerful blow to the back of his head told him otherwise. Once more he was sent flying and landed hard on the road. He looked to see the green ninja was behind him. He honestly didn't know how he had managed that, but he formed a few hand seals. Water technique. Rapid fire. Out of his mouth, many small but fast-moving pieces of water shot out at Guy. The water shots were formed into blades, and Guy noticed that when one hit the roof it actually cut into it. He knew that water at super pressure would cut through things like a blade, and so he quickly dodged the shots. His speed was so fast that Ichigo could barely even follow, and when the attack ended, Guy was right in front of him and landed a blow to his gut that felt like a sledgehammer hit him. He felt ribs break and fell to the ground, holding his chest, gasping for air. Guy lifted him up to face him. "Now then, who sent you to attack Naruto-kun?" "D don't know his name, was through a middleman. Oh God, I think my lung is punctured." He managed to get out. Screaming was heard and Guy left the man there. He wasn't going anywhere, and if he was, it wouldn't be far anyway. He caught sight of another ninja running off with Naruto. Damn. So there was the other one, I sense. He felt foolish for forgetting the other one. If anything happened to Naruto, he would never forgive himself. Plus, he was sure Kakashi would kill him. Naruto didn't know what had happened. One moment he was eating another bowl, his fourth, of the best ramen he ever had, when some strange and scary ninja grabbed him. He tried to struggle, but the man was too big and strong and his grip was hurting him. Damn brat. This was supposed to be an easy gig, and now I may have just lost my partner. Well, more money for me, but I'm going to skin you alive for the trouble you've caused as soon as I lose the other guy," he said in a deep and cold voice. Naruto had never been so scared in his life. He wanted his daddy to be here. He always protected him, and Naruto started to cry. "Shut the hell up." He hit Naruto on the head with his free hand. "I'll give you something to cry about soon enough." Naruto whimpered as the man hit him and tried not to cry, although he hoped that his daddy would come soon to save him. After a while they came to one of the forest training grounds. Renji figured he had managed to lose the other guy by now. He threw Naruto against a tree and Naruto whimpered in pain with tear-filled eyes. He looked up at the man with long blood-red hair and dark eyes. There were some purple tattoos on his face, and when the man was snarling at him, he could see a missing tooth. "Brad, normally I'm all business, but you've pissed me off." He drew a large-looking curved knife. "I'm going to enjoy this." Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the tears fall. He waited for the man to get over to him. It was like an eternity waiting for the man to kill him. He felt the pain of his body and wondered if it would hurt worse than this. Dynamic entry. Naruto's eyes snapped open as the bad man was dropped, kicked out of nowhere by Guy. Naruto watched with wide eyes as Guy went on to fight the ninja. He moved very fast and the bad ninja tried to attack him with the knife. Guy dodged a bit to the right, making the blade pass through where his head had just been. Now, while inside his opponent's personal space, he gripped the wrist. He twisted, making his enemy cry out in pain, dropping the weapon. Guy gave a palm strike to the man's chest, sending him back. "I have no idea what kind of person would kill and harm a little innocent child, but you are definitely a very unyathful person." The other ninja didn't bother to say anything. He made a few hand signs and then slammed his hands together. Guy saw an electrical current running over the hands as his foe charged forward trying to strike at Guy. Guy could feel the electrical energy coming off the hands even when they weren't touching his body. He could feel the hairs on his body stand up, and he knew that getting hit by just one of those wouldn't be a good thing for him. A glancing blow to his arm was proof as he cried out in pain and felt his arm got slightly numb. The assault continued, but Guy managed to keep one step ahead of the larger and thankfully slower enemy. The man was getting very frustrated with this. He went for a large right hook and Guy jumped up and over with a flip. As he was in mid-air, Guy sent the back of the heel of his right foot into the back of the man's skull. The blow was enough to daze him, and when he turned around feeling the world spinning, he got one of Guy's feet to his face. He flew through the air and landed, and didn't get back up. Naruto had watched if all with wide childlike eyes. He had never actually seen ninjas battle before, and he had to admit, he thought Guy had to be almost as strong as his dad. ANBU team. Kakashi and his squad had been traveling for days as they were on their way to one of Orochimaru's possible hideouts. The man was a missing nin to be killed on sight, but so far he had always remained several steps ahead of the Leaf Village. It was their hope that he was using the old base of his again, or there were clues to where he was going. Kakashi was thinking about what they would do if they faced him. He was good, but he couldn't take on one of the legendary Sannin. He glanced at the young girl to his right as they made their way through the trees. She seemed to really want to find her old sensei. Although from the killer intent he felt her trying to repress it wasn't for a happy reunion and most likely wanted to rip him a new one. He hoped she could control herself, since going into a battle with emotions like that would get her and others killed. Then again, going into a mission with just logic wasn't the right way either. He remembered how he had focused only on the mission while Obito had gone after Rin. He still wished he could redo that day over again. Maybe they both would be alive today. Kakashi pushed those thoughts away. They were on a mission and he had to keep focus. After a bit, Kakashi stopped. "I think we traveled far enough. I think we need to rest for a bit." The others looked a bit winded, although Anko looked like she wanted to keep on going. "We can be there in a few more hours," she told him. "Yes, but it's getting dark and I don't want to travel into a possible enemy stronghold at night, with who knows what traps along the way. Besides, we're tired, hungry, and we're not at 100%. He told her in his usual lazy tone. She seemed like she wanted to argue the point, but she seemed to take a moment and jumped down from the tree, still pissed but seemed to relent. He looked at his two other members of his team. "Women, huh?" he said as a joke. The other two shook their heads and jumped down. They set up a small camp with everyone taking turns at watch. Kakashi took the first watch as he pulled off his mask and sat down on a stone resting. He looked up the stars and his thoughts turned to Naruto and hoping that Guy was taking good care of him. Because if he didn't, he was going to use his Sharingan on the green ninja. He sighed and pulled out his favorite orange book and started to read it. It was hard to find time and places to read his favorite series with Naruto around. About an hour into his watch, he heard some moaning and then a small gasp. He looked at the tents, and after a bit Anko came out looking like she had a rough night, and from the looks and sounds of it, a nightmare too. He also was surprised to see her hair down. She looked more feminine like that, more soft in a way. Or it might be the lost look on her face as she sat down across the fire staring into it. "Can't sleep, huh?" he said, not looking up from his book. She just shrugged and muttered something he didn't hear. He thought about what could cause the girl nightmares, but given their lives, it was part of the job. "It's bad enough living with it when we're awake, but it's when we fall asleep, the point we let our guards down and want nothing but peace, that it seems to attack," he said. She looked at him confused. "What?" "Our kind of life is a hard one. We see a lot and experience more than most. When we're awake, we try and bury what has harmed us, but when we're asleep, that's when it can attack us at any time." She gave a small grunt looking at the strange ANBU. She was trying to figure this guy out. He didn't look much older than she was, although she was wondering why he was wearing that black mask when he wore that wolf one. Plus his forehead protector was covering one of his eyes. But from the small scar she saw, Anko figured he might be missing an eye. "I don't need anyone's pity," she told him sternly. "Wasn't offering." "Then what?" "Understanding." That threw her for a bit. She had seen the looks about her when she first got back. She hated pity. She wasn't some weak little girl and hated it when people acted like she was around her. "What would you know about anything?" she muttered. "I know loss and loneliness." She cast him a look. "How so?" Kakashi sighed, trying to concentrate on his book, but the memories that were coming up weren't easy. "I lost my parents when I was young. My father killed himself in shame. My only 2 friends are dead. My sensei, who was like a father to me, is dead. All my precious people are gone except for one, and I don't ever want to lose him." Anko didn't know what to say to that. Her parents had died when she was young on missions. She really didn't have many friends. Although this Kurenai woman she had been teamed up with for her Chunin exam was nice and the only person she kept in touch with. But by the sounds of it, this guy had a rough life. Maybe that was why he hid his face from the world. "So who is this person?" "My son," he told her. "You got a kid? But you don't look that much older than I do," she said, shocked. "Adopted. He lost his parents the night the Ninetales attacked. I know what it's like to grow up alone, so I took him in. At first I was more like a guardian, but over the years, I think of him more like my own son now." Kakashi meant the words. Naruto was the most precious person in the world to him, he had no doubt about it. Anko didn't know what else to say, so she just looked into the fire. After a moment she looked at him reading one of those adult books that she had heard about. She was surprised he was reading that. "Please tell me you don't keep those in your home," she smirked, pointing at the book. "It's perfectly good literature." He ignored her snort at that comment. "Besides, I lock them up so he never finds them." Anko actually broke a small smile at that. "You're a strange one. You know, I don't even know your name." "Kakashi," he said, looking at her with a small smile. "Normally Anbu, don't just throw out their names, kind of defeats the purpose of the masks," but he didn't mind. The name registered in Anko's mind as her eyes widened. She knew only on ninja named Kakashi that was said to hide his face from the world, and by the fact he was covering one of his eyes only led to one conclusion. Sharingan Kakashi, the copy Nin. He sighed at that. He really didn't like having a large reputation. It wasn't ego, it was just the way people acted around him because of it. He had enough of that as a child, being the son of the White Fang as a kid. Odd how no one even remembered that old name these days, they just focused on what he had done. It nearly made him laugh too. As a kid he vowed to get out of his father's shadow, and he had. Barely anyone remembered the White Fang, which kind of hurt. He loved his father, and although many thought of the end of his father's life was a big disgrace, he deserved better than to be forgotten. Anko meanwhile shook her head as she looked up into the night sky. So here she was with the famous copy Nin of their village. She had heard how some younger kunoichi talk about him, or maybe swoon over him. Everyone wondered what was under that mask, and others thought he was so mysterious and tried to figure him out. It nearly made Anko laugh at how here she was with him and had most likely just learned more about him than any of those so-called fangirls learned in years. She looked at the man, trying to wonder how he was raising a son all his own. Since he never mentioned a woman in his life, she guessed he was single. At least that was something those girls would be pleased to hear. Hell, even Kurenai had gossiped about him a few times. At any rate, when she got back she could have some fun with this. There was all kinds of women that would pay to learn anything about him. She smiled, her nightmare forgotten, and then she frowned, glancing at him. Did he plan on making her better? He just sat there reading one of those books, looking dead to the world. She figured he didn't plan anything and decided to try and get some more sleep. Kakashi, however, watched her from the corner of his eye and smiled. He was glad that he could help her out. There was just something about her. That pain of being totally alone in life that made him want to help her. Maybe because it was Naruto that helped to fill the void in his life, so he wanted to help others who had that same pain. At any rate, he went back to his book. It was getting to a good point and he wanted to finish before his shift ended. Konoha. Naruto was back in bed. He was still scared to death from that morning, but he was better now that Guy was looking after him. He was holding Mr. Foxy, his favorite toy, the orange fox, in a death grip to his chest. Guy was there in the doorway looking at the young boy. He had been so full of life that morning, and looking at him now was depressing. The 2 ninjas had been captured and sent to interrogation, although he bet that whoever was behind this was already covering their tracks. If the middleman was still alive, he wouldn't be much longer. That person was a loose thread. But this had been the first out in the open assassination attempt of Naruto. Whoever was behind this was getting bolder. Guy felt like he personally wanted to punch the man or men behind this until they couldn't be identified. He had only known Naruto for a day, and yet he liked the boy, and looking at him now made him sad and angry. Normally he let things slide, never one to let things bother him that much, but at times like these, they were the exception. He walked into the room and sat down next to Naruto. "Are you okay? When is Daddy coming back?" he asked him. Not until a few more days or more. He saw how Naruto held his toy even closer. "But don't worry, I'm here. No one will harm you as long as Guy Mato is protecting you, Naruto-kun. I promise you this, or I'll do 5,000 push-ups with lead weights on my back." The young boy looked up at him. "Can you really do that?" "Of course." He flashed a grin at him. "Cool. You must be almost as strong as Daddy." "Well, I like to think I can rival him. I may be even stronger." My daddy is the strongest ninja there is." "Well, technically the Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village." "You mean the old man with the robes and funny hat?" Naruto had seen him a few times. In fact, he visited Naruto a couple of times a month. He found it strange that he was stronger than his dad. "The Hokage is the strongest in the village, and for a good reason. He protects everyone in the village, Naruto. It's his duty to protect everyone under his care, so he has to be strong." Naruto thought about that. He wanted to be as strong as his dad. He wanted to be able to be a great ninja as well. But if the old man was the strongest, then maybe he should be even stronger than him, stronger than anyone, so that he could protect his daddy. He knew that his dad went off on dangerous missions all the time and he always worried, but if he was stronger then he could look out for his dad. Little did anyone know that night Naruto made a new decision in life that would shape his future and the rest of Konoha. Guy ruffled his hair. "Get some sleep, Naruto, I'll be right here." Naruto nodded his head, feeling a bit better. "Thanks, Unka Guy." Guy smiled at that. He gave a small laugh as Naruto tried to get some sleep, walking to the doorway. "Unka Guy, I like the..." he smirked to himself. Chapter 5, The Shy Princess. It had been a couple of weeks and Kakashi finally managed to return home. They had finally found that base that Anko had remembered. The only problem, no one had been there for at least 3 months, if not more. Basically, Anko was pissed the entire trip back. And after all of that, Kakashi was looking forward to getting back home and checking in on Naruto. He opened the door to his apartment, feeling better just stepping inside of the door. "Ah, Kakashi, you have finally returned," a very loud voice said, and Kakashi sighed. He had forgotten about him. "Hey there, Guy, was it? How was Naruto? Any problems?" He caught the look in Guy's face and decided to sit down for this one. Guy filled him in on the 2 ninjas that had attacked Naruto. Kakashi knew that something like this might happen. The only problem was that he had hoped to have been there for him. He heard how the 2 ninjas were executed, although their contact was never found. It was hearing this that Kakashi was thinking of starting Naruto on his ninja training at the moment. Naruto needed to be able to protect himself, as it clearly showed that he wouldn't be around to protect Naruto all the time. He had to make sure that Naruto could be able to defend himself when the time came. "Thank you, Guy. Thank you for keeping Naruto safe," he finally said to him. Guy grinned at him. It was no trouble at all. Although he was scared by the ordeal, he seems to have come around. Kakashi was glad to hear it. "So where is he?" "Naruto, your father is home," he called out, and what came out would be something that gave Kakashi nightmares for 2 months. Naruto ran out dressed in a neon green one-piece suit just like Guy's. He stood beside Guy, giving a grind and a thumbs up at his father. Kakashi's only visible eye twitched at the horror before him. He was hoping that he was asleep or caught in a genjutsu. "Daddy, you're back," Naruto said happily. Kakashi was too tired and too sore to move, plus there was the shock to his system. On the one hand, he wanted to thank Guy for saving his son. On the other, he wanted to kill him in ways that would make the most diehard ANBU throw up. So he would form a compromise. He would give Guy a 15-minute head start before he hunted him down. 1 year later, Naruto age 5. "Again Naruto," Kakashi said. Naruto was in training gear as he practiced another attack combo, a training dummy. He had been at it for a couple of hours now and he was tiring. Kakashi watched on as he pointed out flaws in Naruto's stance or movements. Things had changed a bit for them in that year. They have moved out of the apartment and Kakashi went back to his family home. It was a modest place, but it had a very large backyard with a high brick wall that fenced out the home. It was so strange being back here. The place had to be cleaned up when he got there and he started to tidy the place up when he moved back in. He remembered all the memories of this place, all those long-forgotten things that came rushing back. How his mother would be cooking in the morning, how his father would train him like he was doing with Naruto now. The only thing that had been a major problem had been that one room, the room that his father had taken his own life in. For months he couldn't face that room. But in the end he figured if he had to live in this place he would do something about it. It had been a large tea room but he turned it into a training room. The room was so different now that he sometimes forgot what had happened in it. Naruto of course had loved the new home. He spent all week running around, playing everywhere and loved the large yard. There was a few trees and he kept on trying to climb them. He kept falling but he only dusted himself off and tried again. It was like he refused to ever let anything beat him, something Kakashi knew he got from his biological father. For that year he also started Naruto on his training. He was only focusing on physical skills at the moment. When he was a bit older he would train Naruto in chakra. He still went on mission and apparently Naruto had taken a liking to his uncle guy, although Kakashi refused to let him be alone with Naruto for more than a week. It had taken Kakashi over a week to unbrainwash him from Guy's influence that first time. Iruka still helped out as well, and Naruto at least had someone to play with at times thanks to young boy. Although Naruto had trouble making some friends, sometimes other kids would bully him or pick on him, others would just ignore him. Kakashi knew that the kids were most likely told this by their parents who were in turn warned about Naruto by certain members of the council. Kakashi really wanted to shove a kunai into those men but he knew that technically they hadn't broken any laws. He just hated how Naruto would look so lonely at times when he thought no one was looking. Kakashi was brought out of his memories seeing Naruto panting and sweating and figured it was enough for the day. Okay Naruto, good work. I want you to shower and change and for doing such a good job. I'm taking you to the park today. Really? Cool. Thanks, Dad. He ran off suddenly filled with new energy. Kakashi smiled behind his mask at the boy's antics. Meanwhile, across the city at the same park that a lot of families brought their children to, another parent was with her own daughter that day. The young Hinata Hyuga had been taken to the park by her mother this day. The young girl was never very good with other people. Unlike the rest of her clan, she was always shy around others, even the other children of the branch family. But because she was of the main house, the children were wary of playing with her, so she was left alone a lot. Thankfully her mother noticed this and took her out with other children now and then. The only problem was Hinata was too shy to go up most of the time. She would play by herself at times wishing she could just go up to someone making a friend. At the moment she was watching a group of kids play and she wanted to join in but she was too afraid. What if they didn't like her? What if she said something stupid and they made fun of her? What if she wasn't any good and they didn't want her to play? Thoughts like this plagued her entire life as far back as she could tell. So she sat with her mother who was worried about her daughter. Hana Hyuga had hoped that getting away from the clan home would help her daughter be more open, but she seemed to be having some trouble here as well. She knew that her daughter was a very kind girl and would make lots of friends if only she wasn't so shy. Honestly, she didn't know where she got it from or why she was like that. She knew that her husband was worried as well, especially if the clan elders thought that their daughter wasn't good enough to be the heir, and maybe another member of the family should take the role. She knew that her husband never liked the cage bird technique used on the rest of the family and certainly didn't want them to bear it like his twin brother and his family had to. She stood up and Hinata did the same without a word. Why don't we get something to drink? Okay, Mommy, she said in her usual quiet voice. They walked on and she noticed a tall man with large silver hair with a small blonde boy. It was a bit odd. The man had a mask on despite him being in more casual wear and had a headband over his eye. The boy had blonde hair and strange markings on his face, with a black shirt with an orange swirl pattern on them. Dad, after this, can you teach me more cool ninja stuff? The boy asked excitedly. His father sighed. Yes, I swear Naruto, for a boy your age you seem to like training. Most kids want to play instead. Well, I don't really got many friends, he said, and suddenly his face took on a sad look. It was then that Hana knew the couple. By now the entire Hyuga clan knew of Naruto Hatake and his role as the prison for the nine-tailed demon. However, it was never spoke outside of the clan as per the law, and the children were never told. Although she had overheard a few of the branch family members expressing concern for the safety of their children. Personally, she wasn't sure what to think, and maybe it was time for her to find out for herself what this Naruto was like. After all, he seemed nice enough as it was. She walked up to them, and Kakashi noticed a Hyuga woman walking towards them. Everyone knew a Hyuga when they saw them. The pearl eyes were a dead giveaway, plus they always carried themselves with this type of elegance. She wore a blue and very expensive kimono, had long dark hair and a very beautiful features, and it soon came to him who exactly it was. "Good morning, Hyuga-sama," Kakashi said with a slight nod of his head. "Good morning to you, Hatake-san," she said politely. "Please drop the sand. I never liked that stuff anyway." He waved it off. She looked at him. Everyone knew the legendary copy ninja, but she had expected a bit more. He was way too relaxed and seemed bored. He didn't carry himself like a warrior, and you'd never know he was with the way he talked. Naruto looked up at the lady. She seemed kind of pretty, but then he noticed something else. There was a small motion behind the lady, and Naruto went to look. He walked around her to see a small girl roughly his age with short dark hair hiding behind the lady. "Hey, what's your name?" he asked. The girl made an eep sound and clutched her mother, but looked at who asked. She looked to see a boy with golden hair and blue eyes looking at her confused. Hinata wasn't sure what to do. The boy had asked her a question, and it was rude not to say anything, but she couldn't seem to find her voice. "Her name is Hinata. Now introduce yourself," her mother said softly. The girl released her mother's clothing, and her cheeks flushed a bit. She fiddled with her fingers, looking down a bit. "And my name is Hinata Hyuga." The boy only smiled at her. "I'm Naruto, you want to go play?" Hinata looked up both shocked and surprised. No one had asked her to play before, but he seemed to want to. She looked up at her mother, and she could see the woman smile and nod at her. Hinata gave a small smile and nodded. "Cool, let's go play." He grabbed her hand and quickly led her away as she blushed a bit. "You don't mind Naruto playing with her?" Kakashi asked, watching the children. "No. He seems like a nice boy, and my daughter has trouble with making friends," she said, a small smile on her lips, seeing her daughter play with another child like a normal child should. Kakashi nodded his head. "Naruto has the same, but for other reasons, I'm afraid. I think Hinata is the only child that agreed to play with him like this before." "Then maybe they'll be good for each other," she said, watching. Naruto couldn't help but be happy. For the first time ever he had someone to play with. Sure, she was kind of strange. Her cheeks were red a lot. She had eyes like she had never seen before. They were all pale and with no iris in them. She talked kind of funny, but she seemed really nice. They started to play on the slides and jungle gym. He helped her out here and there, and then they got to something he always wanted to try, the seesaw. "Hey, come on, Hinata, I always wanted to try this." He took her hand, leading her to it. He looked at it confused, not sure how you got it started. Normally he only saw kids while playing it, not how they got on or off. "Do you know how it works?" Hinata nodded. "Why yes, one goes on first and jumps up. Then the other has to jump onto it when the other part goes down." "Oh, okay. Then you go on first then." Hinata got on the smallest one since it looked to be built for kids their age. She had never got to play like this before. Naruto was just so fun to be around. He made her smile and feel happier than she had been in a very long time. Plus, that smile of his somehow always made her feel something. Like when you felt the sun on your face on a nice spring day. It was warm and comforting. She only felt like this around her mother. Hinata prepared herself and jumped up. Naruto quickly got on. He barely made it onto it, but he got on. Then he got ready and jumped up. Both children had never been on something like this. The way they rushed up into the air and just stopped and then came back down was a new type of fun for them. Their parents looked on happy to see their children play like this. It had been a very long time since they started to play, and Hana noticed the time. She walked over to the playing children. "Hinata, it's time to get back home now." "Why, yes, mother," she said and looked to Naruto. "You can get off first." Naruto smiled at her. She nodded and got off. Unfortunately, Naruto was about to get a very important lesson, a lesson in gravity. He hadn't expected to fall faster than the last time. The seat hit the ground hard and he bounced off and landed onto the ground on his back. Hinata gasped and ran over to him worried. "Enna, Naruto, are you okay?" "Ow, next time I got to remember to be careful." He propped himself up and gave her a smile. Hinata's worried look melted at his smile, and she couldn't help but smile back. Then Naruto frowned a bit. He hadn't enjoyed himself like this in a long time and he didn't want to stop, but he knew that her mother had her reasons for going. Hana Hyuga walked up glad to see the young boy was okay, although she kept a slightly passive face, as was the way of the clan. "Hinata, you can say goodbye to your friend, but I can take you back here, and you two can play again another day." Naruto blinked a few times. He never had a real friend his own age before. He looked at Hinata then. "Hey Hinata, are we, friends now?" Hinata blushed as her fingers were interlaced. The truth was she liked Naruto and she did want to be his friend. She looked at her mother with hope-filled eyes and her mother only smiled at her. Hinata brightened up looking at him and gave a shy smile and nodded her head. Naruto's return smile was large and full of happiness. He finally had made a friend, a real friend. "I'd like to have you as a friend. Hey Dad, you think Hinata-chan can come over and play some time?" Hinata was surprised again. She had never had a friend to just go over and play with. If this was what a friend was like, then she enjoyed it. She hoped that Naruto's father said yes, and that her mother would allow Naruto to come to the Hyuga compound sometime. For the first time in her short life, Hinata felt like there was something to look forward to. "Well, I don't see why not, that is, if Hyuga-sama here doesn't mind." Kakashi smiled at Naruto, ruffling his wild hair. "I think something can be arranged," she told the group. They said their goodbyes and she led her daughter back holding her hand. She could see how happy Hinata was and was glad that her daughter finally found a friend in Naruto. She of course would talk to her husband about this, but she knew how to get him to see her way. After all, what kind of wife couldn't keep their husband in line? "So Hinata, what do you think of Naruto? He seems like a nice boy," she asked her daughter. I like him, he's fun, and makes me happy." She blushed looking at the ground. "That's good then Hinata," she said to her. Uchiha compound. Fugaku Uchiha wasn't very happy, which was hard to see at times. He usually wore such a hard expression on his face. But things were not going well. First off, someone in the group had hired those damn ninjas to take out the boy last year. He hadn't sanctioned that, and now the boy would be watched even more closely. His people had told of how ANBU members were making passes over the Hitaki home now, and even at times would make a pass by the demon boy when they saw him. He knew it was the Hokage's doing. The old man had to have gone senile to let that boy live. He was a danger to the entire village. If the seal on that boy failed, the demon could get loose, and then it would be the end for this village and everyone in it. They had lost a few promising Uchihas that day, and he knew that if the demon got out again, there would be no stopping its rampage. He signed as he walked through the large home. He looked out a doorway, seeing his oldest son Itachi overlooking his younger brother's training. Sasuke, even though his own son so far hadn't shown the same level of talent as his older brother, it would seem that his youngest child did not measure up. It was a pity, but then again, to match Itachi would take a miracle. His oldest son was a prodigy. Not any other clan could lay claim to such a ninja, not even their rivals, the Hyuga clan. But there were other things that worried him. Over the years, Itachi was getting more and more distant. It was getting harder and harder to understand what was going through his son's head, and it was starting to worry him. He had no idea why, but it did, and the more time passed, the more worried he what Itachi would do. He wasn't sure what, but it was obvious that he didn't have the same respect for the clan like other Uchiha members did. In fact, he kept his distance from the clan, all except for his best friend Shursui Uchiha. Fugaku would send for the boy. He would order him to keep an eye on Itachi and report anything out of the ordinary. He knew the boy was loyal to the clan first, then to his own best friend, so he didn't have to fear about the boy telling Itachi. He watched as Sasuke missed a target with a kunai. Fugaku sighed and hung his head a bit. Why couldn't his youngest son have the same talent as his older brother? He walked away wondering if maybe Sasuke would be better off with a life outside of being a ninja. After all, it was obvious that unless things got any worse, Itachi would lead the clan. Sasuke had seen his father there, and when he saw how disappointed he was in him, Sasuke felt a deep shame. All his young life he just wanted to make his father proud, so why couldn't he do it? Why was his brother so much better than he was? Young Sasuke just didn't understand why he felt like he was so weak all the time. He knew that his family was supposed to be the strongest there was, but if he was weak, what did that make him? "You shouldn't let what he thinks get you down, little brother," Itachi said, walking over to him. "He doesn't know everything or what real power is. Keep at it and prove him wrong." Sasuke looked up to his older brother. He was everything that he tried to be. He trained so hard to be as good as Itachi but never seemed to have the power to get there. But he wouldn't stop. He would be as strong as his brother, and he would make his father proud of him one day. He wouldn't rest until he had proven himself to his father and clan that he was more than just the younger brother of Itachi. He would one day be on par with his older brother. Sasuke got up and went back to work training. He was tried and aching, but he wouldn't stop until he reached his goal, not matter what the cost. Itachi looked on. No emotions on his face, but he could see that Sasuke had potential. He just needed the right motivation to let it out. Out of all the clan, it was his younger brother that had the only true potential because he worked hard. The others had gotten lazy and lax. Well, not him. He would prove just how inferior this clan was to him. He just wasn't sure how, and besides, this village offered him nothing anyway. He had no challenges, nothing to truly test himself. He had to go out on missions to find challenges, and even those were disappointments. He walked away, leaving his little brother to his training as he thought more about his future in this village and with this clan. Chapter 6. Naruto vs. Anko. It had been a couple of months since Naruto met Hinata, and even though he hadn't made any more friends, she was still his best friend. They would play together all the time. They would meet in that park, and once Hinata's mother even brought her over to play. They had played in Naruto's large backyard. It wasn't as big as Hinata's home, not that Naruto would know since he hadn't been there yet, but to him it was huge. Hinata herself was better for having a friend in her life, and she looked forward with her time with Naruto. He was always smiling and making her feel happy. One time an older boy had been picking on her and she was reduced to tears. The next thing she knew, Naruto had tackled the older boy and was beating him up for making her cry. The fight hadn't been that long and the older boy was sent running, but Hinata had never had anyone stand up for her like that. She was thankful for someone to stand up for her like that. Naruto just didn't like to see Hinata cry, and he was bullied himself now and then. But if it was him, he could take it, but not when they went after his friend. Kakashi himself was noticing how sometimes Naruto got into fights with some boys. Sometimes he would find him with a bloody lip or dirt and bruises on his son's body. Nothing major, but he didn't like that fact that other kids were picking on him. Unfortunately, he knew for a fact that the older generation by now all knew or knew enough about Naruto. He caught some people glaring at him, so Kakashi glared back. He didn't want to think what would happen to Naruto if he wasn't around to take care of him. But he kept up Naruto's training, and he had to admit Naruto had a healthy work ethic. He kept on going sometimes until he just dropped. He was kind of proud of that. With some help, he could become a great ninja one day. After all, given who his biological father and adopted father, it was no surprise if Naruto became a legend in his own right. It was king of nice to know that the Hatake name through Naruto would continue on. Besides, with his busy life, he was doubtful that he would find a woman to settle down with and have any more kids. Sure, he went out now and then, but nothing serious. Some were just some women that wanted to unmask him. Not that they ever did. Others wanted to know if the rumors about him were true, although with the rumors that he found out, Kakashi was surprised since he was sure half the things he hadn't tried. Well, tried yet. But now there was another problem. He was being sent on a mission now, and he couldn't find Iruka to see if he could take care of Naruto. He was meeting with the Hokage now to see about the mission, and he had no idea on who to ask to look after Naruto. He wanted to make sure that he was well looked after, of course. He entered into the Hokage's room, bowing slightly. "I'm here, Hokage-sama." "Ah, good, Kakashi. I need you to go out and scout out the border. I've had reports of a group of missing nin that are from Rock that is going around the borders. They stick close by raiding villages and then sneak across into the border of a country that is not on friendly terms with the one they just pillaged. Kakashi nodded. So any pressuring ninjas will have trouble. Say if we went into Cloud territory, they might just attack us using the rogue group as a cover to settle old scores. He had to admit it was dangerous but a cunning plan, plus the fact that he was most likely going to lead ANBU group meant these had to be A-class ninjas or above. This was definitely going to be a bit difficult to do. He was already making some plans on taking with him a backup squad just in case. Before I go, I need the usual favor, he said, and the old man nodded. I take it Irika isn't free this time? The old man said, smoking his pipe. Kakashi nodded. And you know my rule on Guy, no more than 5 days alone with Naruto? Ever. So I need someone trustworthy and can handle things. You remember what happened last year with Naruto? I want to make sure who is left can handle things. That and Naruto, he silently said to himself with all the little tricks he had shown Naruto in the year his son was getting pretty devious and had seemed to like pulling pranks now and then. The Hokage was deep in thought on who to trust. He knew that word that Naruto held the demon had circulated over the years. Thankfully no one had told the younger generation, but still it seemed that certain people were so afraid of the boy they would bend if not break his decree. He was wondering who to trust when the door was slammed open and a very pissed-off Kunoichi walked into the room. The hell is this? Anko demanded, throwing down a letter.
À simple séranque mission?
I didn't bust my ass to make Jornin just to do this, old man. Normally a person in his position would take offense to that, but he only smiled. He knew that Anko wouldn't like that, but honestly it had been the only mission at the time and she was getting restless. I'm sorry, Anko, but there aren't any more. It was either that or I give it to a genin team. This sucks. She sat down with her arms crossed with a pout on her face. She needed some action. She was going stir crazy with nothing to do. Plus she needed to prove herself, that she wasn't some failure, that she had the skills. She then noticed the ANBU with the mask and she felt like she had seen that mask before. But after a while all the ANBU looked alike to her. See something you like? She grinned at him hoping for a reaction. He just shrugged, which only pissed her off. It was then that the Hokage got an idea. Well, Anko, I do have a rank B mission that came in that you might need to handle. Oh, now she was interested and didn't notice how Kakashi suddenly stiffened. It's a bodyguard position. Sounds okay to me, she shrugged. You can't mean Kakashi was about to disagree. He had nothing against her. Hell, he actually respected her. You got something against me? She asked him with a dangerous tone and a glint in her eye that said if he said the wrong thing, she'd cut off his balls and feed them to him. After their first meeting, he had looked up her career now and then and he was pleased with her abilities. Sure, she had some unique personality quirks, but then so did most of the best ninja. He knew at times it was just a coping mechanism. He signed knowing that if anyone could protect Naruto, this woman could do that. But who would protect Naruto from her? Very well, the ANBU will show you the way, Anko. The old man grinned, knowing full well Anko's reaction to her being manipulated into this. Anko followed the ninja through the city. He was pretty quiet, but that was ANBU for you. She followed him to a pretty nice home, traditional style, 2-story home with a large rock wall enclosing the area. A very large backyard was also seen as well. She looked around the place. It was pretty nice and wondered who lived in this home. She got her answer in the form of a rushing blonde boy that latched onto the other ninja. Dad, you're back already? The little boy smiled and Anko's eyes widened. This was the ninja's son? She looked at the young boy, blonde hair, blue eyes that she swore she had never seen on another person, and there were these strange little marks on his face. He looked up curiously at her and she was wondering just what the hell was going on here. Hey Dad, who's the lady? He asked. The man laughed and pulled off his mask, and if Anko was shocked before, now she really was. It was Kakashi. She hadn't seen him since that one mission, and now here she was in his home and meeting his son. Although she remembered that he was adopted, so that was why the little boy looked nothing like him. This is Anko. She's going to be looking after you while I'm gone, Naruto. What? She screamed out. I thought this was a bodyguard duty. It is, you're guarding him. He smiled at her. It's babysitting. I am not a baby, Naruto shouted back at her. Shut it, kid. Make me ugly. What did you call me? You heard me. Kakashi was wondering if he should rethink his position on Guy at this rate. He pulled Anko aside while she screamed bloody murder at Naruto while his son only gave it back right at her. It was kind of funny seeing a jonin arguing with a little boy, but after they were alone she continued on with her ranting. First at him, then at the Hokage, and then at anything that came to mind. Took 15 minutes for her to calm down. You calm now? He asked, leaning against a wall.
No.
You at least going to stop screaming? Yeah. Good. He pushed himself off the wall. Now listen, Anko, this is important. Were you given the file on the QB when you were made jonin? Yeah, it was about how… Oh, him. She realized that it was Naruto that had the demon in him. The file said that the boy had been named Naruto and that he had 6 marks on his face. It went on saying he had been adopted by a ninja, but by who had been blacked out. The only reason Kakashi would ask about that file was if Naruto was the container for that demon. Kakashi nodded, impressed with how fast she got it. Yes, and because of that many view him with fear or hatred. In fact, last year there as an assassination attempt the last time I left for a long mission. So you can understand why I want someone I either trust or someone powerful enough to be trusted with my son's life. Anko looked into his one eye, and she could see he was dead serious about this. He means a lot to you, huh? He may not be of my blood, but in every other sense he's my son. I've watched over him, cared for him. I've seen his first steps, his first words. I've been there for his entire life. I know what it's like to be alone in the world, and I wanted to make sure he never felt that pain. Although I've not done as good a job as I would have liked. She looked at him confused, not knowing that the only people in Naruto's life was the Hokage who visited him now and then, Kakashi, his uncle Guy, Irika, the 2 people that ran his favorite ramen stand, and finally Hinata, his only friend. He wanted more for his son, but with certain adults poisoning the minds of the younger generation, it wasn't easy for Naruto to make friends. Anko wanted to ask a bit more, but the look she saw made her rethink things. She guessed that Naruto did deserve to be protected. Even if he was a brat, he was still just a kid. Fine. But I'm not happy about this, just so you know. I know. Anko, thank you, he told her. They went into the other room and Anko tried to get used to the fact she was going to be a glorified babysitter for the little brat. She looked down at the little blonde, wondering how she got herself roped into this. Later, Kakashi had left for his mission, leaving Anko a few things that she should know about, like Naruto's bedtime, not to feed him sugar and other things. There was a list, she just scanned through it and put it away. She took the time to look around the house. It was kind of nice, although kind of bland. She found a nice training room at least, and it would give her something to do later on. She found Naruto sitting in the living room, coloring and watching some kids' show. She sighed she really didn't want to watch something like that, and as she sat on the couch, she took the remote and changed it. Hey, I was watching that, Naruto said to her. Life is tough, so get used to it, she said offhandedly. Please. He looked up at her with one of those cute little pout. With his large blue eyes and cute little face, most people wouldn't be able to stand to look at that for more than a minute before caving in. And Naruto knew this since he used it on his dad a lot. That is, when his dad knew well enough not to look at him when he tried it. Anko, however, just stared blankly at him and turned to her TV. Sorry, that doesn't work on me, but nice try. Naruto let the face fall. Meanie.
Brat.
Old hag. What did you call me? I'm not even 20 yet. Really? Naruto tilted his head. I thought you were 30. 30? By this time Naruto ran off laughing with a pissed-off Anko hot on his heels with said little boy laughing. Over with Kakashi, he and his group were traveling through the large trees that for some reason were always around in the fire country and a lot of the others. It was odd that how there were so many all over the place, with the exception of the country of wind, given it was a desert. Some thought it might be from people like the first Hokage who with his specialty in using tree type of jutsus, but Kakashi put it aside. His team stopped for a moment to catch their breath and to make plans on where to go to next. He sent Owl and Crane out first while he was with Falcon and Ox. It was odd to always call each other by the mask they wore, but that was ANBU for you. They kept their identities secret from most, although Kakashi was starting to think he might want to go back to being a jonin. Besides, these missions were starting to take a toll. That was the life in ANBU. You did the jobs that most didn't have the stomach for, but the downside was what it did to you. You could only do this for so long before it destroyed you. Images of his father suddenly got into his head, and he quickly put that away. That was another reason he was thinking of getting out of this. He had enough saved up now, and going back to Jonin pay he would be able to handle, and Naruto was older now. He didn't want to end up like his dad and leave Naruto alone in the world like he had been. He sighed, hoping that Anko and Naruto were getting along. "Area, you all right?" Ox asked him. "Just worried about my son is all. I hope he isn't causing too much trouble." What could a kid possibly do? Kakashi actually laughed a bit at that. He picks things up fast. He's already getting good at the basic taijutsu skills, and I've been teaching him a few other things like lock-picking and how to get out of ropes. Ox looked at him for a moment. Why would you teach a kid that? He just shrugged. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Hataki home. Now then, you just keep here and I'll let you go after an hour, Anko said, standing up and wiping her brow. "Let me go, you big meanie," Naruto yelled out, who was at this time tied to a chair. "And to complete it," she gagged him lightly as he glared up at her. "Hey, be thankful I'm not into spanking, plus I've been known to do a hell of a lot worse, kid." She gave him one of those grins she reserved to scare the crap out of people, and it seemed to work well on bratty kids too. "There now, just let Auntie Anko have 1 hour of peace and quiet," she said, and closed the door. She didn't get 2 feet when the sounds of thumping and thrashing was heard. She sighed and rolled her eyes. "I should get paid more for this," she muttered. Anko was finally enjoying the quiet. She was on the couch just watching the TV and zoning out. It was half an hour later that she suddenly realized something. It was quiet, too quiet. In fact, the muffled sounds of Naruto were suddenly gone. Now she got a very bad feeling about this and carefully got up and went to the room she left him in. She opened the door a bit and looked in. Her eyes widened at the sight of the empty chair and ropes on the floor. She burst into the room. How the hell did dash wham? Anko felt something hit her head. She had been so surprised she let her guard down, and a small sack of flour that had been rigged to the door hit her on the head. She was now white as a ghost with a large vein on her head. That little brat as dead. Sounds of laughter and running feet told her where the soon-to-be dead boy was. She ran after him and saw him take a corner. She was going to make sure the little brat stayed in place and raised one of her arms. From under her trench coat, a long green snake shot out. She saw it go after the boy and take the same corner. Then she heard lots of snapping noises and she stopped dead in her tracks. She knew by now that Naruto had a tendency for traps, and she wasn't going to fall into another one. She pressed herself up against the wall and carefully looked around it. Her jaw dropped at the sight of the hallway covered in mouse traps on the floor. She saw her snake was caught in several of them before it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. It's not possible. It just isn't. Me, the great Anko Mitarashi, who was trained under that snake bastard Orochimaru, who scares the crap out of seasoned jonins, is getting her ass kicked by a damn toddler, she screamed in her mind. If this got out, she would be a laughingstock, so she resolved that this kid was going down and hard. Naruto had been hiding for the past 10 minutes and was getting bored. The crazy lady didn't seem to be following him. He was hiding out in the laundry room under a pile of clothes, thinking she wouldn't want to check in the dirty pile. But he was getting bored with this now. Although she was crazy, she was kind of fun too. He never had an adult like this. His dad could ground him, and Uncle Guy usually didn't have it in him to play on Naruto's level. Meaning Naruto liked to do anything to win, and Guy was a bit too straightforward. Anko, however, seemed to be like him. She would do whatever it took to win. So now, FLOY bored out of his mind, Naruto decided to take the fight back to her. He started to sneak to his room where he put supplies for this and hoped that the crazy lady wouldn't find him. He didn't see anyone, so when he got to his room, he felt he was safe. He opened his door, and another sack of flour fell, only now hitting him. Ah, what the? Laughing was heard, and he spun around to see Anko there. She still had flour over her body but was mostly cleaned up. She stood there laughing at him. Serves you right, brat. How do you like a taste of your own medicine? Naruto scowled but then grinned. This was going to be more fun than he thought. Good, but you know I have to get even now, right, crazy lady? Anko got a grin on her face that most people would be creeped out by. Oh, you think you can take me on, brat? Naruto responded by quickly closing his door. Anko took only 3 large steps to get to it, and when she got in, she saw Naruto dive under his bed. She put her hands on her hips, actually disappointed. Come on, I thought you could think better than that. She waited for him to come out but lost patience after 30 seconds. Come on out already. No answer. Okay, then we do it the fun way. She took the bed and lifted it up and frowned at the fact no one was under the small bed. She then noticed that the panel that was on the wall was removed. The little boy had an escape route, most likely from Kakashi, to ensure Naruto had an escape route if the house was ever attacked. Well, damn, Anko said, lowering the bed. Looks like the fun was going to continue. Well, despite everything she had to admit, this was anything but boring. Naruto was trying to make his way as quietly as he could through the house. Thankfully, he knew the home better than Anko did and knew all the great hiding spots with his games of hide and seek with Hinata. He managed to get into the backyard and decided to make a run for the really big tree and hide out there for a bit. He only made it 5 feet from the door when a spray of really cold water hit him. When he stopped, he glared up to the roof where Anko was with the hose. Point for me, brat. Naruto grinned at her, and the rest of the day went on like this, with the two of them going in an all-out war to one-up the other. Anko got in a few good shots. She once managed to pin him to a wall with her kunai through the edges of his shirt. Only when she took her eyes off him, he slipped out of his shirt and ran off. Naruto then got her back with greasing part of a floor, so when she chased him, she slipped and crashed into a wall. Naruto ended up running form snakes, kunai, and a few low-level fire attacks, but he gave it back just as much as he could. By now, Naruto broke out his water guns and had soaked Anko in water that had ice in the tank, so it was really, really cold. The outcry she gave was well worth it when he lost one of his guns in fleeing. Anko picked it up and the two ended up in a water fight in the backyard. Both of them were wet, muddy, and covered in various things such as flour, sugar, feathers, and paint. Both of them, by the time the sun was going down, were laying on the ground panting, feeling very tired, sore in some areas, and just overall drained. Anko couldn't believe she felt so drained by just a kid. She usually only felt like this during extreme training sessions. Naruto was looking up at the darkening sky with a large smile on his face. Despite everything, it had been really fun. So, who won? Anko couldn't take it anymore. Here she was a jonin and had spent most of the day going around chasing a kid like she was a kid herself, and he thought it all a game. Truth was, she never had much of a childhood and she never really got to play much as a child, and she found that she had fun herself. It was a total surprise for her, but she actually had fun. It was so twisted that to her it actually made sense. It might not for most others, but for her it did. Don't know and don't care. Come on. We need to clean up and then I can order some food. Can we have ramen? He asked. As long as I can have some dango too. What's dango? She looked shocked at the boy as they got up, and then she smiled. I've got so much to teach you about the finer things in life, and dango is at the top of the list to me. That night, Naruto woke up. It was late in the night by what the clock said. He yawed and felt his dry throat. He knew he couldn't sleep with it like this and grumbled as he got out of bed. He pushed the covers and, grabbing his stuffed fox, Mr. Foxy, he went into the halls. He went for the bathroom, rubbing his eye. It was dark, but he knew his home very well by now. Then he stopped hearing something. He moved to his dad's room where the Anko lady was sleeping. He pushed the door open a bit and looked inside. Anko was on the bed but was tossing and turning and muttering to herself. Naruto knew it was a nightmare. He had seen his dad have a few as well, but his dad never liked to talk about them. So young Naruto climbed into his dad's bed and shook the woman awake. Hey, crazy lady, wake up. He froze as she shot up and pressed a kunai to his throat. He froze in that instant, and the look in her eyes were of a cold killer. But she realized what was going on. Her eyes widened, and she quickly dropped the weapon away. Oh God, kid, I'm sorry. Naruto was still a bit scared but put it away. Ever since that day the two ninjas had tried to kill him, he promised not to be scared again. He noticed how sad she looked for a moment looking at the wall in front of her. "Bad dream, huh?" he asked. Anko nodded her head. She didn't want to tell him what exactly. She could barely remember them anyway, but it was all the same. The darkness, the cries of pain, horrible images. People twisted around into horrible images, pain. But she remembered the darkness, the loneliness the most. She noticed the kid was still there in his orange PJs looking at her. "What? You want Mr. Foxy to sleep with?" he asked honestly, like it was the answer to her problems. "Huh?" She looked confused. He handed her a stuffed fox. "This is Mr. Foxy. He's my favorite toy. I always sleep with him, and when I get nightmares I hug him tightly. I even give him to my dad when he gets nightmares too." Anko had to grin at how strange it all was. She wasn't sure what was more funny. A child trying to console her on things he couldn't possibly understand, or the thought of the great Sharingan Kakashi slept with a stuffed fox when he had nightmares. She tried not to laugh at that image, but it was pretty funny. What is with this family? Do they go around trying to make others feel better, or just me? She thought to herself, remembering how Kakashi had talked to her a year ago. It was a long time, but she still remembered that night. She looked down at the kid and smiled. Not one of her smiles she used to scare people, but one of her rare and true smiles. "Thanks, brat." He smiled up at her since she didn't mean the word in anger, but had said it in a gentle tone. "Night, crazy lady." He jumped off, going to get his drink of water. Anko snorted and shook her head, trying not to laugh. She flopped back onto the bed, looking at the toy. It looked well-worn and some repair jobs to it, obviously something that was cared for a long time. She decided after everything maybe she liked the kid after all. Sure, he could be a bit of a brat, but she couldn't remember the last time she had been pushed like that, and she actually had fun. "You're certainly a strange one, Naruto, but I'll admit this. You make things interesting." Chapter 7. Naruto's birthday. Kakashi made it home later, over a week later than he had left. He had just came from the hospital and he felt like hell. The mission had been bad, he lost people got hurt, they got the missing Nins, but the price was high. He had a small stab wound that had been patched up, and a cut on his leg that he knew would be giving him problems for a few days at least. He walked inside and found himself in the living room. He landed on the couch, putting his wolf mask on the table, and sighed, feeling like his body was nothing but lead weights. He closed his eyes, just happy to be home. "I can't keep doing this. It's killing me," he thought to himself. "I think it's time to quit ANBU. If I keep on doing this, it will ruin me. I miss the life of a jonin. Sure, ANBU is great status, but I don't think I can keep this up much longer. I don't want to be just an empty shell for Naruto later on in life. I want to enjoy his life." He had seen how some people who had cut out all emotion just to keep sane sometimes, and he didn't want that. He knew that this was it, this was the last mission as an ANBU. He just wanted to sleep, but the blood and screams came out of the darkness and wouldn't leave him alone. He suddenly felt a presence behind him, and he jumped up and spun, pulling out a kunai. "Whoa there, easy one eye," Anko said to him. He relaxed, seeing her. "Sorry?" "Hey, it's okay, we've all been there," she said, seeing him jumpy like that. She guessed he was still wound up from a mission. That was one of the risks with high-level missions. Sometimes you can be jumpy for hours, days, or even a week after it. She sat down across from him, taking in a look. He had cuts on his uniform, dirt and blood. Lots of blood, and from the looks of it, not all of it was his. "You look like hell," she said with a forced small smile. "I feel like hell," he sighed. "How bad?" "Very bad. Lost 2 people, a few more wounded. One lost his leg. His career as a ninja is over." Anko winced at that. There was only one thing worse for a ninja than death, and that was not being a ninja. To get wounded like that was the worst thing that could happen. You spend your life doing something, and then in a moment it's taken from you. "I'm through." "What?" she asked, surprised. "I'm going back to being a jonin. This was it for me. I'm tired of the life. I want to be there for Naruto, and being a jonin will let me do that." He looked at her now. "So how is he?" Anko smiled a bit. "Well, we got off to a rocky start. But the brat is okay as long as you know how to handle him. I have no idea where he gets the energy." She sighed, feeling drained. "You gave him lots of sugar today, didn't you?" He smirked, seeing her tired nod. I told you not to do that, he's got enough energy as it is. You add in a sugar rush and it's like 10 times worse. You wouldn't believe what I had to go through the first time it happened. Oh, trust me, I would. How the hell can a kid be that hyperactive? She asked him, and he only gave out a laugh. It was good to laugh after all of this, and he felt a bit better for it. Anko just smirked at him, knowing that he needed to do that as well. Besides that, I actually had some fun with the little whirlwind of chaos. That Hyuga girl came by a few times and they played too. Never knew he was friends with one of them. He nodded his head at that, glad to hear things were going well. Yes, that would be Hinata, Hayashi Hyuga's daughter. Well, you mean head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi? Anko said, surprised, and saw his nod. Damn. Never seen the guy in person, at least I don't think I did. Some guy named Hisashi dropped him off. She stopped as he started to laugh again. What? Hisashi is Hisashi's twin younger brother. How did you not know who is who? Now she was getting a bit pissed. Hey, it's not my damn fault. They all look the same to me, all with long hair, same eyes, same style of dress. It's like they're all freaking clones or something. She crossed her arms and looked away, feeling a little embarrassed, but didn't show it. Well, at any rate, glad there were no problems. Although I really think I'll sleep now. Well, I guess it's my time to leave since you're here. She went to get up, feeling tired. She had to live an hour walk away too. She didn't like the idea of walking all that way at this time of the night. You can stay here, Kakashi told her, and she looked at him surprised. I'm not going to let you go at this hour, and besides I think Naruto would want to say goodbye in the morning. So where are you sleeping? She smirked and put her hands on her hips. I've been using your bed and I'm not giving it up. Don't worry, I don't think I can move from this spot. The couch is fine. He laid himself down and he was already feeling like he was about to pass out. Anko smiled seeing him like that and went to her room, but then stopped. She waited for a few minutes and then silently snuck back. She could see he was passed out and it was just too good a chance. She had to see what was under that mask. She gently went to the couch and slowly started to put her hand to the mask. She held her breath and was just about there when his hand shot up and grabbed her wrist. She jumped but stayed silent. Okay, fine, you can stop faking. Kakashi. Hey, this isn't funny. Then she heard a slight snore and the hand dropped. Her eyes widened by the fact that he was still asleep. He grabbed her hand out of reflex, which was impressive, if not a bit creepy that he knew how to do that. She would try again but figured to just cut her losses. She would find a way to get that mask one day and see what the big deal was with it. She checked to see that Naruto was still asleep and was tempted to get his stuffed toy and place with Kakashi and take a photo. Too bad she didn't bring a camera. Oh well, always something to do later. She got to the bed and fell asleep pretty fast. Naruto wore her out that day. She woke up to the sun blinding her and groaned, rolling over and pulling the covers over her head. God, just let me sleep in, she muttered, trying to go back to sleep. Unfortunately, she was one of those people that had a hard time going back to sleep once she woke up. She tried for 15 minutes and failing that side and went to go and get some coffee. She was on her way when she noticed the couch was empty and the wolf mask still on the table. She arced an eyebrow at that and took a look into the kitchen. I wonder where he is? She thought, but then remembered his bloody and torn uniform and the fact he had only just got back from a mission. He might be in the bathroom taking a shower or something. I doubt he wants the kid to see him all bloody like that. She started the coffee, and after starting her own breakfast, she felt someone walk in behind her. She quickly glanced behind her and saw it was Kakashi. She had to admit she didn't even hear him. He was in loose pants and a t-shirt, but still had on that damn mask and kept his left eye closed. Morning. Morning. He sighed, sitting down, feeling all the physical pains of the mission settling in. May, don't you look all domestic? He just barely managed to dodge a kitchen knife that had been thrown at him, although he guessed if she meant it, she wouldn't have missed. Got the warning? She asked, and he nodded. Good. 'Cause there is no way in hell I'm domestic in any way. Got it, Cyclopes? Soon after that, Kakashi was helping out since it was a long time since he had a decent meal. Ration bars were not the best tasting food, plus he wanted to make some ramen for Naruto. He always made it when he came back from a mission, and he knew this would make Naruto's morning. It wasn't long after that said blonde boy was walking into the room rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Mornin'. Hey there, son." Naruto's eyes widened at Kakashi's smiling masked face. "Daddy!" He ran over hugging the man's legs. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair a bit, so glad to see him again. Anko was looking at the scene, and even she had to smile at the sight. She could barely remember her own family as a child, but what she could remember was that she had been happy back then. It seemed like another lifetime ago to her, but she could see just how much the two of them meant to the other. She watched at Kakashi, one of the most feared ninjas to others outside of their village, a prodigy child that was a legend, act like a normal dad in front of her. She wasn't sure if it spoiled the illusion that many built up around him, but to her it just made him seem more human. They ate breakfast together, which was weird since she always ate alone in her place. Even the few times she had some male company over for the night, she usually either kicked out of bed that night or in the morning. She had figured she wasn't the type to get involved in relationships, they just complicated things. Although a small part of her did feel kind of nice like this, she almost felt like a normal person again. Just sitting here having breakfast with a loud, energetic kid. His laid-back father as he listened to everything his son said with interests. It was kind of surreal for her to find herself like this, but she enjoyed it. After breakfast, she got ready and was about to leave when Naruto walked up to her. "Hey, you think you can come again sometime?" She could see his hopeful expression, and truth was she liked the kid. "I think so." He smiled even brightly. "Cool. My birthday is next month, you want to come?" "I don't know." She was never one for that kind of thing. "Well, I hope you do," Kakashi said, coming around a corner. "Naruto seems to have taken a liking to you, and the more the better, right, Naruto?" "Yeah." He grinned up at her and she shrugged her shoulders. "Tell you what, if I'm not busy, I'll stop by." "Cool. Thanks, Anko, I hope you come." Naruto took off running, happy that someone else might actually show up for his birthday for once. It was nice and all with his dad, but other kids got to have friends over, and so far he only had Hinata and Guy and Irika. He hoped Anko would show up, besides she was fun. "Auntie Anko?" She looked to Kakashi. You've really made an impression on him. He doesn't usually hand out his little titles like that to just anyone. Looks like he really likes having you around." He smiled at her. She gave a small grunt and turned to leave, although she didn't show it. It was kind of nice to know that. Naruto's birthday. Naruto woke up that morning, and after getting fully awake, he suddenly realized what today was. He jumped up and changed and ran into the kitchen where Kakashi was there with a breakfast all ready for him. Naruto jumped up and started to dig in right away. "Slow down, son," Kakashi smiled. "Sorry, Dad, but it's my birthday, and this is going to be the best one." He couldn't wait. For the first time in a long time, he was going to have more people than ever. Hinata was supposed to come, Irika was coming, the old man with the robes. Guy said he'd show up, and he hoped Anko would too. "Well, since it's your birthday, I think you can skip training today." "Aw, do I have to?" Kakashi was surprised by this. "You actually want to train today?" "Yeah, how else will I get to be a great ninja?" Kakashi smiled as he pulled down his mask to eat. It was one of the few times he actually took the time to eat slowly when he was alone with Naruto. He was also happy that Naruto had that kind of work ethic, although it seemed that Naruto seemed to equate training to fun for some reason. "Okay, then after this we'll train for a bit, then the others should be here after." Naruto jumped up with a shout, and Kakashi had to laugh. There was no doubt that Naruto was the most spirited boy on the planet, and he was glad to have taken him in. Later that day, Hinata Hyuga was walking towards Naruto's home with her gift. She hoped that Naruto would like it, and was a little worried he might not after all. This was the first gift she got for a friend. Thankfully, the presence of her mother beside her was comforting. "Now you be a good guest, okay?" her mother asked gently, and she nodded her head. They arrived at the Hatake home and were welcomed in by an energetic Naruto who was happy to see his friend. He grabbed her hand and led her side, glad to start things out. Her mother only smiled a little at the scene and walked in. She found Kakashi there with a young man with a scar over his face. "Ah, glad for you to show up," Kakashi smiled. At least she figured he was with that mask on. This is Iruka. He looks after Naruto sometimes and I think is like a surrogate big brother to him. Iruka looked a little embarrassed by that. It's nothing really. I got no family of my own and Naruto is. Well, he takes a little getting used to, but he's pretty fun to hang out with and I got to admit he's never boring. She nodded her head. Yes, I've noticed that myself. As the two children were playing, a little other guests showed up. First came in Guy, who got a nice welcome from Naruto and an impassive one from Kakashi. This led to Guy telling how Kakashi's attitude was always so hip and cool, all the time while he showed off his fires of youth. Kakashi just responded by asking if he had said something making the other ninja face fault. In all honesty, Kakashi just tried to tune Guy out when he got on a roll, but he knew exactly what he was going on about. He just did this because it was fun to tease Guy like that. The next guest was someone that the Hyuga matriarch was surprised to see, but the Hokage himself. He came in with his usual white robes and smiling as Kakashi welcomed him inside of the home. She was still composing herself, not expecting to see him there. She had no idea that Naruto knew the Hokage personally. "Hey, old man," Naruto yelled out, running over to him. She thought that the Hokage would scold the young boy, but he actually smiled. "Hello there, Naruto, how are you doing today?" he asked, bending down a little. "Great. This is going to be the best birthday ever." He smiled broadly at him. "They have a special relationship," Kakashi whispered to Hinata's mother, who was surprised that the man suck up on her like that. He can get away with calling him that, but to him it's actually an honorary title that he gave out. Like with Guy, who he called uncle, and Iruka, I've sometimes heard him call him big brother at times as well. It's his way of showing special affection to those close to him. She nodded her head in understanding now. It wasn't long until another guest showed up. A very sexily dressed young woman who she later learned was Anko. Now she understood why her brother's twin, when he came back one day, was muttering about unseemly female ninjas. Anko wore things that no Hyuga would dare be seen out in public, and she really didn't like the idea of her only daughter exposed to such things at such a young age. But it was Naruto's birthday and she wouldn't ruin it. "Ah, Kakashi, I must admit, when I heard you were back as a Jonin, I was glad to hear it." Guy smiled at him. "Finally, I can truly test myself against the mighty Kakashi, as who is the best Jonin in all of Koona." "What are you getting at, Guy?" he asked, confused. "Simple, I hear you are the best, and I want to beat you in a challenge of my choosing." "Sorry, not interested." Naruto heard this and got an idea on how to get his dad to go along with it. "Dad, are you saying that you can't beat Uncle Guy? Then maybe the flames of youth are stronger, and I should train myself with the power of youth on my side." "That's the spirit, Naruto." Guy gave him the thumbs-up pose. Kakashi's visible eye twitched at this. He spent all that time taking away all of Guy's influence on his son. There was no way he was going to let Guy poison his son's mind with that power of youth crap. He started to walk to the backyard and yanked on Guy's shirt, hauling him with him. "Come on and let's get this over with," Kakashi grumbled. Naruto grinned at that, but then he noticed the Hokage and walked over to him. "Hey, old man, I hear that you're the Hokage, right? Does that make you the strongest ninja in the village?" He regarded the young boy. "Yes, Naruto, I suppose I am." "Then one day I'll be as strong as you know, stronger than you. I'll be the strongest of all time." "And why is that, Naruto?" Naruto smiled up at him, but his eyes were more serious, as though they burned with a purpose. "'Cause one day, I'll be Hokage too." "Why do you want to be Hokage, Naruto?" Naruto thought about it. "Back when the scary man took me, Uncle Guy saved me. I couldn't do anything, but he saved me. He goes out there and protects the people of this village just like my dad and Anko and Iruka. They all protect people and, well, I want to protect people too. I want to make sure nothing bad happens to them, so I'll become the strongest there is to make sure of it." He was actually surprised by the young boy's statement. So much like his father. "Minato, you should be proud of your son." The party went on after that, and Naruto had an idea. He had told Hinata about this, but he actually wanted to show her for once. Besides, it was really cool and neat thing that his dad could do. "Hey Dad, can you let out Pakin and the others?" Kakashi looked down to see Naruto with Hinata. "You want them here?" "Yeah, I told Hinata that you can summon ninja dogs that talk and stuff. Besides, I haven't seen them in a long time." Naruto looked up, giving Kakashi a large blue-eyed look. Normally Kakashi would only use his ninja dogs for tracking, although he did use them from time to look out for Naruto. Plus the dogs liked him, and he was afraid they might spoil him sometimes, but when he would only be away for the day, usually he trusted them to look out for him. Besides, it was his birthday, so he figured they would want to come out for today anyway. "All right then, Naruto," he said to the happy little boy. He pulled out a kunai and a small cut on his thumb. He noticed Hinata gasp at this, covering her mouth. "Sorry, summons like this need blood." He went through the hand seals, molding his chakra. Sometimes he needed a scroll to do this, if he needed them for a battle, but when he wasn't in a rush he could use the longer method. He was sure that, with enough practice, he could pull this off whenever he wanted to. He just never had much need to call them out before Naruto came around. Finally he was finished. Summoning jutsu. He slammed his hand onto the ground, and in a big puff of smoke stood 8 dogs in blue clothing with strange childlike drawings of faces on the backs, along with bits and pieces of other clothing. There was everything from Bull, the huge bulldog, to the smallest but most intelligent of his dogs, Pakin, a small pug who always seemed to have a depressed look on his face. He once asked about that, and Pakin had just said that this was just his normal face. Hinata's eyes were large at the sight of the dogs, and the small one came up to Naruto as he bent down to it. "Hey Pakin." Naruto, how is it going?" the dog said in a surprisingly deep voice. "Great, it's my birthday and I wanted you to meet my friend Hinata. Hey Hinata, come and say hello." Hinata walked a little nervously over to the dogs. They looked at her curiously, and a large one, white one with small shades on, started to sniff her a bit. She went rigid at this, not sure what to do. The little one came up to her. "Don't mind him. He's just checking you out. But it's nice to meet a friend of Naruto's." "Yep, she's my very best friend," Naruto said, smiling, making the young girl blush as she fidgeted with her fingers, as was her nervous habit. "Hey, can she touch your paw? He's got like the best paws, they're super soft and stuff." Pakin was glad to finally find someone who appreciated that. Kakashi never did, that was for sure, so he raised his paw up to the shy girl. She took a timid step before reaching down to the dog and felt it. She was surprised that it was super soft. "TT, that's really nice, Kakin-san." Finally, people are appreciating this. They have no idea how hard it is for dogs to keep their paws like that, he thought to himself. "Hey, you guys want to play?" Naruto asked. At that, all the dogs looked eager. Naruto liked to play with them, and since they only got called out for missions, this was always a nice break from it all. Kakashi smiled at the scene as the 2 children began to play with his summon animals. He was thinking of one day showing Naruto that, after all, if he could summon his dogs, it would help things out. You didn't even need a contract with them, since they were part of the family in a way. He was taught this by his father, so it was only fitting to teach Naruto. Plus, he would feel a bit better knowing Naruto had them for backup at times. Irika was standing there smiling, seeing the 2 kids. Somehow Naruto managed to convince Hinata to get on the large bulldog's back as the 2 kids rode around on him. Thankfully, he wasn't going very fast, but Hinata was holding on to Naruto very tightly and blushing bright red on her face too. "He's a very happy kid. I've never known anyone like him." Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, that he is. The boy is certainly surprising." The Hokage smiled with his pipe in hand. He could see the fire that burned inside of Naruto. If properly cultivated, he could go very far in the ninja world. He cast a look at Kakashi. He was sorry to miss such a promising ANBU, although Itachi was making very good progress filling in the role. But he knew what happens when an ANBU burns out. It wasn't pretty, and he could see that Kakashi wanted to get out before that happened. Still, besides that, he had to admit that Kakashi had changed a bit since taking in Naruto. Sure, he was still late, but not as much, and a few times he actually showed up only 5 minutes late. He still visited the monument to pay his respects, but didn't spend hours there since he had to take care of Naruto. He also noticed that Kakashi had been actually happier. It was subtle, but the old man knew what to look for, and he could see the change in the young man. He cast a look to Anko, who was talking with the Hyuga matriarch, and who was trying to keep on her proper mask while Anko was trying her best to crack that mask. By the looks of it, she was giving one of her in-depth stories, either about something that would turn stomachs or make someone blush bright red. Even he had to admit she seemed a bit better knowing Naruto. It seemed that Naruto had the ability to touch the hearts and minds of those he came into contact with. He smiled at that. It was definitely something he would need if he truly did want to become Hokage. A frown slipped into his face then, remembering all the things that had happened to the boy, accidents and other things. It was a good thing that only rumors surrounded the boy and nothing concrete, although there were members of the council that still felt that the public had a right to know if the seal were ever broken. It was silly, of course, that seal couldn't be just broken like a twig, but still others were afraid. He was afraid what would happen if the truth finally did come out. He knew there were those that would stand by Naruto, but he was worried. Already he heard of how children were warned away from him, and if that came out, then what would they think if their parents started to outright call him a demon and monster? He didn't like it, not at all. After some playing, which Naruto managed to get Irika involved in a little, it was time for Naruto's presents. His face lit up at the different colored boxes. He picked up one from Hinata first. He opened it up and found a kimono that fit him. It was all orange and black, his favorite colors. There was a headband too, and there was even a new toy in there. Cool. Thanks, Hinata. Hinata smiled, glad that he liked it. He put aside the clothing except for the headband that he put on. From Irika he got a book on ninjas, which he was eager to learn from. His dad gave him some new training clothing and blunted kunai set, telling him he was ready for weapons training with him. Naruto was eager to try them out the next day. From the Hokage he got a couple of cool toys. Guy gave him a few leg and arm weights for his training. He was going to give Naruto another green jumpsuit, but Kakashi had told him beforehand if he ever tried to give Naruto one of those again he would use his Sharingan. Last was Anko, who handed him a box. Wasn't sure what to get you, brat, but I think you may like it, she told him. Naruto opened it up and saw a few things in there. He pulled out a mask. In fact, the box held at least 4 sets of the same mask. They were all black but had 3 orange slash marks that looked like his whisker marks on his face. Naruto's eyes lit up and put it on. Now with the mask and headband, he looked like a smaller and blonder version of Kakashi. Kakashi smiled at the sight of it, as Naruto smiled back at him, mimicking his dad's smile with how his eyes closed. Great, now there are 2 of them, Irika grinned, shaking his head. You got a problem with my gift, Scarboy? Anko said dangerously, and he immediately jumped back from the Jonin. She only gave him a wicked grin that sent shivers down his spine, and not in the good way. Thanks, Auntie Anko, this is cool. Naruto thought it really was. With the headband and now his very own masks, he looked a lot like his dad now. He wanted to become just as powerful as his dad, even more so. He wanted to make sure that all the people that were precious to him were safe, and he would train hard to do that. Today had been the best birthday ever, and he went off to play ninja with Hinata, as they had the ninja dogs to help out as well. Chapter 8. New Kids. Deep in the depths of the village, in an old facility that was once used as the training facility for the once powerful organization Root, a group that was the birthplace of ANBU. Although their methods were seen by many as inhumane and repulsive despite the results they got in how many elite ninja they created. And it was none other than the 3rd Hokage that put an end to Root, as many of its members were put into disgrace, especially their leader, a man only known as Danzo. He was an older man who was crippled years ago. His leg was shattered and he could barely move it anymore without a cane. Then there was the fact that his arm hung uselessly in his robe and half his face was hidden by the bandages, and yet despite that he never seemed to care about how his body was mangled. In fact, he still had a commanding presence, and those that underestimated him soon found out that was the last mistake they would make. Currently, he was overlooking one of the few training areas that were kept in shape. Despite how the place was falling apart because of how little resources they had and personnel that were still loyal to Root, the place was a shadow of its former glory. Dirt piled up, whole areas were no longer in use. The place was depressing and cold feeling to it all, but that didn't matter to those that worked here. They were Root, and such little things like that mattered little to those that saw themselves as true shinobi. Danzo was on a balcony looking as a few of the youths that he still had were put through their training. It was brutal as always, with no mercy shown, and any hint of emotion was punished. A true ninja had no emotions, as they only got in the way. That was the way of Root. It's been a long time, Fugaku, Danzo said, feeling the presence of the Uchiha leader coming up behind him. Sharp as ever I see, the man said with little emotion as he looked down at the training. The boys and girls were pale from lack of sun, and a few looked like they were about to drop dead. But that mattered little to him. This was not his affair. I've been wondering why you've ignored my request to get rid of the boy. The boy is a possible danger of that, I agree with you, however. He could also be a powerful weapon in the right hands. The Uchiha gave him a calculating look. Is that why you refused to help me get rid of him all those years ago? Danzo said nothing for a bit. Yes, you were too hasty. If the boy does prove to be a danger, well, I have plans for that. I can already see that one of my students will be the most powerful of this generation, and if need be, I'll send him against any who are a threat to this village. As for the boy, can you honestly say that a ninja with the power of that fox under the control of this village would be such a bad thing? Image just how powerful he could become. That's one of the things I fear, that he'll be too powerful one day. Fear? Or is it that your pride will refuse anyone that is stronger than an Uchiha? The crippled asked and saw the other man's eyes close slightly in anger. Somehow I doubt that you'll get your hands on the boy. His father is not easily killed, and he has the protection of the Hokage as well as other jonins. Even that bitch of a student of Orochimaru seems to take a shine to the boy. Fugaku had never liked Anko Mitarashi. He didn't trust her given who her sensei was and the fact that she had embarrassed his clan with how easily she defeated one of his better ninjas in the Chunin exams. It had been a humiliating defeat for the boy, and not only his pride but the pride of his clan had been shamed in front of the entire village and of others. Yes, that is a shame. I'm surprised how those fools you have aligned with got so close those years ago with the two missing Nins. Uchiha nodded. So was I. They used a lot of resources to ensure that no other ninja was in the area at the time and had agents in place to make sure no one interfered. They should have hired better men. Danzo looked to see one of the students drop, and he felt disappointment. He had thought that one would last at least a few more hours as the boy was dragged away. The other didn't stop or even look. They knew they would be punished if they did. Yes, well, the past is the past, and I'm telling you now, the boy could be an asset, just give it time. After all, you might be surprised by what the boy, Danzo said, and then turned and left. Fugaku knew he was being dismissed, and he only got two things out of this. He knew that Danzo wouldn't be an ally, but he got the impression that he wouldn't interfere either. He walked back to his home as he thought about the boy. There was a grain of truth that the boy could be a powerful weapon one day, but that was only if they could control him, and he doubted that. He would have to wait for the opportunity to show itself, when the boy showed the danger he could be. Then there was the other matter of his oldest son. He just couldn't understand him anymore. He was more and more distant with each day, and he couldn't figure it out. His oldest son was the pride of the clan, a testament to how great their clan was, and yet he didn't seem to care, and that worried the clan head. He honestly had no idea what to do with this son. He could only hope that he could figure something out. He felt a shadow looming over his son, like something horrible was going to happen either to him or because of him. He couldn't shake this feeling, and that truly was something that kept him up late at night. Park. Naruto was in the park with Hinata again, and Naruto was talking about the training his dad was putting him through. He was just now starting on his chakra exercises, although he was having some trouble with that. But he just put it off as it was just because it was new to him. He couldn't wait to enter the academy and start his training to be a real ninja like his dad and the others. There was one downside. Irika had told him that he would be teaching now and wouldn't be able to look after him like he used to. Apparently he had been trying to get a job at teaching and had been taking courses and stuff as well as being an assistant teacher. It kind of made Naruto a bit sad knowing that he wouldn't be able to look after him like he used to, but Irika had promised to still see him when he got the chance. He also promised to take Naruto out for ramen the next time he could, which in Naruto's young mind made up for a lot. One of the things he started to do these days was wear his new mask that Anko gave him for his birthday a few months back all the time like his dad. Although he still had to take it off to eat and stuff, but his dad told him that eventually he would teach him how to eat without anyone seeing him take it off, and even now to make a genjutsu to make it look like the mask was still on and just eat normally, although to those around it would look like the food was just going through the mask. So Hinata, you excited? He asked her. Huh. You said that your mom is going to have another kid, right? Hinata nodded her head. A couple of months ago she told her about it. Hinata was actually excited about this. She would have a baby brother or sister and she couldn't wait. Although she wasn't sure how babies were born, but her mother told her a few things about how babies grew inside of the mother. At any rate, Hinata was happy that her family was growing. "I bet you're going to be a great big sister," Naruto said, smiling. She blushed a bit. Thank you, Naruto-kun." It was then that they heard the yelling, and both young children looked to see a group of kids their own age that were being picked on by a few older boys. Naruto glared at the scene. He had to deal with bullies himself, and so he had a real hatred for that kind of thing. To him, bullies got whatever came to them, and he also couldn't just sit by and watch this or let it happen. "Hold on, Hinata, looks like we're going to have to wait a bit to play." Hinata's eyes grew as he walked off to the group. She looked around but didn't see any adults around, and she was worried that Naruto would get hurt, and she didn't want to see him hurt. The kids in question were 2 boys and 2 girls. Of the girls, there was a young blonde with short hair named Ino Yamanaka, who was with her friend in red with pink hair, Sakura Hanero. There were 2 other boys as well, a slightly pudgy kid who was eating named Choji Akimichi, and finally a lazy kid that was just looking up at the sky named Shikamaru Nara. The other older kids were just picking on the kids that they had seen, although Sakura was still shy and insecure. Ino, however, was angry that some stupid kids were picking on them just because they were older. "What's your problems?" Ino yelled out at them. "Your ugly face, blondie. And maybe with the girl with the freakish forehead there. Man, did you get hit by the ugly stick or something?" Sakura was very sensitive about her looks, especially her forehead. She did kind of have a slightly larger one, and all the kids would make fun of it. It wasn't until Ino came along and became her friend and helped her through her insecurities a bit. Also, she started to make more friends lately, although she was still learning to have more self-confidence like Ino. Hearing those words hurt like hell, and she felt the sting of tears in her eyes at the moment. "You guys are so troublesome," Shikamaru sighed. He was just trying to watch some clouds. He didn't even want to go to the park. It was always too noisy, and there were too many trees that got in the way of all the good cloud-watching spots. The only reason he was here was because his dad wanted him to spend time with Ino and Choji. Choji he didn't mind, he was a good friend, but Ino on the other hand was very bossy, and he already had one bossy female in his life. The last thing he needed was someone like his mother, but she was the daughter of his father's best friend and teammate. When he got here, there was that pink-haired girl Sakura that Ino had been hanging out with lately. She wasn't so bad, so she was less troublesome than Ino. There was a shadow over him, and he looked up to see one of the boys looking over him. What was that pineapple head? Shikamaru just sighed. He just wanted to watch clouds. Was that so much to ask in life? "Hey, leave him alone, you jerk!" Ino yelled out with a raised fist. "Or what? You going to hit me, little girl?" He laughed. "I think she will, and I think I like to help." The new voice drew the attention of everyone, and there on the slide next to the bully over Shikamaru was a boy sitting on the top. He had on black shorts with an orange shirt with a black spiral symbol on the front. He had strange blue eyes, wild blonde hair, and was wearing a mask too. "Who the hell are you, punk?" The mystery boy just shrugged. "Name's Naruto, and you better leave if you know what's good for you." "Kick the kid's ass," one of the bully's friend yelled out. "Yeah, and take his mask off. Maybe we can make him eat it," another yelled. He looked up at the kid with a grin. "So the big bad hero wants to help out, huh? Well, come down here then and get a beating." Naruto grinned under his mask. "Okay, if you say so." He then quickly launched himself down the chute and slammed into the older boy's stomach with his 2 feet. The boy was launched off the ground from the blow and landed coughing and gasping for breath as the air was knocked out of him. There was a pause as everyone was surprised by the quick move. Naruto got into a basic fighting stance his dad taught him and waved the boys in. Ino saw how this boy was helping them out and grinned as she saw him drop the older boy. She had no idea who he was, but he had style, that was for sure. When she noticed the bully next to her was about to move, she stomped on his foot. He cried out, and then while hopping on one foot, she kicked him hard in the shin of the other leg. The boy fell to the ground holding both legs in pain. Naruto now only had 2 boys to deal with as he saw the blonde take out one of the others. The nearest boy tried to grab Naruto, so he grabbed the wrist to the boy and with his other hand jabbed a finger in the right spot in the throat area. Just where the rib cage starts, there is a small curve and there is a nerve there. He pressed down and the boy's legs gave out in a second. He quickly placed that hand around the back of the neck of the boy and twisted and threw the boy head first into the stomach of the last one. Naruto was actually surprised how well that move worked. Sure, he trained with his dad and stuff, but that was the first time that he actually used it in real life. If it wasn't for the mask, his surprise would have been apparent on his face. Ino, however, decided to push it. All right, you boys want more of a butt kicking? Because only two of us were fighting, you want all of us. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. Why should I get involved? Shut it, you lazy jerk, Ino shouted. I'd listen to her if I were you guys, Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest. The bullies decided that being embarrassed by a bunch of kids younger than them was bad enough for the day, as they picked themselves up and tried to make a dignified retreat. Not that it worked. Naruto laughed as the boys went away. He noticed the blonde girl walk up to him. Hey, thanks. Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled. Hey, no problems, I hate bullies and I can't stand to see it happen. Well, thanks. I'm Ino, by the way. This is Sakura. The lazy boy on the floor is Shikamaru and the kid that is still eating is Choji, Ino said, pointing everyone out. Cool. I'm Naruto and this is… Hold on. They watched the boy look around and then seemed to find someone behind the slide. Come on out. It's okay, Hinata. He pulled out a girl with short hair and pearl-like eyes who seemed very nervous as she was looking down at the ground and fidgeting with her fingers. Ino could already see this girl was like Sakura, actually maybe a bit worse off so. This is my very best friend Hinata. Well, say hello. Oh. Ooh. Haha, hello. She gave a small bow to the group. So you guys want to join us? Ino asked, and both kids' faces lit up at that. She had no way of knowing that they had no other friends, and this was the first time they were asked to join in. They gathered up together to get to know each other. Naruto was sitting next to Hinata, of course, but he took a place next to a nice-looking pink-haired girl as well. Shikamaru was laying down looking up at the clouds but still in the circle, and Choji and Ino finished it off. So I got to ask, why the mask? Ino asked Naruto. He just shrugged. My Aunt Anko gave it to me on my birthday, and my dad wears one, and he told me that his dad wore one too. So, well, it's kind of like family tradition, besides I think it looks cool and I am going to be a ninja like my dad too. So you're from a ninja family? Sakura asked. Her family didn't have many ninjas in it. In fact, the last ninja was her grandfather and her father who used to be, but he retired soon after she was born. Something about wanting to see her grow up and not wanting to miss out on it. Yep, and so at Hinata too, we're going to join the Ninja Academy as soon as we can. Cool, so am I. My dad as well as Lazy Boy and Choji here come from ninja families too, Ino said, smiling. Hinata looked to Sakura. What about you? Are you going T2? Sakura had been thinking about it. All her friends were going to join up and she wanted to follow in the path of her family as well. She had no idea what else she did want to do with her life, and she kind of would like to carry on the family tradition. Yes, I think I am. Of course she is, and she'll be a good one too. Ino smiled at her friend, who blushed a bit. Hey, you want a snack? Choji asked Naruto, and he did consider it. But he didn't want to pull his mask down. With family it was okay, and maybe Hinata too, since she actually knew what his face looked like. I'm good, but thanks. So do you guys want to play? That day, both Hinata and Naruto made 4 new friends that day. Hinata was shy, but she soon found a friend in Sakura and Ino, especially since they were the first female friends that she ever made. Naruto finally had more friends to play with as well, and even though Shikamaru liked to look at the sky, he did play when you finally motivated him to do it. Everything was going really well too. Naruto kind of liked the new friends he made. Choji seemed to like food, and he told the boy about the best ramen stand in town while he told Naruto about the best barbecue place as well. He watched clouds with Shikamaru for a bit as he picked out shapes out of the clouds. Ino was kind of bossy, but he didn't mind. Sakura was very nice as well. She was kind of like Hinata, but after a bit she seemed to open up to them. Unfortunately, 3 adults came walking up. A large man, a man with scars on his face, and a man with long blonde hair. Hey kids, time to go home, the blonde one said. Ah, Daddy, we were having fun with our new friends, Ino whined. Ino's father looked to see the 2 new faces. He knew a Hyuga when he saw one, although it was strange to see one playing with other kids. He didn't see any seal on the kid's forehead either, so that might mean she was either too young or a main branch member, which was even stranger. So who are these two then? The large man asked as Choji went up to his dad. I'm Naruto Hatake and this is Hinata Hyuga, Naruto said, smiling up at the adults hoping they would be nice. Sometimes some adults looked at him strangely and he didn't like how they looked at him. Hatake, Shikaku Nara said, looking at the boy. Huh. Must be Kakashi's kid with that mask, it must be. Heard rumors of him being some kind of monster or something, but what the hell kind of monster could be a kid? He's pretty nice, although a bit loud, Shikamaru sighed. Well then, glad that you met some new friends, Ino, Inoichi said to his daughter. Sakura, we're supposed to walk you home today since your dad is a bit busy with work today. Sakura nodded and went with her best friend and her dad, but looked back towards Naruto and Hinata. Goodbye, and I hope to see you both around later too. Hinata had on a small smile at being accepted by someone else, while Naruto had on a huge on under his mask that always seemed to show despite it being covered. See you later, Sakura, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. We'll see you again here another day. This is great, Hinata, we got more friends to play with. This is great. Naruto jumped excited, he couldn't wait to tell his dad. Hinata nodded her head. She was still shy around them, but they made her feel better, less lonely in fact. All in all, for the two of them it was a great day. As the sun was setting it looked like it was getting dark. Hey Hinata, you want me to walk you home? Naruto said, seeing how dark it was getting. She blushed a bit. Why, you don't have to do that, Naruto-kun. Oh come on, I never get to see your home and it's getting late and it might rain. My dad's off on a mission and might not be back home until it's late anyway. So come on, let's go. He grabbed her hand, making her blush very red as she felt kinda strange. She felt like her stomach was fluttering or something and was feeling very warm. She didn't understand why she got like that, but in a strange way it was kind of nice too as Naruto nearly dragged her home. Uchiha compound. Itachi Uchiha should have been a happy person. Here he was the youngest member to make NBU captain, a prodigy and pride of his whole clan, someone that many admired and respected. But was he happy? The thing was, he could rarely remember being truly happy in life. Things just came too easily to him. There was no challenge here, and the only amusement was from his best and only friend Shursui. But that wasn't much. In fact, sometimes he wondered why he was friends with him at all, but there was just something about him that he actually liked. It was hard for him. He couldn't really relate to anyone these days. The closest were maybe his little brother and his best friend. He mentally sighed walking the halls. He felt like his talents were being wasted. He was said to be the strongest ninja in the clan and maybe soon in the whole village, but what did that truly mean? Was there anyone out there that could pose a challenge to him? It was so dull to just cut through his enemies so easily. It was almost maddening, actually. He came to the outdoors training area only to see his little brother training again. Only he noticed a bit more of a fire burning in his little brother. This actually piqued his interests as he walked over to him. The punching block looked like it was nearly about to start splintering a little, and his brother's knuckles seemed to be bleeding a bit. So what's gotten you into such a state? He calmly asked. Sasuke was surprised, not noticing his older brother until that moment. It's nothing. Itachi raised a single eyebrow at this. I don't believe that for a second. Sasuke was silent for a moment. I want to be better than you. Oh. Everyone looks at you. Everyone sees you but me. I might as well be a ghost. Sasuke's anger filled him a bit, and his older brother saw the look of anger in his eyes. Interesting. Itachi looked at the board and then to his little brother. Itachi believed that emotions were a weakness that needed to be either controlled or cut out of you. They only hindered you, but apparently his little brother was starting to improve a little on his training with his anger. If this is anger, then I wonder what a stronger emotion like hatred would do. Which is stronger, no emotions or filled with them? It was an interesting question to Itachi, which would make the better ninja. He looked at his little brother and decided that he would watch his progress and see how this would affect his brother, to see if maybe one day he could be an equal to him. After all, out of all the clan members, it was Sasuke that trained the hardest and the most. If anyone even had a chance, it would be his little brother. Well then, give them a reason to see you, Itachi said to a surprised Sasuke. You're an Uchiha, so start acting like one. You want to prove your worth, then get stronger. because what is the point of power if you can't use it? With that, he left and heard the sounds of his little brother training harder than before. He almost smirked at the sounds. But he quickly put that away. After all, he had other things to do now. Being an ANBU captain meant a lot of work, and he had a lot to do now. Although there was one thing that was troubling him. There were rumors of some missing Nins that were dressed in black cloaks and had red clouds on them. It was a strange design, but the three that were mentioned seemed to be Class S ninjas. It was something he would look into after all. It was odd to have missing Nins acting as though part of some group. Normally they were loners, but this group was somewhat odd. Plus maybe they would give him the challenge to test his power out. Chapter 9, Demon Knight. Naruto managed to get Hinata back to the Hyuga compound before the sun fully went down. He got to the front gate as two of the branch family members stood guard and gave him a curious look as the heir to the clan was being led by a small blonde boy in a mask. They stopped at them as he looked up at them. He didn't know why, but a lot of Hyugas did, kind of looked alike, kind of like Auntie Anko had said a few times. Hinata-sama. One of the guards greeted her and casting calculating looks as Naruto. Naruto bowed her head to them. Hello. This is Naruto Hatake and he's a good friend of mine. They both nodded as they stood apart and gave them room. Of course, Lady Hinata, your guest is welcome. Naruto gave them a small look with his arms behind his head as he walked in like he owed the place with Hinata. He looked around forgetting about the stuffy guards and finally saw Hinata's home. The place had huge walls, so he never got to see inside of it, but this place was huge. His eyes widened in surprise at all of this. There were houses all over the place, gardens, small bonds, and everything looked perfect. There were a lot of Hyugas as well as they cast sidelong glances at them. Wow, Hinata, this place is huge. So this is what a clan home is like? He asked her and she nodded her head. Huh. Maybe I should call you Hinataheim. After all, you're like a princess since your dad is a clan head and all, and this place is like a small country. Of course, he was exaggerating a bit with the size, but that didn't stop Hinata from getting a deep red blush at the thought of his new nickname for her. She looked down at her feet, not trusting herself to look at him. Whenever she was around him, she felt like she mattered. She knew that she wasn't the strongest in her clan and that she was viewed as too gentle, but she couldn't help it. It was just who she was. Hinata-sama. She was broken out of her thoughts by a voice and was surprised to see who it was. To Naruto it looked like just another Hyuga with long hair, although he seemed to be a bit older than the two of them, maybe by a year or so. Lady Hannah saw you arriving and wished for me to bring you and your guest to her, the boy said to them. How did she see us? Naruto asked, and the boy gave him a strange look. With her eyes? You don't know of the Byakugan? Naruto thought about it and thought about what his dad taught him over the years. Oh wait, is that one of those bloodline things? Oh, so is that why all you guys have those cool eyes? Hey Hinata, how come you haven't shown me that? I haven't been able to activate it, why yet? She looked disappointed in that. Normally someone from the clan would have been able to do it a year ago, but she was still struggling with it. She felt weak and she knew she was a slight disappointment to her father, who was the head of the clan. I'm sure you'll do it, Hinata, just keep at it, right? Sorry I didn't get your name. Naruto blushed a bit at the boy. It's Niji Hyuga. Cool. I'm Naruto Hatake, nice to meet ya. Naruto stuck out his hand to the boy, who looked at it for a moment before shaking it. Niji was just surprised by this Naruto person. He was the complete opposite to Hinata-sama in every way. He was loud, energetic, and outgoing. His shy cousin was a stark contrast, and he had to wonder how these two had become friends. At any rate, he started to lead them through the complex to where the main branch lived. He knew the place well since his father lived here, and so did he because of it. Your mother is in the study, Hinata-sama, Niji said as he led them. Why, you know you don't have to call me that, we are family. You are. Naruto was surprised at this. He's my cousin. Hey, cool. I don't got any other family other than my dad, and then there's the old man, my crazy aunt and uncle, and there's Irika. But I got no family around my own age. How come you don't come out and play with us, Niji? Naruto asked the slightly older boy. Niji was surprised by the question. It just wasn't his place to just play with someone from the main branch. although he didn't hate Hinata or anything. After all, she was just too nice to hate. But it was kind of an unwritten rule about how main and branch members had to interact. It's just not the way things are done in this clan. Naruto made a face behind his mask. Well, that's just stupid. I mean, do you have others to play with? In fact, Neji didn't really. He trained a lot and he had his studies. Plus, he helped out around the compound. There weren't many children their own age here anyway, so he just tried to fill in his time. Well, Naruto smiled at that. Good, you can play with us then, and to hell with the stupid rules, right, Hinata? Well, come on, you like Neji, right, and shouldn't families stick together? He said. It's just that I have a lot of training to do. Neji supplied, seeing that Hinata was in a bind, and so to give Naruto something in order to drop the matter. Naruto thought about it as they walked on, and then an idea hit him. Hey, since Hinata and me are going into the ninja academy soon, why don't we train together? I mean, you're most likely ahead of us anyway, and you can help us. You can sharpen your skills on us, and we can still spend time together. Neji just didn't know how to get around this kid. It was like every time he figured something out, he would find another way. He sighed, trying to think of something else. Although he kind of liked the idea of training with others, there was only so much he could do on his own. But he was worried what his uncle would think of this, and then there was his father and all the others. The main branch just didn't train with the other branches, but Naruto didn't seem to care. He just blew out a sigh. We'll see about that. He hoped that giving him something that wasn't a yes or a no would get him off this. Naruto nodded, and Neji was glad that was over with. With luck, the boy would forget about this. They arrived in the study, which was larger than any room in Naruto's home other than the training room they had. It was filled with books and scrolls, and sitting there was Hinata's mother. She had a tea set next to her as she had been reading something. She smiled at the three of them as she gave Neji a nod to let him know that he could go. He returned it, and that left the two kids alone. So how was your day, children? She asked. It was good, mother. Naruto threw his hands behind his head, grinning widely. It was great. We met some new kids and made some new friends. Hana Hyuga was happy to hear that they were making more friends. Well, Naruto, that's very nice to hear. And thank you for walking Hinata-chan home as well. It was nothing. My dad's off on a mission today and might not be back until much later anyway. Besides, I got to finally see inside of this place, and it's awesome. Plus, Hinata's cousin was nice to meet, if kind of weird. But he said that he'd let us train together since he's too busy to play and all. Hinata wanted to correct Naruto that Neji didn't actually agree. He said that he would think about it. Her mother got an interested look on her face as she thought about it. In truth, it couldn't hurt. She knew that her husband used to be very close to his brother before he had to take on the duties as head of the clan. He had to act a certain way, and although he never said it, she knew that he sometimes missed how close he used to be with Hisashi, but he could never show it. Sometimes being a Hyuga meant a lot of personal sacrifice, but at least Hisashi didn't resent his older twin Hayashi. So Hana got to thinking that maybe having the three of them spend time with Neji might help with forging a stronger bond between the main and branch houses. She knew that there was a major rift between the two, and this might help strengthen it. And in Hinata, she saw someone that the branch house members couldn't hate. She had seen how Hinata treats everyone with respect, and for branch members that had seen the ugly side of certain main branch members, it was a welcome change. Well, I think that is a good idea. I'll speak with Neji's father about that and set something up, Hana said. Great! Naruto nearly jumped, and Hinata's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that, but it would be nice to spend time with her cousin. She barely saw him, and at times she wished that he was an older brother back before her mother was pregnant. Well, I guess I'll be off then. Naruto made for the door. Naruto, since you walked my daughter home, why don't you stay for supper? Naruto stopped in place. Huh? You serious? Always. Besides, my husband is entertaining an envoy from the hidden village of Cloud tonight, and I don't feel like showing up to that. So it will just be the three of us. Hana didn't trust the Cloud ninja that had been sent on a mission to improve relations with their village. He had been going around to all the clans, and although he was nothing but civil, there was something about the man that made her uneasy. That, and the fact that with her new cravings she tended to need food that was a bit odd, especially for an envoy to see her eat. Besides, she and her husband agreed that Hinata was too young to attend such functions and she would look after her. Naruto thought about this and shrugged. He was kind of hungry and it was better than eating alone, so he agreed happily to join them for dinner. Later that night, "Well, I must thank you for the wonderful dinner and for your hospitality, Hyuga-sama," said a man wearing the symbol of the Cloud Village on his forehead protector as he was talking to Hayashi as they left the dining room. "It is my honor to host a guest to the village. I know that our two villages have not gotten along well in the past," he said to the other man. Akira the ninja from Cloud nodded. "Which is why I was sent on this mission to help re-establish ties with this village. Konoha has grown since the last war and from even the defeat of one of the multi-tailed demons as well. Not an easy feat, so we felt it wise to strengthen our association with this village as it seems to be gaining strength." Hayashi nodded. "Well then, one of my people will show you to the room we set aside for you for the night." "Thank you once again for the hospitality," Akira told him as he was shown the way to the room. Akira had spent a lot of time gathering information on the major clans of Konoha, and especially those with bloodline abilities. The village of Cloud didn't have as many with those special abilities, and they needed more in order to stand up to other villages. So he had been looking for one to steal away so their own village would have a new powerful bloodline limit. The question was with who, and that was the problem. He had chosen to take one of the powerful ones, and that left only two clans, the Uchihas and the Hyugas. The Uchihas were very powerful, but the problem was that the only ones that had activated their abilities were adults, and thus a lot harder to kidnap and smuggle out, let alone just steal the eyes right from out of their heads. There was an added problem, and that was of Itachi. His name had reached even his village's ears, and he didn't particularly like the idea of facing him, and if he did attack their clan, he had no doubt they would send him after him. That left the Hyuga clan, and he could see they were definitely born with their special eyes. It only took time to activate it at a young age. While talking with the clan head and others in the village using a hedge to appear as someone else, he found out that there was a possibility in the young Hinata girl. She was the daughter of the clan head who was said to be powerful, but she seemed to be a shy and kind girl. In other words, not one to put up much of a fight. He would have preferred a boy, since if he could get a boy back then they would start with the brainwashing and make him into a Cloud ninja. Then they could use him with the strongest females ninjas to make a whole new generation of strong ninjas with that bloodline limit. Same could be done with the girl. She would be taken. Her mind twisted into a loyal servant of Cloud, and she would be mated with the strongest warriors. Her children would make for excellent ninjas, even if it was a slower process. And if things really went wrong, well, he knew enough medical ninjutsu to take the eyes out intake. Although the person would most likely not survive, he could have the eyes and they could implant them or study them to see how they worked. Either way, they would gain power or knowledge on their rivals. When he was sure that the guards from outside the window had gone out of sight on their rolling patrol, he slipped out into the shadows. He had been taking note of the complex and had been trying to figure out which room belonged to the girl he had chosen to take. It wouldn't be easy, but there were other Cloud ninjas that had managed to sneak in as merchants. All he had to do was get to them. They had a cart with a false bottom, and they could keep the child there as they were smuggled out. The real trick was trying to find the girl. He had eliminated many of the rooms during his tour and only one floor that was used for the sleeping quarters. So he started there. He found one room that looked to be a nursery being built, as he knew that Hayashi's wife was expecting another child. The next looked empty, but it was the next one that he found the girl. She looked like she was getting ready for bed. He would have to be quick and fast with the girl. Naruto was walking home. It was late and he hoped he got back before his dad did. He really didn't want to explain why he had been out so late, so if he got back before him then he would be none the wiser. Besides, it was a nice night out anyway, and he was making his way around the compound. It just by pure chance and luck that he took that way that night. One of those decisions that at the time a person doesn't know will affect their future. Call it fate, call it blind stupid luck, call it what you will. But when he chose to go this way, it set him up for a night that would change him. That is, if he survived. But Naruto didn't know any of this. He was just minding his own business when he saw a shadow leap on top of the wall and then jump down not far from him. He looked like a ninja to him, with some kind of shack over his shoulder. At first he thought it was just another Hyuga. Then he noticed the sack was moving a lot. "Hey mister, what's in the bag?" Naruto asked. Damn it! The Cloud Ninja hadn't seen the boy. He had been so worried about the rest of the clan seeing him he missed the boy. It didn't help that the boy wore a lot of black and add the night and the boy nearly blended in. "Help!" came a crying voice. Naruto's eyes widened at that voice because he knew it, even without the stutter. "What are you doing with Hinata-chan?" "Stupid kid, you saw too much." The Cloud Ninja threw several shurikens at the boy. Naruto saw them and dodged them easily enough. He dodged another set and smiled. He didn't know what this ninja was up to, but he was obviously kidnapping Hinata. He wouldn't let him, he would save her. He was proud of how well he was dodging the weapons. If only his dad could see him now. Then suddenly a pain hit his chest and he stopped confused as his body refused to move. He was wondering why his body was suddenly too hard to move, but he managed to look down. He was confused for a moment because there was a kunai in his chest. He didn't see him throw a kunai, so where did it come from? Then his mind registered that he was bleeding now. He put a hand to his chest and felt the warm blood, almost like he couldn't understand why this was happening. His legs finally gave out and he sank to his knees. Akira smirked at how stupid the boy was. He hadn't known that those throwing stars were just a diversion to set him up for a kunai throw. The shurikens, although could be lethal, demanded you hit a few vital areas, and he needed to be sure the boy was killed. A kunai to the chest would do that. So when the boy was just dodged his second volley after he judged his speed, he threw his kunai at his full speed, unlike the shurikens that had been about half his speed. He turned around ready to go and leave the boy to die. For Naruto, he felt time slow down as his blood was leaking out of his wound. He was starting to feel a bit cold and his vision was starting to blur. He could still hear Hinata calling for help and he tried to move, but his body wouldn't listen. I failed to protect her. Why? Why do I have to be so weak?" Naruto asked himself. He remembered when the ninja took him and how afraid he had been. Guy had saved him that day, and here was Hinata in that same moment, but where was the person to save her? He was here, but he couldn't do anything. I can't die. I have to save her. I don't want to die. Not yet. I can't die yet." Naruto looked at the ninja knowing that he would hurt Hinata. He wanted to hurt him instead. Images of Hinata flew into his mind. Of the day they first met, how happy he was to finally find a friend, to his birthday, to all the days she had been with him. She made him less alone. She made him happy and he liked it when she smiled. And now she was going to be taken away from him, from her family, from her home. Naruto looked at the ninja with hatred, pure hatred. He had never hated anyone so much in his life. He felt warmer now, like there was a fire building up inside of him. "Hate," a voice called out to him. "Punish." Again the voice, it was deep and seemed to growl out the words. "Kill." And then Naruto roared. All around Konoha the chakra was felt. From the further places that were from the Hyuga home, people stirred in their sleep. Some woke up to feelings of dread. The closer you got, the more intense the sensation. People bolted from their beds in cold sweats. Children woke up crying, wondering what that scary feeling was. The adults, however, knew. They had all felt that chakra before. That dreaded killing intent was burned into their memories and into their nightmares of several years ago. The night that the demon came to them, a living nightmare that left its mark on them all, and now they were feeling it again. Many were so scared that the demon had returned that they couldn't move, remembering that horrible night. Others who hadn't been at the battle, who had been away when it came, or from civilians that had moved in after the battle, were never as scared as they were that night. The Hokage bolted out of his bed and rushed to his window. He could feel it in his bones, and he alone knew what was happening, and that it was coming from the Hyuga compound. He quickly left to gather his ANBU and anyone else he could find. At the Uchiha estate, Fugaku just stared out his window in fear. The day that he had feared might have just happened, that the demon fox had found a way out of his prison. For Itachi, he was frozen in awe for a moment. He had never felt such power before. It was like it was pure power, true power, a force of nature itself. And a small part of him was drawn to it, that finally he had found a power greater than his and he liked it. A power that, great in his hands, sent his mind racing with endless possibilities. In the Hyuga compound, they all woke up to the power of the chakra and the killing intent coming off it. Hayashi Hyuga knew this chakra as well. He activated his eyes, trying to find the source of it all. He felt the hand of his wife on his arm, gripping it. Hayashi! I know! He tried to steady his voice as he searched, and then he found it. Out by the wall there were two figures. No, wait. 3. One of them was in a bag and… Hinata! What? What about Hinata? His wife shouted, but she didn't get an answer as her husband grabbed a robe and jumped through the window. Back with Akira the Cloud Ninja, he was frozen in place as he looked at horror at the child. There was actually chakra coming off the boy in levels that he only thought a Kage would have. There was so much he could actually see it, but that wasn't what scared him. The chakra wasn't normal. It was red and it swirled around the boy, looking like it was alive. Then the boy's eyes looked at him, and he knew that the boy's eyes had changed. He couldn't remember what they originally looked like, but there was no way he could miss those eyes. They were red and had slits like an animal's, but there was something else in those eyes. There was this untamed fury in them, like a predator that wanted to punish and kill. God! What are you? He whispered out. Naruto didn't hear him. He was in a haze of anger, fury, rage and bloodlust. He pulled the kunai out of his chest and threw it with inhuman speed, sending it into the man's shoulder. He cried out as he dropped the bag with Hinata in it, and the next thing he knew, the boy was next to him. The speed was impossible for a boy that age. Then with Naruto's clawed hands he slashed the man's face. He screamed in pain as half his face was clawed, but Naruto didn't stop. He punched him in the chest and he was sent into the brick wall. It dented and his bones shattered, and Naruto kept on going. He wanted to hurt this man, he wanted to kill him. He began to punch the man and wasn't stopping. His prey tried to put up an arm to defend himself, but it was broken after several hits. You will not hurt Hinata-chan again, he shouted out between punches. Naruto! The voice of Hinata snapped him out of it, and he looked over at the struggling bag. He weakly walked over to it as he tried to get the bag opened. He finally did, to find the crying form of Hinata in there. She looked up scared at him, and Naruto felt the anger leave him. He felt the fire in his blood slowly drain.
And Naruto-kun, he sniffled.
Yeah. Are you okay? Naruto asked, and she nodded her head. That's good. I'm glad that you're okay. Naruto collapsed there onto the ground, and Hinata noticed all the blood on his chest and the hole in it. Naruto, she cried out. Chapter 10. Between Life and Death. Hinata was crying over Naruto's bloody body when her father landed. He looked over the scene as he looked at the motionless Cloud Ninja also there. The man looked like a wild animal had torn into him. There was a slash mark on his face that looked like it had destroyed one of the eyes. His face was bloody and bruised. His arm was hanging in a way that wasn't natural either. He looked at the young boy and the blood-soaked clothing, and he had to wonder just what kind of strength this young boy had to do that to a ninja. Hinata looked up, her eyes all red and puffy from crying. She had blood on her clothing and a bruise on her face. Obviously someone had hit her in order to stun her. His blood ran cold at the thought of someone going after his family like that. Father, please help him, she cried out to him. He knelt down as his brother and a few of the guards landed onto the scene too. Hisashi Hyuga looked over the scene with shock on his face at the other ninja. He bent down and checked for a pulse. This one is still alive. Hayashi nodded his head as he checked on Naruto. He didn't think the boy was still alive with that hole in his chest, but when he checked he was shocked to see that he was still breathing. He had a heartbeat, but it was faint. He had lost too much blood as it was. He ripped part of his robe as he pushed it against the wound to slow the blood loss. The boy is still alive. Send for the healers and send someone to the Hitaki home. Kakashi will want to know about his son as soon as he can. Although he didn't know that Kakashi was on a mission at the moment, he knew that his brother could be trusted to make sure that no matter what Kakashi knew of this. His brother was already issuing orders when a group of ANBU suddenly appeared and the Hokage himself came into the scene. All of them had rushed to this area as fast as they could. The Hokage was even a bit out of breath. It was times like this he hated being old, but he didn't let such things keep him down. He looked at the scene and he could already guess at what happened, but he had to ask, "Hyuga-sama, what happened here?" "I'm unsure, but that man, there was a guest in my home, but there was a large chakra spike and I found the boy fighting him who had my daughter in that bag over that. But the boy is losing blood and needs a medical ninja here fast or he might not live," Hayashi quickly explained. The Hokage moved to get a clearer look at Naruto and he was shocked to see such an injury. "Take that man to the hospital but under guard. He is to have no contact other than medical staff or myself, is that clear?" He commanded to the ANBU, who nodded their heads. One of the ANBU stopped for a moment to look at the young boy. For a moment it was like the ninja was trying to look into Naruto as through to try and make sense of him. But he quickly went back to work as they carefully pried the ninja off the wall and they carried him away. The Hokage helped to carry Naruto into the Hyuga compound to the nearest room. The old man looked at the young boy with fear in his heart. He knew that the life of a ninja was a hard one, and yet this young boy wasn't even a ninja yet and could die tonight. He had seen a lot of death in his life, seen a lot of hardships, but to watch a young boy that he knew and cared for like another grandchild dying was hard to take. Thoughts came back to his new grandchild Konohamaru, and how it would be to lose him like this. Quickly he and Hayashi stripped off his shirt, and although the wound wasn't bleeding much, he was still in danger. A sniffle caught their attention, and they both turned to see a wide-eyed and very frightened Hinata looking at them. "This is not a sight for you to see, daughter. Get out now," Hayashi commanded his daughter, who flinched but actually didn't move. Just then his wife came into the room and a hand went to her mouth at the sight of Naruto. The young boy had only had a meal with them not that long ago, and there he was with a bloody chest. "Hana, please take our daughter from here," Hayashi told her. Hana agreed with this. This was not something her daughter should see. She took hold of her daughter's shoulders and started to lead her out of the room. They left as two of the healers that worked at the compound ran into the room and closed the door behind them. Hinata couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around and buried her face into her mother's robes and cried her heart out. She had been so scared, and then Naruto had saved her and now he might be dying. Naruto was her first and best friend. He always made her happy and feel better about herself, and now because she couldn't fight he had gotten hurt. Hana only held her daughter, trying to soothe her as much as possible. Hinata still could see the blood all over Naruto's body when she closed her eyes, and she felt totally helpless. Hana cradled her child. Every cry brought pain to her heart. She had never heard her daughter cry like this. "It will be okay, Hinata. I'm sure he'll be okay. They're in there now making sure of that." "BB, but what if? What if?" she chalked out. "Something tells me that boy won't give up, and you shouldn't give up on him either," she said to her, and Hinata nodded, but she still cried. They waited for over an hour until the doors slid open and her father and the Hokage came out looking tired, as were the medical ninjas. She looked up at them with hope and dread, not sure if Naruto was alive or dead. The Hokage looked down at her and he gave her a small smile and a nod of his head. Hinata's eyes watered up knowing that Naruto was alive and rushed to his room to see him. Hana came up to them, also relieved to see that the boy had survived. "How is he?" she asked them. "The boy seems to just refuse to die," her husband said in a neutral tone, but she knew that for him that was actually a joke. She hadn't spent years with him, not knowing how he hid his humor at times. Thanks to his guest, that is, inside of him, Naruto's healing abilities are greater than normal. He should have been killed by that kunai, but he still lived. The Hokage smiled, shaking his head at the boy. "He's full of surprises. The wound is closed, but the medics want to take him to a hospital tomorrow, but he's out of the woods. He has lost a lot of blood and is suffering from chakra exhaustion, so it will take him time to recover." "That is good to know." Hana looked at the doors to the room. "If he hadn't been there, I don't know what would have happened to Hinata." Her husband nodded his head. He hadn't been sure of the Hitaki boy. He may have been a bit weary of him, but after tonight he had a lot to think on. Hinata, meanwhile, walked into the room as the medics were packing up. She saw how his chest was all bandaged up and the red stain on the center of it all. He looked kind of pale and he had his mask off. She saw it there in a pile of his clothing and picked it up. She walked over to the small bed of the unused guest room and sat down next to him. She felt a few tears again and touched his hand gently. She held his hand, hoping that he could feel it. He just sat there looking at him, watching over him, holding his hand in one hand and his mask in another. "Hinata-sama," came a gentle tone, and she looked over to see Niji there. "You should get some sleep after all that's happened." Niji had come to check on her. After what he had felt and seen with his eyes, he had been worried. He looked over at Naruto, puzzled by the boy. He hadn't developed his bloodline as well as an adult, but he had felt that power. It literally had sent chills through his bones, and he couldn't believe that this boy had been the source of it all. He saw the blood on the bandages, and his early assessment of Naruto was obviously wrong. There was something different about Naruto. He wasn't normal, that was for sure. A kid like him and taken out a full-fledged ninja, that was something that Niji could admit that he couldn't do. "Who are you, Naruto Hatake? What is this power you have?" I don't want to leave," Hinata said, and Niji was surprised. Normally she would just do whatever someone asked, plus she hadn't stuttered. "He needs someone here, and I want to be here for him." Niji nodded his head as he sat down in the room. "Then I'll help." She looked up at him and smiled as he gave a small one in return. He looked at the boy, noticing the strange marks on his face. They seemed to be mirrored on his mask, and Niji wondered if this was the sign of some bloodline like his eyes, and wondered if Naruto's father had the same marks. Mindscape. Naruto had no idea where he was. He felt wet and cold. He groaned as he pushed himself out of some water. Thankfully, it wasn't deep. He looked around. It looked like it was underground with pipes and stuff. It was dark and dank, and he really didn't like it. He sat on a dry area out of the water as he looked around. "Where am I? The last thing I remember was..." He bolted up, remembering the fight with the ninja that had taken Hinata. He remembered dodging the shuriken and then a pain in his chest. Then he remembered that he had been stabbed. He looked at his chest, and there didn't seem to be any damage, which was weird. Am I dead?" Naruto looked around again. If this was the afterlife, then it was a major letdown. If this was heaven, then where was everyone? That led to the question, if this wasn't heaven, then that only left one other place, and he didn't want to think about that. He walked on, trying to see where he was and what was going on. He eventually found himself at a dead end with large beard caged with a simple piece of paper that read "seal" on it. "Great. I wonder if that's the way out?" He muttered and started to walk closer to see what was on the other side. It was really dark and he couldn't make anything out. He thought he heard something as he got closer to the bars, and then he saw there was something inside of it, something really big. Two large glowing eyes just seemed to pop out of the darkness. Naruto jumped back as giant claws nearly hit him as they were stopped by the bars. "So this is my jailer. How pathetic. What? Stupid boy, if you only knew what you really were." "What do you mean?" "Take of this seal and I'll show you." Naruto looked at the seal and then at what was behind the bars. He could feel the anger and hatred coming off of it. He really didn't want to let it out and felt that if he did, it wouldn't be a good thing. He couldn't totally make out what it was, but there was a red glow coming off it now, and Naruto backed away a bit more. "I think I'll pass on that." The thing roared and smashed against the cage, making Naruto jump. "You little brat! Open up this cage. You can't keep me a prisoner forever. One day I will get my freedom again, and I'll finish what I started all those years ago." Naruto wasn't sure what he was talking about, but he was threatening the village, and he wouldn't stand for that. "The hell with that! I don't know who or what you are, but I'll protect my village." "You? Ha! You couldn't protect that girl without my help." The creature laughed at him. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto asked angrily. "Fool! It's me that makes all your injuries heal so fast. Didn't you ever wonder why you heal the way you do? And how else could you survive a kunai in the chest? The only reason you are alive is because I need you alive, but the day that chances I will no longer need to keep you alive, brat." Naruto had no idea what was going on. He was getting nothing but questions as this thing kept on talking. He never really gave it much thought why he healed like he did. He had figured that he just healed fast and left it like that. Did he really heal faster than normal? Plus, why did this thing need to keep him alive? "Who the hell are you? And why do you need me alive?" Naruto shouted at the cage. He only got a laugh in response. You'll find out soon enough, brat, but I think you're waking up now. But know this, we will meet again. The hell does that mean? What do you mean waking up, and why the hell can't you give me a straight answer? But he didn't get his answer. It seemed like the world around him shifted and he was back in the blackness. He felt tired, aching and really heavy for a moment as his mind tried to focus. He managed to open his eyes. He was confused for a moment as he was trying to make out what he was looking at. It was a ceiling, but not one he was familiar with. He tried to get up, but his chest really hurt and he grunted as he fell back down. There was a small muttering and a shifting on his left, and he found that his arm had gone numb. He looked and saw a familiar set of hair on his arm. He blinked, wondering why Hinata was sleeping with her head on his arm like that. Then his eyes widened that it was Hinata there. The last thing he remembered was the ninja taking her and a few other things. He looked at his chest to see his shirt was gone and blood-soaked bandages over his chest. "My dad is going to be pissed," he muttered. "Only a little," Kakashi said from his place silently. Naruto looked to his right to see his dad sitting in a chair. "Hey, how long you've been there, Dad?" "Long enough." He sighed and walked over to him. It was obvious that he was worried about him. "Don't try to move, okay? You are very lucky, Naruto. You nearly died last night." "Sorry to make you worry, Dad, but I had to do something. I didn't want her to get hurt." Kakashi nodded and ruffled his hair a little. Scenes of that mission with Obito and Rin came flashing back. He had gone on ahead while Obito had gone back to save Rin. He always wondered how things would have worked out if he had gone back with his friend instead of moving on and then changing his mind and then going back. Naruto hadn't even hesitated and had gone to defend the young girl. "I know, son. I'm proud of you. Now get some sleep. We'll move you to a hospital later so you can rest up." "Okay. Man, I had the weirdest dream too. I better not dream of that cage and that thing in there again," Naruto said before he fell asleep, leaving Kakashi wondering just what he was talking about. Later that day, there were some things that the Hokage hated about this job. The paperwork was one of them. Then you had to spend all day making up missions and trying to figure out who went where. He also would have to keep his training up, and a lot of other little things that ate up a lot of his free time. Sometimes he was so tired he just didn't want to get out of bed, but he had a job to do. Now he was doing another thing he hated, talking to the council. The council room was packed as many had spent the day in near panic when they felt the Kyuubi's chakra. Many had known what they had felt, and there was much confusion going on, since the majority of them had thought that the fox was dead. Now he was in a tight spot. Many of the clan heads knew the secret, but there was no way to hide things now. There were some new faces as the civilian leaders were also present. When there were things that dealt with the civilian population, there was a group that dealt with that. Mainly they kept things like the businesses running, the regular schools, and other things that the civilian population. This was known as the Administrative Council, or the Lower Council by some members of the main council that was made up of the various ninja clans. At the moment, many were in a panic over what had happened last night, and there was still the fact that somehow the Cloud Village had known they had one of their own in the hospital, which meant they had Cloud spies, as there was an official group from Cloud. It was just one headache after another, it seemed today. Sarutobi looked over the crowd as he wondered what to tell them all. If he told them only part of the story and the rest came out, it would be bad for him. But there was also the fact that he wanted to protect Naruto as well. He wasn't in a good position, and from the looks of things, some were just jumping at the chance to not only drag his name down but also finally to get rid of Naruto with this event. He sighed as he prepared himself and hoped that his wisdom would help him out with this. "Hokage-sama, we demand to know what happened last night," one of the civilian leaders shouted out. "There are rumors all over that the Kyuubi is back, that he was never killed to begin with. We deserve to know if our lives are in danger." This was met with lots of other voices that agreed with the sentiment, and the Hokage had to make a tough choice. "I feel that you all now have a right to know the Kyuubi was defeated all those years ago, but he was not destroyed." He waited for the reactions to that to settle down. The fourth couldn't kill the demon, it was too powerful even for him, but he did manage to seal the demon away. He imprisoned it forever. You see, he used a child born that terrible day as a living prison that would keep the Kyuubi sealed and safe from the entire world. Then what was that last night, and why were we not told? Someone shouted out. Some of the body here were told, but I felt that it was decided that the boy would have a normal life, even he does not know what he keeps inside of him. And as for last night, there was an incident at the Hyuga clan compound. The cloud ninja that you all heard of that was visiting apparently attempted to kidnap Hayashi's daughter. Again, more reactions as many cast looks to the Hyuga clan head. The boy was gravely wounded trying to save the young girl, and somehow he managed to access the chakra of the demon. Who is this child? And what makes you think that the demon isn't in control of him? The head of the trade commission asked. The Hokage sighed, hoping that he wouldn't have to reveal this, but he knew it had been a fool's hope. He is Naruto Hatake, the son of Kakashi Hatake. That sent many in an uproar, the fact that all of this was secret, and yet there was a lot of confusion since the name of Kakashi Hatake carried a lot of weight. His actions were nearing legend status, and he was one of the best jonins that Konoha had at the moment as well. Some didn't want to go against the copy ninja for various reasons, some out of respect, others out of intimidation. Then the boy is dangerous, Fugaku stated simply to them all. If he accessed that power, regardless if it was the boy or the demon, that power is not meant for a small boy, and if he can access that demonic chakra, how do you know the demon will not be released? He should be exiled, or dealt with before he becomes a threat. I disagree, Hayashi Hyuga said sharply as he stood up. My daughter was the victim of a plot by Cloud to kidnap her, and that boy defended her. In fact, he was gravely wounded in his fight, and not only did he save my daughter but captured the enemy ninja. For his actions, he has earned the respect and, if need be, the protection of my clan. If any harm comes to the boy, then my clan will take it as a personal insult, he said in a commanding tone, letting his words sink in. That surprised a lot of people, as the Hyuga clan wasn't known to offering thanks or protection to those outside of the clan. Plus, Naruto now had the protection of one of the largest and most powerful clans. Are you insane, Hayashi? Fugaku asked the man. Actually, I believe he is of sound mind. This came from the representative of the Aburame clan, another of the powerful clans. Although the boy's true nature is unsettling and his power is frightening, he used that power to not harm but save a fellow member of this village. Although the boy's control is not known to us, from the facts we assume that the boy is not evil. Is his power dangerous? Yes. Is he a threat? I do not believe so, at least not at this time. And what would you do to such a boy? Do we really want to shun the boy and possibly make a powerful enemy? Every member of his clan knew what that was like to be shunned. Not many outside of his clan could stand to be around them because of their insect partners. Well, I don't know about that, but there's another fact. This was from the Shikaka Nara, as he was with his two friends. Although the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans weren't the most powerful of clans, they were respected. He is the son of Kakashi Hatake, one of our most famous ninjas, and he's proven himself time and time again as a loyal ninja to this village. Hell, the bastard saved my life a few times, and I respect the guy. And I actually met the kid once, and he seems like a good kid to me. So the kid has my support. Besides, I've seen Kakashi mad, and I don't think he'll take to someone trying to harm his son very well. He grinned, seeing the worried looks passing through several people. Everyone had heard of Kakashi and his skills, the only Sharingan user outside of the Uchiha, who was said to have hundreds of techniques and a genius. Shikaku's two friends nodded their own heads, showing their support for the boy as well. He defended the pack, and to us that says a lot about him. This was from another clan, the Inakusa clan. They were about the same standing in Konoha as the Aburame clan. The Hokage smiled at the support that Naruto seemed to have and decided to take this chance to capitalize on the momentum. Yes, Naruto Hatake should not be feared. His father is currently starting training his son in preparation for the academy. I believe that given the chance, Naruto will prove to be a valued ninja one day. The debate went on, but with the Hokage, one of the major clans, two of the other large clans, and three of the smaller ones in support of Naruto, many had to give up on Naruto. Although the Hokage knew that the civilians wouldn't be able to keep the secret from each other, he decided to give Naruto at least a chance with his generation. He made a decree that no one was to mention any of this to the younger generation, making it a capital offense. He knew that many would be scared of the boy. After all, the wounds that the Kyuubi left ran deep, but he wanted to make sure that Naruto had at least a chance with happiness. The boy had just started to make new friends as he learned, and he didn't want the boy to lose that. Already there were parents of those that knew that had told their children to keep away from Naruto, and he knew that some that had just found out would do the same. But at least now he had a decent chance for making more friends. By the end of the whole affair, the Hokage felt his years catching up to him, and he still had to deal with the damn Cloud Ninjas. Maybe I should just retire? But I still don't have someone I can entrust this job to. Oh well, hopefully I can keep this old body going for a few years yet. Chapter 11, Recovery. Naruto's room. He was bored. That pretty summed up Naruto's feelings for the moment. He was sitting in this hospital with bandages over his chest, just staring at the plain white ceiling, the walls or the empty beds. He was glad that they let him keep his mask at least, but he really wanted something to do, but he could barely walk. Some doctor called it chakra exhaustion, and when he explained it, Naruto didn't get a lot of it until his dad had summed it up as that he just used too much chakra and doing that leaves you weak. Why couldn't the doctor just explain things simply like that instead of using long-winded words? He had asked his dad that, and he just shrugged and said it was most likely how doctors made themselves feel smart and important. Naruto smiled at the memory, but that had been hours ago, and now he just wanted someone to talk to. He wouldn't have minded if someone else was in the same room as him, but he had the room all to himself. So he just sat there looking out the window, trying to keep himself busy. He lost track of time when he heard his door open, and he looked, and his day suddenly got a lot better. There was Hinata with what looked like some flowers for him, with Sakura, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, and even Niji. The four that hadn't seen him before had wide eyes at the sight of him in the bed. Until that moment they had a few doubts just how serious the injuries were, but there were the bandages over his chest where Hinata had told them where he had been stabbed. "Thank God you guys came, I was going out of my mind here alone." Naruto smiled behind his mask. They came forward as Hinata blushed as she laid the flowers next to his table. "These are for you, Naruto-kun." "Hey, thanks, Hinata-chan. So how are you doing?" he asked, seeing the bruise on her face. She saw what he was looking at and turned her face to hide it. She told him that she was fine, and she was touched that despite his injuries he was more worried about her. Sakura stepped forward a little worried about him. "Does it, hurt?" "What this?" "Nah, it's just a scratch." "A scratch?" Ino nearly yelled out. "You took a kunai to the chest, you should be dead. You have any idea how lucky you were? What were you thinking?" Naruto cringed a bit. Ino kind of reminded her of Anko when she was pissed. "What was I supposed to do? That guy was trying to take Hinata and I had to do something. Personally, I think that's pretty cool." Choji smiled while opening a bag of chips. He took one out and thought about something. "Here, want the first one?" "You bet. The food here sucks." Naruto took it, glad that his arms could work enough for him to feed himself. It was going to the bathroom that was the real embarrassing thing that he would never ever in his life tell anyone about. He brought it up to his face and then noticed the looks he was getting. They were all waiting to see him without the mask. Naruto just about to reach for it when his eyes grew wide as pointed out the window. "Oh my God, someone just jumped off the building." Everyone looked to the window, and when they heard the crunch they turned to see Naruto munching on the chip with his mask on. Everyone's sweat dropped at that, feeling like an idiot falling for that. Niji had only cast a quick glance since he had already seen Naruto without the mask and had to smirk at Naruto. Ino had this eye twitch thing going on and made a resolve to one day see the boy without that mask on, no matter how long it took her. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as he pulled out something from his backpack. "Well, if you're bored, you want to play a game of shogi? Is that like Go? My dad taught me that and we play it at times, well, that and a few card games." Naruto asked as Shikamaru explained the game as he set up the pieces. The others began asking all kinds of questions about what happened, and Naruto, loving the spotlight, couldn't help but brag a bit on his exploit. Hinata had guessed at a few things, but when Naruto started to exaggerate she felt a sweat drop forming. Shikamaru was focused on the game. Naruto wasn't that good since he started, but he seemed to be learning. Plus he figured that when Naruto adding in giant fireball justice he was laying it on a bit thick. Ino wasn't sure what to believe, but she had to admit he told a nice story and he had rescued Hinata and taken a serious wound. Niji was only a bit interested in the fact that the ending seemed totally made up. He figured that Naruto either wanted a more exciting ending or he wasn't sure how it ended. For Choji and Sakura, they were wide-eyed and hung on every word. Wow, that's pretty cool. That all happened? Choji said, finding out that he had just finished his first bag of chips and started looking for his backup supply. Oh yeah, it's all true, Naruto lied. You must be really strong then, Sakura said, wondering just how strong Naruto was. Where the hell is he? Came a very loud woman's voice. Everyone looked curious at the door while Naruto suddenly felt very afraid. He knew that voice and the tone like the back of his hand. The door was slammed open and there stood Anko in her usual clothing looking livid. The kids stared at the strange lady as she marched right up to Naruto. Hey Auntie Anko, how are you doing? She pointed a finger right at him. Don't you auntie me, you brat. I come back from a nice easy-going mission and you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to relax, go to the hot springs, eat some dango, but what do I hear? I hear about you and what you did and that you were in the hospital. What the hell were you thinking? As Anko continued her rant on him, the other kids looked on, not sure how to handle this. Most just decided to just let the woman rant on, seeing that she was kind of scary. Hinata, however, stepped up to Anko while she was threatening him with something that involved snakes, pointed objects, and blunt force trauma. PP, please don't be mad at him. Naruto-kun was only saving me. Anko took her eyes off Naruto to look at the young, seeing her pleading expression. It didn't help that Hinata had this ability to just look cute and helpless at times, making people take it easy on her. The small bruise on her face didn't hurt either. Anko just gave a disgruntled sigh. She knew that Naruto did the right thing, but she wasn't going to tell him that. It would give him a swelled head and he needed to be more careful in the future. It's okay, Hinata-chan, that's just her way of showing that she cares. OW. Naruto began rubbing the top of his head where Anko had hit him, although she had a satisfied smirk on her face doing it. A chuckling was heard and everyone turned to the window to see a man with very big silver hair. A vest only seen on Chunins and above in dark clothing with a mask and one eye hidden. Now, Anko, you shouldn't go and hurt someone already in the hospital. Yeah. Naruto agreed with, earned him another smack to the head. He turned to the guy in the window. Dad. Make her stop. At that, everyone who didn't know who Naruto's father was turned to look at the man who seemed to carry himself in a lazy manner that would make any Nara proud. The kids looked at the tall man who smiled under his mask, and if it wasn't for the mask, they wouldn't see any resemblance. Many of the kids figured that Naruto got his looks from his mother than his dad, since they didn't know he was adopted at this point, but later when they would find out would make a lot more sense. I don't know, I think Anko does make a point. After all, I can't smack you around unless it's in training, since that would be child abuse on my part, so I never will hit my children. So I think I'll let Anko handle that. Kakashi smirked at Naruto's horrified face as he quickly looked to Anko, who was cracking her knuckles. Then Kakashi turned to the other kids in the room. Hinata, nice to see you again, and I see Naruto has made some new friends. The man seemed friendly enough, so the kids started to introduce themselves to him. Kakashi was glad that Naruto had found some new friends after the events of last night. He knew that things for Naruto might never be the same, so having friends he could count on would be a big help to him later on. Niji, when no one was looking, decided to take a peek behind the mask with his Byakugan. But there was something odd about the mask. There were thin layers of chakra moving around the mask. He blinked and realized that the man actually had fibers that drained a very small amount of chakra. It didn't do anything noticeable, but the thin mess protected his face from even his abilities. Just how paranoid is he about people seeing his face? He wondered as Naruto's father talked with the kids. Little did he know that it was an old technique that Kakashi's father had greeted. Apparently in his youth, the White Fang had lots of women trying to see his face too, and this had been developed when a bunch of Hyuga women saw through the mask, and it led to all sorts of problems for him, so he developed the technique. Kakashi learned it well and was going to teach Naruto when he started on his chakra training. So you're really Naruto's father? Ino asked at the tall man and then looked to Naruto. Then how come he's so short? Hey, I'm not short, I just haven't finished growing up. Just face it, you're short, chibi. Anko smirked as Naruto glared at her for that. But at any rate, Naruto, you should take this chance to rest up because after last night you're going to need it, Kakashi said to him, getting a bit more serious. Ever the master of words, Naruto said the only thing he could at that moment. I think I'll step up your training, and to make sure you don't slack off. Kakashi grinned as he turned to Anko. I'm sure that guy would love to help you train on days that I'm gone, and I'm also sure that Anko here wouldn't mind some time with you as well. Oh, this is going to be fun? Anko laughed in a sadistic way as the smile on her face made the kids take a few steps back. What the hell kind of family does Naruto belong to? Ino wondered, looking at the strange man that was Naruto's father and the crazy-looking woman that was his aunt. She had no idea who this guy was, but he was in this family. She had a feeling he would be a weird one too. She looked at Naruto and he had gone very pale and looked like he had wished that he had died last night. Which was exactly what Naruto was thinking. His dad was tough on him with his training, and knowing how insane his uncle trained made Naruto get a seeking feeling in his stomach. But it was the training that he would get with Anko that's what really scared him. She knew how she could get, and the fact that his dad was letting her loose on him gave him shivers down his spine. Oh man. Just one more year. Then Dad will let me join. That is if I survive. Suddenly Naruto figured that either he would be in great shape for the academy, or he wouldn't live to see that day. Later. After that day, Sakura and Ino were walking home. Ino was talking, but Sakura kept thinking back to Naruto and what he had done. She never would have done something as scary as that, and she wondered if she would ever be strong like that. She remembered how she was before Ino became her friend. She was so lonely all the time. No one would play with her, and they all made fun of her large forehead. She tried to hide it with her hair, but it didn't work. One day while she was being bullied, Ino had come in and chased them off. That had been the best day of her life when Ino became her friend. She still wore the red ribbon on her head that Ino had given them. After that day, she felt stronger and more outgoing thanks to Ino. It was odd how Naruto had come into her life the same way as Ino had. He had fought those bullies and Ino helped a bit as well. She looked at her best friend and saw how she was into her story. I want to be more like her, stronger and more sure, like how Naruto is. Yeah, he seems nice too. Inner Sakura said to her. Ever since she could remember, Sakura had this little self of her inside of her head. She never told anyone since people would just think she was weird and ugly. But inner Sakura had always been with her, helping her through her lonely times and as a voice to talk to. She wasn't sure if it was just her mind that made her some weird blood limit, or she suffered from multiple personalities, but inner Sakura was there to stay. Yeah, he is. But I wonder what's under that mask. I wonder if he's really cute. Inner Sakura started to draw up possible pictures of Naruto without the mask. Sakura blushed a bit at that and went back to her original line of thoughts. I need to be stronger, but how? Well, maybe we could train with Naruto? Plus, didn't Hinata say she is already training? We don't train yet, and I bet they'll be way stronger than us by the time we get the academy. Sakura nodded to herself, and then she focused on Ino. Hey Ino, do you train with your family? Huh. Ino was surprised by the turn of conversation. Well, no, not really. My daddy gave me a few lessons in hand-to-hand, but nothing much. Why? Well, Naruto and Hinata train, but when we get to the academy we'll be behind them. And I want to be stronger like Naruto. He stood up for Hinata and saved her and nearly died. My dad retired and is doing administration work at the Hokage Tower now, but he could train me if I asked. Ino was starting to wonder herself. She did want to be a strong ninja one day to make her dad proud. Maybe it couldn't hurt, but she stopped and pointed. Hey look, it's Sasuke-kun. Sakura turned to look to see the handsome young Uchiha walking with his mother. Both girls giggled seeing the boy. Ino, like all girls, had a crush on the mysterious boy. He was so dark and had this lone wolf thing to him. Didn't hurt that he was cute too. Although Sakura did agree with the looks, she mainly went on with the other girls because she wanted to fit in. Shinaro. Hey, what if we're in a class with Sasuke and Naruto? Wouldn't that be great? Inner Sakura started to hug two little dolls that looked like chibi versions of Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura just sweat dropped and decided to ignore her inner self for the next few hours. Hokage Tower. The past couple of weeks had been almost peaceful for the Hokage. He had visited Naruto a few times since he was out of the hospital. And by the looks of it, Kakashi was putting his son through the ringer. He knew that Kakashi was just worried about his son and wanted him to be prepared for the future. He also knew that Kakashi was blaming himself for Naruto nearly dying. Although the old man did admit he had never seen Kakashi this motivated since before he had a personality change after the deaths of his genin team. He was actually focused in his training with Naruto and got help from unlikely sources. Guy of course wanted to give Naruto weights, although the amount he wanted to give him was insane, so Kakashi cut the original weight in half just so his son could walk. Another surprise was that Anko herself was training him a few times, although Naruto said they were more like torture sessions. He nearly laughed when he used his crystal ball to look in on when Anko wanted to make sure the boy would be able to dodge attacks in the future. So she spent hours throwing all kinds of weapons at him, making sure his body knew how to dodge. Anko had to be pulled off the interrogation of the Cloud Ninja in the hospital as well. Although she was a special jonin that helped Ibiki out with getting information out of prisoners, she had nearly killed the man at one point. Actually, she managed to stop his heart for a full minute before starting it again. So far they managed to get out the real purpose for his visit to their village and to think that the Cloud Village would stoop so low. And here he was waiting for the official envoy for their prisoner as well. A messenger told him that the envoy was here and he told him to bring them in. He sat up straight, putting on his best Hokage face. He saw 3 people walk in, a slim little girl that looked to be of jonin rank, with a tall red-haired man with spiky hair with a large cleaver on his back. The man in front wore black with gold and carried with him a short sword at his hilt. Hokage-sama, I am Kojiro Miki. I understand you have one of our ninjas here. The man even though gave him the proper respect in what he said but not how he said it. The Hokage would just let him go for now. The last thing he needed was to get into a war with Cloud. But he also wouldn't let this man walk all over to him. So he just smiled at him, although the smile never reached his eyes. Well, I'm glad that you arrived here very fast, especially since we received word that you were coming before we even sent word to you. The other 2 members of the team stiffened a bit, but he noticed the leader only nodded his head. Well, in the ninja world, many things are possible. Yes, and I hope you remember that for later, smirked, seeing his slightly confused expression. But at any rate, your ninja is in a lot of trouble. He has confessed to trying to kidnap a child of the Hyuga clan, not to mention we do have a witness to this, as he was gravely wounded in stopping him. I would like to see Akira myself to ascertain that he has given this of his own free will, Kojiro said to him, and the Hokage didn't see any reason not to. So with a group of ANBU with them, they found themselves in the secure area of the hospital. There were a couple of guards on the door and they let the group into the room. Kojiro looked at Akira there on the bed. He had bandages over half his face and all over his body. His limbs were in casts and he had an 4 in his arm. Kojiro turned to the Hokage, anger on his face. Is this how you interrogate a member of our village? What have you done to him? Actually nothing much. He came in like this after the fight, Sarutobi told him honestly. Many of the injuries were from the battle, a few from Anko, but thankfully Ibiki had pulled her away from doing anything that would show. And the fact that Ibiki liked to use mental torture to get people to break down. He wasn't sure what he used, but long ago he stopped asking Ibiki those types of questions because he liked to sleep at night. Are you saying one ninja did this? Kojiro asked dangerously. No, I'm not. He couldn't wait for the punchline to this. It was actually a young boy that hasn't even entered the academy. Kojiro looked at the Hokage like he had lost his mind that a lie like that would actually work on him. He knew that Akira was no pushover. Sure, he wasn't the best, but he had been picked for this mission for his skills. The fact that a child did this was laughable and was about to let this Hokage know what he really thought about him and his weak village when a voice called out weakly. Not a boy, Akira said weakly. Kojiro cast the Hokage a glance as he walked over to his fellow ninja and leaned down. Who did this to you, Akira, so we can have revenge for this disgrace? Akira looked at him with his single eye, and there was something that he had not seen in Akira's eye before, and that was fear. Not just fear, but actual terror. It looked like a boy, but it wasn't a boy. The Leaf Village has a demon that wears the mask of a child. It wasn't human. The chakra? It was faster than I was. It was so fast. Kojiro stood up and wasn't sure what to think for the moment. It was obvious that his mind wasn't in the right place since he was speaking nonsense. He would be taken back where he could be healed and they would be able to get to the truth of the matter. This embarrassment would be remembered by the Cloud, and as soon as they found something to blame, then they would claim the right of revenge on that person. He only hoped that they could place it on the Hyuga clan, since it was taking one of them that caused this. Everyone knew that the Hokage was weak and strived for peaceful relations. Such a nature was looked as foolish among the Cloud Ninja. In their village, you used your strength to overpower your enemies and bend them to your will. The Hokage would not risk war and would do anything to protect his people from it. The last great ninja war must have taken its toll on the man that was known as the Professor, to turn someone of his skills in battle to seek peaceful alternatives. You will make arrangements for Akira to be moved, and we will take him with us. He is one of ours, and for this he will be dealt with by our own people. The Hokage would have laughed at his face. Then he knew that Akira would most likely get a slap on the wrist for just failing. But he knew that if he protested, it would only lead to much trouble. Fine, but let me tell you something. If he ever appears in the country of fire again, he will be killed on sight no matter what. Even if he is delivering a diplomatic message, he will not be spared, and he will go into our bingo books with that kill on sight order. He is no longer welcomed in this country or this village. The Hokage stared into the young man's eyes with hardened eyes of a veteran, and of a man that was more powerful than the young man could ever hope to become. Kojiro nodded his head to that. The old man knew how to play the game. He had removed an enemy without actually killing him, and yet gave them what they wanted. Although he was sure that they came out the victor in this little game, that was politics, since as soon as Akira confirmed the identity of the one that got in the way of the plans to take a blood limit for their own, they would deal with that person. After all, the word of one man or woman against Akira could be contested, and they were certain that the Hokage would send to them that person out as a sacrificial lamb if it saved the village. But the thought of a child doing this was impossible. There was no way any Konoha child was that strong. After all, the Leaf Village were known lack the bloodlust or real warriors unlike them, or say the Rock Village. What he didn't know was that Sarutobi knew that Akira would never change his story, and that the Cloud would never believe the story of a demon child. So he knew that Naruto was safe, at least for now. He made plans to get rid of him, although he knew that the Hyuga clan would have liked to have had him killed for this crime. This was the best solution. If this ninja ever entered his lands again, he would be killed, so the Hyuga's honor would be satisfied. As he watched them take the man away, he only hoped that the Cloud would be too busy and frustrated with Akira's answers to let the matter drop. Although he could expect more Cloud spies in his territory and maybe his own village for the next few months as they tried to get more information, which meant ANBU would be busy for a bit as well. Sometimes I wish you were still here, Minato. They wouldn't have dared to try something like this if you were still alive. The old man decided to go for a walk today. He needed to clear his head and to find some way to distress after this kind of day. A nice walk in the park would help, and if luck would have it, he would see Naruto playing with his new friends as well. Now, for the first time all day, he had a real smile on his face. If there was one thing Naruto was good for besides making life less boring, was to cheer people up. Next up, Chapter 12. Path to Darkness. Chapter 12. Path to Darkness. Itachi had been on a week-long mission with his group to hunt down a group of ninjas that had been in the country of fire for a while now. The Lord was getting nervous and was getting complaints on attacks by a few ninjas in black cloaks with red clouds. They had found one of them, but the strength of these ninjas had been understated. He had already lost one member of his ANBU team already as they started to chase this ninja. He was fast, nearly as fast as he was, and he had on a forehead protector that had a slash over it. From the symbol, it looked like he was an ex-ninja from Rock, which made sense with the Earth-style attacks that they had come up against. Suddenly the ground shot up at them, and Itachi managed to dodge, but Raven was caught as giant and sharp rocks the size of trees came out of the ground and crushed the elite ninja. That only left him and Crane, and by the way Crane was moving, he could read his body and tell he was rattled. He was about to bark at him to get his mind focused when they had to dodge what looked like a giant shuriken. Itachi activated his Sharingan as the enemy came into view. He started to make hand seals, and he matched it, taking the jutsu for himself. At the same time, they both cried out, "Earth release! Stone pillars!" Giant stone pillars shot out of the ground all over the place, some of them colliding together, trying to smash the other ninja between them. His partner came up behind the cloaked ninja with a sword and slashed into the ninja. Itachi watched as the ninja's body turned into earth. As he released, it was an earth clone. He was going to warn his comrade when a stone blade pierced his chest. The ANBU looked down almost like he was confused, but when it was pulled out the body fell to the ground and died very quickly from the fatal wound. Itachi saw the ninja with some type of earth-like armor on his arms and legs. One of the arms were bladed as well. It was too bad he hadn't seen the ninja use that technique. He would have liked to have added that to his growing list of abilities. Itachi fired off kunai with steel lines attacked trying to immobilize him. He was satisfied when he saw most of the wires holding him in place. Fire release, fire dragon missile. Itachi roared out as a giant flaming dragon smashed into the ninja. With those wires there holding him, there was no way for him to use a replacement technique. The wires were specially designed to disrupt that. But there was a drawback to using the technique he had, and that was for a small moment you lost sight of the person you were trying to incinerate. In that moment, the ninja had somehow called more earth together and had a shell covering himself. Itachi was getting slightly frustrated, but he kept himself calm and detached as usual. In battle, he found that thinking logically and keeping yourself detached from emotions helped to keep you totally focused. He didn't think about the people he lost or how strong this opponent was. He was only thinking of winning and how to win. He was about to hit the dome with enough fire to superheat it, but thankfully he kept his guard up. He jumped back as the ninja burst out of the ground. Itachi was grazed on the chest, but nothing much more difficult. "I have to admit you're better than the others," the black-clad ninja smirked. Itachi didn't bother to replay with words but with actions. He started to cast an illusion around the ninja. He wasn't the best, but he knew a few good ones that would let him get in a good shot. While the ninja was busy trying to get out of the illusion, Itachi jumped up and pulled his sword out, attacking from above. But the enemy ninja moved, just getting out of the illusion, and his blade sliced into him, but it wasn't fatal. Itachi then received a blow to his face, shattering his mask as he flew into a tree. He moved as soon as he could, knowing of a follow-up, but a kunai hit his arm. He winced but kept on fighting the enemy ninja. They continued to fight on, never stopping to give the other a break. But it was a tough opponent. Itachi began looking for an opening, any opening. He used a landslide technique that caused the ground under the ninja to become unstable. It was then that Itachi threw a few smoke bombs and several kunai with explosive tags into the smoke, making large explosions. The enemy ninja jumped out, singed but still alive. He began looking for the other ninja and felt movement to his left. He grinned and dodged the sword and gripped the ninja by the throat. "Time to end this, little ninja." Itachi gave only look with his eyes that seemed to say to him that he knew something. "Yes, I agree with that." Then there was a sharp pain in the ninja as a blade was shoved through his chest from his back and into Itachi. Only a split second later, Itachi became a puff of smoke as the shadow clone vanished. The ninja managed to look behind him, seeing the real Itachi there. "Damn! Got me with my own move." Itachi let the ninja fall dead just like he had with his partner that the ninja had killed. It was then that he suddenly felt a presence behind him and turned, but was hit in the stomach. Then in the face in a blow that was harder than he could remember ever being hit before. Itachi coughed up blood, feeling a loose tooth somewhere in the back of his mouth. The taste of iron from his blood was in his mouth as he looked up at the newcomer. The last one had been difficult, but this man, he was on a whole other level. He was superior in every way to the man he just beat, but he was tired and this man was fresh. There was also something strange as well. The man's eyes, they looked like the eyes of some kind of bloodline like his own or the Hyuga's. A few black circular lines in pale eyes. He couldn't remember ever hearing about such a thing before. "So you are the mighty Itachi. I've heard of your skill, and I must say to take down one of my men means that you are indeed strong. But you're not stronger than I am, and yet I see you want to fight on. Why do you fight, Itachi?" "Why not?" Itachi said, getting to his feet. "I am Itachi Uchiha, and I am the strongest in my clan. I have no equal, and I will not lose to someone else," Itachi said calmly as he started to gather more chakra. "The strongest? Then you have no one to push you beyond your limits?" the man said, and Itachi paused for a moment as the man said something that he had known for years about himself. "Yes, I know you very well, or the type that you are. You strive to be the perfect ninja, the best that there has ever been, but for what purpose? Even if you become the strongest with no purpose, there is no meaning to it all. But you've gotten me interested in you, so here is what I'll offer you. I can offer you skills and abilities that no one would know about. I can show you things that will make you the true equal to no one. Also, I will give you a purpose. I doubt you want to serve for your life. Sure, you most likely will lead a clan, but what is a clan? To the entire world. Now Itachi was thinking carefully as he was getting ready. The man obviously was either insane or very ambitious. No one could take over all of the known nations. It was impossible to do that. You would need true power, power that even he had to admit that he did not have. He didn't think he knew of any power that could allow anyone to conquer the world. But for the first time in a very long time, something in him was sparked. The idea of showing the world his power and to have true power in the world, to be able to shape it to his whim. He was actually surprised that a part of him actually liked the idea. I can even give you something to show you my good faith, the stranger said to him. Tell me, what do you know of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi's eyes widened at that. No one from outside of the village was supposed to know of that. Even most in his own village and clan didn't know the name. How could you know of that? I know many things, Itachi, and I know even how you can gain a Mangekyo Sharingan. That's impossible. No one knows how that was lost in the histories, and everyone who has tried has failed. There have only been a few to gain that power, but it was never recorded how it was done. Now Itachi was thinking back to all the studies on his bloodline. There were references to the Mangekyo and a few of the abilities, but they never stated how. It was like the information was erased long ago for some unknown reason. Oh, but I do know, Itachi, and there is a reason why no one speaks of it anymore. The way to gain that ability is through a sacrifice, but not just any sacrifice. You must kill your best friend. With killing that bond in your life, you will access your full potential. Itachi in all his life would have guessed that to gain the ultimate power of his clan, he would have to do something so simple. It was simple, and yet he could see why no one had tried it. It would make sense why no one would talk about it or remember it, and why only a handful had gained it. Most likely they gained that power by accident, and with all his training, and with the knowledge that this man had known, he knew that it had to be the truth. There was no lie in his voice, and Itachi had to ask him more. Why are you telling me this? I offer you a choice, Itachi. You can join me and my group. You have no real future in your village, and your skills and talents are wasted there. I offer you to be part of the future. I plan on ruling this world, and I know of how to do this. There are powers hidden all over the world, great demons that had been sealed away. I plan on taking their power and using it as the ultimate power. Nothing will stand in my way. And as I've said, you've interested me, so go back home and choose. If you want the power, kill your friend. If you do, you know your life there is over with, and as proof of your commitment to me, you must show me that there is nothing to hold to your old life. You must destroy your old life as proof that you seek the future. The man turned and started to walk away, but then he stopped. Think on it, Itachi, because if you do not accept, the next time we meet you will die. Then he was suddenly gone, and Itachi was left with his dead comrades and left to think on his own future. Konoha. Sasuke was having a good day. He had nearly killed himself trying to get that one jutsu that he saw his brother use, and after days he finally got it down. In fact, even his father seemed pleased, at least that's what he thought. But something was still wrong. For some reason, he said not to follow in his brother's path, which confused him. Wasn't his brother the strongest in the clan? It made no sense, but he had seen how even though his father up to that point had ignored him all his life, he wasn't any closer to his older brother. In fact, it looked like he was close to their father than his older brother, which was strange. Things had been very odd around the compound too. It all started a few days ago when one of them seemed to have committed suicide, something nearly unheard of in their clan. He had drowned himself apparently, as a note with his handwriting was found in his room, but his father's reaction was not what he expected. Instead of being angry with a member of the clan for showing such weakness or even consoling the family as was his obligation as clan head, he seemed to be deep in thought about something. Well, for Sasuke, he didn't understand any of this, but he was too happy with his father finally acknowledging him to really care. For the first time in his life, his father would train him personally, and to finally get his father's approval after all this time and effort, well, it just felt really good to him. Across the village, there was another son undergoing training, but this was under his father's gaze. Naruto was finally doing chakra control exercises, or at least trying to. He had the stupid leaf on his hand and he had to make it float, but too little chakra and it wouldn't do anything, too much and it would burn. And by the huge pile of burnt leaves he had a real problem with not burning them. Kakashi was sitting on the deck reading one of this perverted books. Although he looked to be reading, he was actually thinking. Naruto was having a lot of trouble with such a simple thing. Anyone else would have gotten this long ago, but they had nearly a quarter of the leaves off one small tree gone now. It sent him thinking on why this was so hard for his son. One answer was that Naruto had no skills with chakra, but given who his biological father and mother was, that made no sense. Two other reasons were that because Naruto had such a huge amount of chakra, it was a lot harder for him to mold. Kids his age didn't have that much. Hell, there were low-grade chunins that didn't have that much chakra. Another reason he figured was because of the fox's chakra. Kakashi wasn't sure exactly how it worked with Naruto's chakra system, but it wasn't normal chakra, it was far more powerful and potent. If some of it was mixing in with his, that also could explain a few things. It could even be because of those two factors, which meant that he would have to really work on Naruto's chakra control. He sighed as his son burnt another leaf and started to yell at it and lose his temper. It was a long road for his son, but there was a bright side to things. Naruto never gave up and he worked hard, maybe harder than anyone. He wouldn't stop until he got something right, even to the point he just dropped from exhaustion. Also the fact that with his little training, some of guy with taijutsu and whatever Anko did that didn't kill him, the thought of what Naruto could be when he grew up made him a little giddy. His son had so much potential. Now he just needed to know what to teach him. He could easily help him with the academy stuff, but he wanted his son to have an edge. There were so many techniques to teach him, but when he was ready there were two that he wasn't sure which to teach him. His own technique, the Chidori, or the technique of his father, the Rasengan. In a way he felt that because Naruto was his adopted son he should get his own and only original technique, but he was sure that Minato would want his son to have the Rasengan. He had been taught the Rasengan, but he had only actually used it 3 times in actual combat. It was just too insane for him to make and use. Each time his hand felt like it nearly drained him. The amount of chakra you needed for it was a very large amount. He remembered the first time he actually made a perfect one that had landed him in the hospital for chakra exhaustion. It was pretty much something he saved if there was no other way. Sure, now he had a lot more chakra than most, as he had one of the largest among the jonins, but he still wasn't anywhere near his old sensei had. Even now he could make one without using up all his chakra, but he would be very weak after it and wouldn't be able to make another. That was why he stuck with his own technique. It wasn't as powerful as the Rasengan, but it sure got the job done, and he could use that a few times in one day as well. There was only one other person who could teach Naruto the Rasengan anyways, but he hadn't been around for years. It was too bad, since Kakashi had a bunch of books he would love to get autographed. He only had bought the limited edition of the first series with his autograph. Cost him a whole month of savings, but it was worth it. Naruto started to throw another burnt leaf down, and Kakashi starting to try and think of other exercises that would help Naruto. Later that night, as the sun fell, Fugaku was walking along the clan compound trying to puzzle out the small mystery before him. Shirsue's death bothered him, mainly because he knew that young man and he was anything but suicidal. But there was another thing bothering him. Shirsue had been reporting on his son Itachi and what his son had been doing. His son seemed to be acting odd after his return from that mission where he had been the only survivor. The fact that the boy had suddenly died made him think that Itachi might be linked to it. He honestly didn't know what was going on with his son, but lately Itachi had been in the family library before the boy's death researching something. His oldest son hadn't been seen after the Shirsue had been found, and already he had recalled the family members. If his oldest son had been responsible, then he would need forces to take him down. His son held so much promise, and he wondered where he had gone wrong with him. He could have led the clan to greatness, but it looked like he would become their great shame. On the other hand, Sasuke had surprised him with his ability with the jutsu that he had mastered. Maybe he shouldn't have neglected his youngest son because he didn't develop as fast as his older brother, but he had seen the promise in Sasuke's abilities. He would help train his youngest son and he would lead the clan, and maybe it was for the best. He had never been that close with his sons, but at least with Sasuke he would understand him. Now was the only matter was Itachi to deal with. He walked through the dark home, but suddenly something seemed odd. There was a stillness to the night, like death was in the air. He slowly turned his head to the window and looked out into the night. He looked at the moon and noticed a slight red tint to it all, a blood moon. It was a bad omen to be sure, and with the night like this his instincts were screaming at him. He noticed something else as well. There usually were roaming patrols on the grounds, but he didn't see any of them. Now he was certain something was wrong and quickly ran through the mansion wondering when he never came upon another soul or how quiet things were. He opened up the door to Kai Uchiha, who was in charge of the guards. He stopped in his tracks at the sight. There in the center room was Kai, his wife and their 2 children all dead. It looked like the mother tried to cover the children with her body but had failed anyway. No one had ever managed to get this deep inside of the Uchiha home and commit a murder such as this. The person that could only do something like this he knew would have to be extraordinarily trained and would have to know the compound very well. Then the answer hit him and he ran to check on the rest of his own family. He came into the common room and was met by a sight that broke through his nearly emotionless mask. There was Itachi in his ANBU uniform with a bloody katana. On the floor was his wife. His heart seemed to be like stone at the sight of his wife's unmoving body. As clan head he had to be totally in control and keep his emotions, but this sight broke through all his control. He might not have said it much or often, but he loved his wife, and seeing her dead at the hands of their own son was heartbreaking. He took a few steps looking at her pale face and then looked at his son. But when he saw his son's eyes he was surprised to see the Sharingan was different. It took a moment to process, but there was only one thing that it could be. His son had found a way to activate the last level of the Sharingan. Something only a handful had been able to do but had been lost for several generations. But he didn't care about that. He stood to face his son, setting his face in stone. "Why? Anything in particular, father?" Itachi asked in the same manner. He didn't say anything, only glaring at the young man. "You could have become clan head, even maybe be Hokage one day. Why throw it all away and why turn on your clan and family?" Itachi looked at him for a moment. "Why would I settle for this village when there is a world out there to rule? And this village is only holding me back. I have found a new path for getting stronger. I thought that I was strong, but there are others out there stronger than I am. I would never gain that kind of power like the power I have now. This village means nothing to me now, and I have to move forward, and to do that, I have to cut all ties I have to this village." He clenched his fists at his son's words as he glared at the boy and activated his own Sharingan. Elsewhere in the mansion Sasuke was running. He couldn't find anyone and he knew something was wrong. He ran through the halls looking for his mother and father, wondering why the compound seemed to be deserted. He ran to the common room that his family used and opened to the door just in time to see his father being impaled by a katana. He froze there in shock as he watched his father die in front of him. Then he noticed his mother on the floor, and when the face of their killer came into view as his father's body hit the floor, it was like someone had shattered his world. "Be brother." He stepped forward on shaking legs, looking at their deaths, and felt the sting in his eyes from tears. Then he looked to his older brother. "Why? Why did you do this? Why?" Itachi walked over to his little brother with no emotion on his face, almost looking like he was studying him. "Because they were all weak and deserved it." Sasuke tried to punch him, but his fist was easily caught by Itachi. "You're weak too, Sasuke, and let me show you a new power of mine, Tsukuyami." In that small moment Sasuke lived through 3 days of hell as he watched his family die over and over again in his mind. When it was over he looked at his older brother. "You're not worthy for me to kill. If you want to kill me you must hate me with all your being. To grow strong you must live to hate Sasuke." With that final statement Sasuke blacked out from the mental stress that he had gone through. Itachi watched him fall and figured that those words were the best to get his little brother on the right path. He wanted to give his little brother enough motivation to become truly strong like he had become. One day he would see if his little brother had what it took to fight him, and he would see which way of the ninja was best. But now it was time to go. He had to finish off any survivors before someone became aware of the deaths. As the dawn came to the village, Itachi was a long way away from the village that had once been his home at that moment. He had left the village and not once did he look back. He had made his choice and he knew he had made the right one. He now had the legendary power of his clan, and the power it gave him was unbelievable, and he was now on his way to only get more. He returned to the area where he had defeated the strange ninja, waiting for the other one to show up. He didn't have to wait long, as the one he had met before had arrived. "I see that you have decided to join us. I must admit, killing your clan was very impressive. They were weak and they would have hunted me down. They would have made things very difficult. Besides, this way none of them would try and get the power that I have." Although what he didn't say was that he left his brother alive not for any sentimental reasons, but because Sasuke was the only one he felt was worthy to live on, and to live in with hate burning him up inside. He would see if he could push his little brother to be as powerful as he was, to see which way of the ninja was the stronger. Being emotionally detached or using your emotions. "Then you'll need these then, Itachi." The figure threw a cloak down that Itachi put on, and then he noticed that the man had an open hand towards him with a ring on it. "This belonged to the one you defeated. It's only fitting that you take his place." "You still haven't told me much about this group of yours," Itachi said, putting on the rind. "It's called Akatsuki, and you can call me Pain," the man said to him, leading him towards his future. Chapter 13. First day of school. Naruto was in his room looking up at his ceiling, waiting for his alarm to go off. He had barely gotten any sleep last night. He had been training for a year, and today was the day. It was the day he started his first day at the academy. He couldn't wait. He was so excited about things, and the last year had gone on real fast, it seemed. He remembered the day Hinata's baby sister had been born, and she was kind of cute for a baby. He trained with Hinata and even Niji when Niji had the time, which was nice, although he was already in the academy now, a year ahead of them and doing very well. Naruto also enjoyed his time with his new friends Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru, but over the year something happened with him and Sakura. He started to really like her lately. Okay, so he also thought she was really nice looking and way smarter than he was. In the year he had known her, she had gained more confidence and trained with Ino. The two had started to form a strange friendship/rivalry between the two of them. He remembered 6 months ago he had been walking down a street with Sakura, walking her home. It was on his way anyway, and they had finished playing together that day. Hinata had been busy with her baby sister, and the others had various other things to do. It had been going well until a couple of kids got in their faces, just a couple of bullies, a few boys and a couple of girls. Naruto, although angry, could take it, but then they started to tease Sakura about her forehead, making her cry a bit. That's when Naruto threw the first punch. He wished he could say that he fought and won, but ended up with a beating. At least he gave a few of them bloody noses. So there he was, just sitting up against a wall with Sakura, trying to wipe some of the blood from a small cut, looking really worried about him. "You didn't have to do that, you know. I don't like seeing my friends hurt." Naruto. He shrugged. "Yeah, well, no one makes fun of my friends. Besides, it made you sad, and I don't like seeing you sad." Sakura gave a small smile at that. It felt good to have someone care for her, and Naruto was always so nice to her. Sure, he usually got into trouble and was a bit loud at times, but he made things fun, and he always stood up for her and for the others too. She remembered just last week when someone called Choji fat and he stood up for him. Naruto was very protective of his friends, and no matter what the odds were, he always fought his hardest for them. He never gave up, and it was one of the reasons she had asked for some training from her father and even a little with Ino. She dabbed a bit at the small cut on his eyebrow, but thankfully it had stopped bleeding. Although she and Naruto never noticed just how fast he always healed, they just figured it always healed fast. She put away the small cloth she had on her and looked at him. There were a few flakes of drying blood, but not much, and he was looking at her with those blue eyes of his. She had to admit she had never seen anyone with eyes like his. They were just this unique shade of blue, and after a year she still hadn't seen behind the mask. She wondered what he was hiding. Was he ugly, or did he have a scare or something? "Thank you, Naruto-kun. Although I wish I didn't have this ugly forehead. I get teased so much because of it that I just want to hide it." Sakura looked down, not wanting to see into his eyes. She remembered how Ino told her how it wasn't ugly, but she was still sensitive about it. Naruto looked at her for a moment before speaking softly, which was rare for him, and only when he truly meant something. "I don't think it's ugly, Sakura-chan. I like it. I think it's, cute." He honestly wasn't sure what to say about it, but he had heard that word used before by older people when they were talking to others, and people seemed to like it. Sakura blushed a bit, smiling. Thank you, Naruto-kun. But come on, let's get you to my place, so we can clean you up. Okay. Naruto jumped up full of energy and hyperactive again. You think your mom made those cookies again? They're great. Naruto liked the parents of his friends since they always treated him well. Especially Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru's dads for some reason. Sakura's mother and father seemed a little unsure about him at first, but after some time they seemed to warm up to him. It also meant that when his dad was away on a mission for some time he could sleep over at his friend's place. Choji's family always had a lot of food, Shikamaru's family was okay. His dad was pretty lazy and his mother kinda scared him at times, but they lived by this large forest with all these deer. He only been with Ino's a few times, but he liked it, and he liked learning about plants and stuff too. He had kind of started a small spot for flowers in his backyard. Although his dad had been worried about him for some reason, but he just told him that it was relaxing for him. Naruto thought back over the year and had to admit it was a pretty great year. And now they would all be in the academy together and he couldn't wait for it. He wondered if he would find any new friends or not in school. He looked over at his alarm clock and scowled at it. Stupid alarm ring already so I can go. When it finally went off it only rang once before his hand shot out and stopped it. He jumped out of bed and went to get a shower and then change. He made it into the kitchen before his dad woke up and he sat at the table waiting for him. But after 30 seconds he jumped off the chair and pushed it to the counter as he tried to make his own breakfast. It wasn't too hard since he knew how to cook some meals for himself or for his dad since his dad taught him some things like how to cook. He said it was an important skill to learn to be independent and something about how it's showing how much a woman means to you if you cook her a breakfast in bed. Personally, Naruto didn't get that last reference at all. By the time Kakashi had gotten out of bed, he saw already a small mess of the kitchen. Thankfully, Naruto was improving. That first time he tried to make something on his own had been a disaster. I take it someone is eager for their first day? He asked, seeing Naruto excited and nearly bouncing off the walls. Of course, Dad. This is going to be great. I'm going to learn to be a ninja with my friends. Make more friends and learn all kinds of cool stuff. Naruto went on and on to his father's amusement. It had been something that Naruto had been looking forward to for over a year now. So are you going there on your own? You know the way, right? Kakashi asked, although he knew for certain that Naruto knew the way by heart, but he liked seeing Naruto this excited. Naruto put on that face when he was thinking, although for him it looked like he was struggling with the meaning of life when he did it. Then he suddenly seemed to get an idea. Actually, Dad, I think I'll go and see someone before I get there. Well, you better get going or you might be late, Kakashi said, pointed to the clock. Naruto's eyes widened and quickly pulled on his mask and ran to the front door, leaving Kakashi to chuckle as he went to put on a morning cup of coffee for himself. Over at the Hyuga compound, the young Hinata was a bit worried. After all, it was her first day and she felt a little worried that no one would like her. Thankfully, she had all her friends going there, so she would at least not be lonely, although there was one other thing bothering her lately. Naruto seemed to be getting close to Sakura and it made her feel strange things. She felt sad because the attention he showed Sakura, she found herself wanting him to show it to her. But he wasn't cutting her out of his life. He always came to play with her and to have fun and even to train a bit. And she felt a bit closer to her cousin now too, since joining him in training now and then, and she had to admit he was much stronger than she was. She still nearly giggled at all the times Naruto kept getting her father and uncle confused. Sometimes she wondered if he did it on purpose because of the annoyed looks her father and uncle got at times. But she still felt weak. She was always nervous around people and she could never really harm anyone in her sparring matches. But then every time she doubted herself, Naruto would always encourage her and she found the strength to push on. She wanted to be strong like he was. He never seemed to be afraid and always fought his hardest no matter what. He had saved her from that kidnapping. The night was a bit hazy, but she still had nightmares about that. But Naruto had saved her, and he had nearly died in the process. She could still remember seeing him covered in blood. Hinata, are you okay? Hinata was brought out of her thoughts as she was sitting on her bed in her room and looked up to see her mother there by her doorway. She smiled kindly at her as she walked in and stroked her hair gently. Nervous, dear? Hana asked, and Hinata nodded her head. Are you sure you want to be a ninja then? Hinata had been thinking about it, but she knew the answer to that. Why, yes, I do. I want to show that I am strong, mother. That I... that I can show that I'm not weak and… She looked down as she fidgeted with her fingers in her nervous habit. Her mother wasn't fooled, though she had seen how Hinata was around Naruto, and she had to smile. She knew that her daughter was starting to like the Hatake boy, and who could blame her? Not every day that someone rescues you. Although she was a bit sad, if she grew up and fell in love with the boy, he would need to seriously prove himself for Hinata to marry outside of the clan, let alone be courted by someone outside of the clan. Not many of their people did, but there were a few, because in the past when some would run away to live with the person they fell in love with, or events that had led to bloodshed and other unpleasant things, a set of rules were set up. The person that a Hyuga could see outside of the clan would have to come from a distinguished background, shown very high level of skills and strength. Plus, the clan head and elders had to agree. A part of her hoped that her daughter found someone else to avoid heartache, but another part of her wanted her daughter to be happy. Thankfully, her father hadn't given in the elders about an arranged marriage to their daughters, since he wanted at least some free will for them. Plus, that was the reason they had been married. If he had been arranged, then he would have had to marry most likely someone else, and Hana loved her husband. Well then, let's get you ready then, Hinata, or else we will be late, she told her daughter, helping her to get ready. They arrived at the main gates, and she felt another headache hit her eyes with the bright sun. She tried not to show it, but lately she had been getting migraines lately. In bright lights it could get very bad, but she just put it off as stress. After all, she had a new baby daughter that was a handful. They came to the gates as she nodded her head to the guards, who bowed theirs in respect. They weren't 10 feet from the gate when a loud and a very excited voice yelled out to them. "Hinata-chan, wait up!" Naruto came running up to them and stopped just short. "Naruto, shouldn't you be on your way to school?" Hana asked. "I wanted to walk there with Hinata-chan on our first day." Naruto smiled up at her. "Well then, Hinata, I don't see why Naruto-kun here can't walk you there." She smiled, seeing her daughter's cheek get slightly red as she looked down and poking her fingertips together again. But she did catch the small smile on Hinata's face. "Yeah, you heard your mom, let's go. I don't want to be late." Naruto quickly grabbed Hinata's hand, which of course made her blush even harder as he ran to the school with her. Hana watched the children run off together. She turned back and started to walk back towards the gates when she suddenly felt very dizzy and stumbled. "Hana-sama, are you okay?" One of the guards ran over to her, but she got up and waved him off. "I'm fine, just tired," she told them, going back into the mansion. Maybe taking a nap would help her out. Later, Naruto was looking at the school with excitement in his eyes. Hinata was standing next to him looking up at the building. Although she was nervous, she was glad that Naruto had came to get her. She always felt better when he was around. Naruto looked at her with that hidden smile of his. "Come on, let's see if we can find our class and the others." They searched through the academy and found the room on the first floor. There was a sign on the wall that told them that the New Year's class would be inside, and Naruto just walked right in, and when he saw who the teacher was, Naruto's day got even better. "Irika, you're our teacher." Irika smiled, looking at the young boy and the shy girl in his shadow. "Yes, Naruto, I am. I'll be your teacher, and I want you to call me Irika-sensei now, okay?" "Sure thing, Irika-sensei," Naruto said happily. He was glad that he was getting him as this group's teacher. He knew that some classes would have a teacher throughout the time at the academy, with maybe different support teachers. Sometimes students got a different teacher now and then if they were held back a year or something. Ninja schooling didn't work like the ones the civilian kids did, since as they were preparing for the lives as ninjas they needed a special type of schooling. Naruto walked up to an empty spot. He saw Ino and Sakura sitting together and waved to them as they waved back. He nodded to Choji, who was eating a bag of chips, with Shikamaru already sleeping at his desk. He sat down with Hinata on his left, and to his right he saw a boy with short dark hair looking a bit darkly at the front. Naruto wasn't sure who he was, but he seemed familiar. Then it hit him. "Hey, you're that boy I've seen sitting around alone. How come whenever I say hi you just ignore me?" The boy just sat there quickly, as if he hadn't heard Naruto's voice. This of course was starting to tick Naruto off a bit, since being ignored wasn't something he liked. "Well, I'm Naruto, and this is my best friend Hinata, so what's your name?" Again silence. "Hey, you jerk, when people are being nice to you, you should at least be polite and respond." Now the boy looked at Naruto sideways. I don't care. Now Naruto was really getting pissed off that the boy. Oh yeah? Then what makes you so special, huh? Just my luck, my first day, and already we're sitting next to the class jerk. And in Naruto, maybe we should just leave him alone? Hinata said in her usual soft voice. Yeah, alright, fine. But the least you could do is at least give your name, Naruto said, glaring at the boy. He only looked at him for a bit and grunted before giving out his name, Sasuke Uchiha. Hinata's eyes widened at the name. She heard of the boy but had never really seen him before. She knew of the clan which no longer existed since a year ago, and she looked at the boy. She couldn't imagine what it was like for him. She wondered what she would go through if her entire clan had been wiped out and she was all alone. She felt bad for him, but she wasn't sure what to say to something like that. She wanted to say something, but she saw that he just wanted to be left alone and would let him. Others that they knew came in and they said hi to each other while Sakura and Ino battled for the chairs behind Sasuke, although it wasn't until Shikamaru pointed out that there were 2 empty spots anyways before the girls settled down, with Ino right behind Sasuke and Sakura right behind Naruto. The classes started that day and Naruto was given textbooks and papers as well as other things for the school semester. Naruto had to admit school wasn't as exciting as he hoped. He liked Iruka and all, but some of the lessons were kind of boring. The history was okay, at least he went into the past Hokages, so he wanted to know about the men he wanted to surpass. He also learned a bit about what made a Hokage, so that was usual for him. Some of the stuff was boring because he already knew some of it, like the chakra stuff. His dad already told him about that and the different kinds. Okay, so he didn't remember it all, but he knew the basics and enough to allow him to mold his chakra at least. Then they went outside so Iruka could get a basic handle on any skills they might have. He stood in front of a target with a table or kunai and shurikens. They were blunted to the kids wouldn't hurt themselves, but the points would embed into the board that had several rings. The point trying to hit the center ring, of course, so the kids lined up and started to throw. Naruto watched as everyone tried out. Some of the kids weren't too bad. Some were actually kind of terrible. Obviously, they never trained with the weapons before now. One kid actually missed the board once and hit a tree. He was glad to see that his friends were doing well. Hinata seemed to have the best accuracy out of the girls, and there was one other boy that seemed to be doing well also. Some kid with red triangles on his face that when he did well had a huge grin showing off some wickedly sharp canines. Naruto thought he was named Kiba or something. Then it was Sasuke's turn and the boy nearly hit dead center with all the throws. Everyone was amazed at that and he heard a few squeals from the girls. Well done, Sasuke. So far you seem to be at the top so far, Iruka said with a smile and looked at his clipboard as he marked the score and saw who was next. Naruto Hatake, you're up next. All right, time to show them what I can do, Naruto said, grinning under his mask, picking up his kunai. The other kids were watching as well as the kid with the mask went up. There were some whispers about who the kid was and why he was wearing a mask all the time. Does anyone know that kid? A boy asked. I'm not sure, but I have to wonder if he's any good, one of the girls said. Another girl watched, tilting her head. Well, I don't think he'll do as well as Sasuke-kun, but makes me wonder about the mask. It's family tradition, Sakura said to everyone who was now looking at her and the circle of friends. His dad wears one all the time and the only one that's actually seen his face if Hinata here, but she never says what he looks like. Hinata blushed as everyone looked at her. Sorry, but he made me promise not to tell. Still, he can't be that good. He's kind of a runt anyway. Kiba smirked as he walked up to them. Yeah, well, that runt took on a ninja and beat him over a year ago and nearly died as he saved Hinata here from being kidnapped. Sakura snapped at him and now everyone was looking at them. Even Sasuke heard that and cast a glance to them. He looked at Naruto, who was starting his own throws as he studied the boy. Yeah, right. Kiba couldn't believe that a kid like that, not even trained, could take out a ninja. Hey, shut up, Ino growled out. We saw him in the hospital with the bloody bandages on his chest where a kunai had hit him. He's lucky to be alive, and for your information, Hinata's father here, the head of the Hyuga clan, even said so. So shut up about it and take a bath. You smell like a dog. Ino didn't like other people mocking her friends, and even for a kid she had a sharp tongue on her. Although she only thought that Hinata's father had said something like that since she had overheard her father talking about it over dinner once. Wow, look at that! A kid yelled out and everyone looked to see that Naruto had done about as well as Sasuke. Naruto looked proudly at his score. He wasn't sure how well he did, although by the looks of it Sasuke only just beat him by a few points. He was disappointed that he didn't win, but that just meant he had to train harder now. Sasuke looked at the kid harder. Now he needed to be stronger and he couldn't have any equal. He had to kill him to avenge his clan, but this kid was nearly as good at him, at least in this field. But he would keep his eye on him just in case. If the kid proved to be his equal or even stronger, then he would beat him. He had to, because his brother was stronger than anyone else in his village, so he had to be stronger than anyone in this village too, or he wouldn't stand a chance. As the day went on, Naruto, while in class, looked to be bored or not always paying attention. While they were doing the physical training, he started to compete with the Uchiha child. Whenever those two did, everyone wanted to see who would come out on top. Although Sasuke beat Naruto most of the time, it sometimes was by a slim or small margin. Everyone else was trying to just keep up with them, and by now everyone was talking about the two kids. Naruto was a bit disappointed when in the basic taijutsu class he wasn't paired up with Sasuke. He wanted to see where he was in skills with the kid, but instead he got paired up with the loud kid Kiba. Kiba was stronger than him, but Naruto still managed to keep making him hit the ground every time thanks to all that training Naruto got from his dad, and his aunt and uncle as well. He was pleased to see that Hinata seemed to excel out of the girls thanks to her gentle fist-style training. By lunch, Naruto and his friends were sitting together outside with the snack packages there were there for the students. "Man, school is a lot different than I would have thought," Naruto said, eating his food. And to the annoyance of everyone else, whenever they averted their eyes, somehow his food was always gone in a blink of an eye. "I thought it would be more fun and stuff." "Well, I'm having a good time," Sakura stated, eating a sandwich. "I mean, we're learning lots of things and knowledge is important to have." "Who cares? I just wish that we could take classes outside," Shikamaru said, laying on the ground looking up at the sky while eating an apple. "You just go to sleep again like in class," Ino said, rolling her eyes. Naruto laughed at that, and Ino went to look at the other blonde. "I wouldn't laugh. Irika-sensei caught you nodding off twice." "I didn't get any sleep last night. I was too excited," he said in his own defense. Although that was true, he just didn't want to admit that Irika could be a bit on the boring side at times, and things like math and science wasn't really his strong point. Plus, he didn't get how Irika said it would help with his life as a ninja, so maybe he would ask his dad at least later. While they talked on, Naruto noticed one kid who was off on the side. He wore a coat with dark glasses and had the bottom of his coat covering his face with messy brown hair on top. Naruto watched as the kid was eating by himself, but he seemed to break off some small pieces of his food and place it on the ground. Naruto was wondering why when he saw small black bugs come out from his sleeve and go to the food. Naruto was wondering why the kid had bugs in his coat, although they seemed to be doing what he said too. Naruto just shrugged it off as someone asked him a question. The rest of the day went by pretty well, at least, although Naruto learned one aspect of school that he would hate until the last day of his life in school. The most dreaded word that would go into his list of words that he hated, and that word was homework. Naruto sighed as he walked home with his new books and stuff, all the while muttering to himself about how he spent all day learning stuff and doing work, and now he had to take work home with him. Sometimes life just didn't seem fair to Naruto, and then his mind began to wonder about how to liven things up at school. A few ideas started to form, and he couldn't wait until he started his plan to make school less boring, and one target he would love to try it out on was Sasuke. That guy needed to get that stick removed, and he was going to make that boy liven up even if it killed him. Chapter 14. Dog Boy and Bug Boy. For the next couple of weeks, Naruto got used to his new life in school. He was learning some neat things, although he was still bored at times. Sometimes Irika would yell at him and Shikamaru because they fell asleep, plus the fact that he was getting a reputation. Well, actually, it was a couple. One was when after a week a string of mysterious pranks started to plague the school. Someone put dye in the teachers' tea and coffee in their teachers' lounge, making all the teachers have black or green mouths and tongues for the day. Then there was the incident when had set up shaving cream bombs of some sort, and then there was the day smoke bombs went off at random intervals throughout the day. No one was sure who was the culprit, and the teachers had decided to catch whoever it was in the act. That was how they caught Naruto after school, planting clue on all the chairs of the teachers. Irika had been disappointed in Naruto, and they had a talk with his father, who was 2 hours late for the meeting, of course. Kakashi said he would punish Naruto, although Irika figured from the attitude that Kakashi actually thought it was kind of funny and would most likely just increase Naruto's training at home. They also made Naruto apologize to the entire school. although Niji, who was a year ahead, had to admit the fact that Naruto managed to get all of that done and not get caught until now was surprising, but he never would admit it. He didn't even say that he knew Naruto since no one asked him, which he was thankful for. Naruto was also known for being the only one that could keep up with the Uchiha prodigy as well. The two of them competed all the time, races, sparring matches, and anything else they could do. Although they acted a bit hostile towards the other, it was just their way. Besides, Naruto enjoyed having someone that made him push himself. He figured the harder he worked, the faster he could make Hokage one day. But there was one fact that had escaped Naruto during that time, and that was because he was the only one that rivaled Sasuke. It made him more noticeable, especially to certain members of the female class. Although the Sasuke fangirls were numerous, Naruto had a smaller following as well. If he wasn't lazy in class or pulled pranks, he would have gotten more. But there were other things that made certain girls like him. First was the fact that he always wore a mask, making him kind of mysterious in a way. No one knew what he looked like, and that curiosity was alluring to some of them. Another was the fact that Naruto, once you got to know him, was a very nice guy. Sasuke would always just blow the girls off, and at times when he was really annoyed might say something hurtful just so he could get some peace and quiet. Naruto, on the other hand, always would talk to the girls that went up to him. That made him much more approachable. The thing was, he had no idea that the girls liked him in that way. He just thought they were being friendly and was just trying to make new friends. This, of course, was misread by the girls that he was interested in them, and of course would lead to some trouble here and there, mainly young girls getting into fights over who was better, Naruto or Sasuke, and who liked the boy more. It also kind of made Hinata a bit awkward. Although she would have gladly been placed in the Naruto fangirl side of things, she was also Naruto's best friend, and she was always close to the boy. This led to some jealousy with some other girls over how close Hinata was with him. Sakura was getting a little confused. She liked Sasuke, but Naruto was so nice to her all the time as well, so she had no idea which boy was better. Ino thankfully was only after Sasuke, and helped keep the three girls together in tougher times. She had no rivalry with Hinata, and Sakura hadn't made her intentions clear, so to Ino that meant that none of them were a threat to her and her Sasuke-kun. But there were a couple of people that Naruto was curious about. Mainly was the Shino kid that always wore a heavy coat all the time. He always seemed to be alone, and Naruto remembered how that was like. The other was Kiba, who was a loudmouth show-off, which meant Naruto was starting to like the guy. Plus, when Naruto had been caught as the Academy Gremlin, as the mysterious prankster had been called, he had laughed so hard and gave Naruto a large smile. Kiba always seemed to enjoy his pranks the most, and he was thinking of asking the boy if he would be his friend as well. But first he waited for recess to come around. It took forever for the bell to ring, and usually Naruto would be rushing towards the door, but this time he held back, watching where Shino went. He followed the other boy and was confused when he walked to the bushes and knelt down. He seemed to be doing something, but Naruto couldn't guess what it was. He waited, but patience was always one of the things that Naruto had trouble with. Naruto walked up behind him, looking over his shoulder, but he couldn't guess at what the boy was doing. "Hey there, what you doing? Shino, right?" He only got silence, but the boy did turn to him slightly with a raised eyebrow. Naruto waited, then frowned. "Oh, come on, I just wanted to know, is that so much to ask?" Shino looked at him for a moment before moving slightly to the left and pointed. Naruto saw a small insect that was crawling on the branches. He wasn't sure why the boy was interested in it, although he did admit it was kind of cool with the red and black markings. "Okay, so what? You want to keep it or something?" "For breeding." The boy finally spoke, and Naruto turned to face him, surprised he managed to get him to talk. Normally Shino only talked when Irika asked him a question in class and he had to answer. Naruto, of course, took this as a victory in getting the strange boy to finally open up a little. "Cool, so you collect bugs and stuff for that?" He got a nod from the boy, and Naruto went back to looking at the bug. "Nice, although I noticed you liked bugs. You always been like that?" Again Shino raised an eyebrow. "It's the way of my clan. We raise and control bugs as part of our fighting style." That was the longest answer that Naruto had ever heard him give. For a while he figured the boy was just the quiet type, but when you talked about bugs, that was when he seemed to talk a bit more. So Naruto asked him all about his clan, and Shino answered. For Shino, he had never met anyone who was interested in his clan. Most of the time he hardly went outside of the clan compound because a lot of people were uneasy around them. But Naruto seemed to be genuinely interested and wasn't freaked out by anything. When Naruto asked what exactly they did with bugs, He showed the masked boy a few of them that he had on him by commanding them to crawl out of his coat. He explained how they would be used to attack an opponent by draining their chakra and other things. Naruto, who had first-hand experience with chakra exhaustion on many times, knew firsthand how bad that could be. His respect for bugs went up a notch and made a mental note not to piss off any of the bug users in the future. Despite things, Shino was having a nice time. No one had ever talked to him like this before. He knew that his social skills weren't exactly that great, but it seemed that Naruto listened well, which was odd given how many times the boy slept during class. "Hey Shino, you want to meet my other friends?" Naruto asked the boy, and he could see some kind of hesitation, or at least what Naruto assumed was. The boy was very good at keeping his expression blank a lot. The only thing Naruto could pick up was slight body movements and his eyebrows. He couldn't even see his eyes, and the lower half of his face was covered by his jacket. "Oh come on, they'll like you if you just open up a bit." Naruto wasn't going to give up, and he could see that Shino was thinking about it, so he decided to give him an extra push, that being grabbing his sleeve and dragging the taller boy with him. "Come on, just give it a shot already." Naruto dragged the boy across the yard over to where his friends were. They were talking when they noticed Naruto dragging some poor boy with him. "Hey guys, you mind if Shino here joins us?" "Whatever," Shikamaru said with a shrug, and there were no other real objections. "Cool. Shino, that's Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan. Guys, this is Shino. He doesn't say much at first, but he's a nice guy, and get this, he can talk to bugs and stuff and make them do things." Naruto saw varying expressions. Ino didn't like bugs that much, and always did think that Shino was a bit on the creepy side, that he never talked, and with those black sunglasses you couldn't tell where he was looking. Sakura tilted her head, wondering how you could talk to bugs, let alone making them do things. Shikamaru looked over with a raised eyebrow, and Choji just kept on eating. Hinata, however, because of her place in her clan, knew all about the prominent clans of the village, and she got up to him and gave a small bow. "Hello Shino-kun, you're part of the Aburame clan. My father has spoken highly of your clan and their abilities." Shino nodded his head. "You are the heiress of the Hyuga clan. My clan has respect for yours, as my father said, you are to be trusted." "Wow. That's the most I've heard him talk in like forever," Ino muttered to Sakura, who tried not to giggle. "Would you like to join us then?" Hinata asked, and Shino looked around and nodded his head as he sat down with them. It felt good for Shino to feel being accepted inside the grouping. Their clan over the years had been inspired by their insects and their collective. Belonging to a group and being a productive member of that group was one of the things their clan tried to do. First, they viewed their clan as the first collective, and then also that of Konoha, but Shino had no other grouping that he felt like he was a part of outside of this clan, so this small grouping was nice to him. As he got to know the others, he started to analyze the new grouping that he hoped he accepted into. Shikamaru seemed lazy, but he had seen the boy always answered the questions when he was asked, and as far as he had observed, he had never lost to a game of shogi he had played with anyone. That meant there here hidden depths to the boy that he was hiding. Choji, although looked physically unfit, Shino had seen him hit the wooden targets harder than the other boys. Although he seemed to have self-image problems, he was a very loyal person. Ino was loud and brash, but she too was loyal to her friends and protective of them. She also wasn't afraid to be herself or speak her mind. Her friend Sakura seemed nice and intelligent, but seemed to second-guess herself a lot. It was like with Hinata. She was kind to a fault really, but she was a very warm person. And then there was Naruto, who Shino was still trying to pin down. At one moment he was hyperactive, loud, and acted very childish, but at other times he was the complete opposite. Was he bipolar or something, or was there just more to him? Plus one other thing, his insects felt something different about him. He asked, but they couldn't tell him why, only that Naruto was more than what he seemed. Shino looked at Naruto as he was fooling around, making Ino angry, and was getting yelled at. "Who are you, Naruto Hatake, and what is it about you that makes you so different?" After school. Naruto's next person on his list was Kiba. He found Kiba after school waiting around. He walked over to him and waved. "Hey there, Kiba." He looked over and grinned. "Hey Naruto, you come up with anything new for class?" "I'm waiting for things to cool off a bit. I really don't want to go through what my dad did for the weekend after that meeting with Irika-sensei." Kiba raised an eyebrow. "Why, what did he do?" "One day full training with Uncle Guy and the next with Auntie Anko." Naruto was actually sore for a day after that and he could hardly move. Kiba didn't understand what was go bad about that, although he didn't know who those people were, so he just laughed a bit. Come on, what's so bad about that? Are you kidding? Their training is insane. Guy likes to do laps around the entire village on his hands, and that's just his personal training. You even want to know what he had me do? Then there's Anko, and she's crazy. Kiba blinked for a moment. He wasn't sure if Naruto was exaggerating, but from the looks of the masked blonde, he wasn't so sure. So, what's this Anko like then? Naruto made a face at him. First time she babysat me, she tied me up to a chair. She likes to use these snake styles ninjutsu stuff and likes to scare the crap out of people. I think she said she was thinking of going into some training to get into the torture and information extraction section. That made Kiba's eye twitched, and for a moment his older sister didn't look so bad in comparison. Sure, his older sister gave him some grief now and then, but at least she wasn't into torture, even though Kiba figured she could have a shot at it. So he only shook his head in sympathy for Naruto. He couldn't blame the shorter boy for letting things cool off. It was too bad. He really enjoyed the pranks Naruto did. They were the high boy of the day for him at times. Anyway, tomorrow me, Shikamaru and Choji are going to the park. I'm hoping Shino will come too. You want to come with us, Kiba? Kiba shrugged. He was still trying to make some friends, and even though he didn't like Naruto much at first, he had to admit he was starting to like the guy. He was unpredictable and he guessed he could do worse. Well, that sounds okay, but my sister wants me to do some work with the dogs later. So why me? We hardly say much to each other. Well, besides some insults and stuff. But Kiba said it with a grin, since he and Naruto always seemed to try and push each other's buttons, especially during the sparring matches, although Kiba was still sore that he only got in one win and had a suspicion that Naruto had let him win that time anyway. Naruto just shrugged. Why not? I mean, yeah, you're an ass sometimes, but I like you. I'm an ass? Listen here, shorty, I'm not the one that starts most of the fights. Oh yeah, and I'm not short. I just haven't hit my growth spurt yet. Kiba smirked at him. You'll be lucky to reach 5 feet at the rate it's going. Naruto scowled at him and was about to give a retort when a woman's voice yelled out, and Kiba suddenly stiffened and had a look on his face that Naruto was pretty sure that was the same look on his face whenever Anko gets into one of her moods, and he's in mortal danger. He looked over to see a girl a few years older with the same markings on her face. Same hair, only in a long ponytail, with an annoyed look on her face. What do you want? I thought Mom was coming by, Kiba asked. The older girl put her hands on her hips and glared at him. Mom's not coming, she got held up, and don't talk to me like that, you little brat. That was when she noticed Naruto and looked at the boy with an odd look. Mainly it was because she never seen a boy with a mask on like that before, and she was wondering what was going on as she had seen the two arguing about something. Hey kid, is my idiot little brother bugging you? She asked. You're Kiba's sister? Naruto asked. Yeah, my name is Hana Inazuka. Naruto looked at her for a second before saying something. Wait, your name is Hana? Cool, my best friend's mom has the same name. Is it a popular name or something, or just for pretty girls? Hana wasn't sure to be angry at being compared to someone's mother or flattered that he said she was pretty. Naruto then gave a small bow with his head. Well, it's nice to meet you, Hana-san. Kiba always said that his big sister was young and pretty, but he never said how pretty. Now Hana was smiling while Kiba was wondering what the hell was going on. He never said anything of the sort. Hell, he was sure he said the complete opposite a few times. Well, nice to know that my little brother isn't a total pain then. Who are you anyway? Name's Naruto Hatake, and I was wondering if Kiba could play with us at the park tomorrow, that is, if that's okay. Hana thought about it for a moment and then shrugged. Well, okay, then it's nothing big that I can't handle. I'm glad that Kiba has at least a few friends with some manners. Kiba, I'll see you in a bit. I got to go and drop something off, and I'll be right back, so make some plans with Naruto here. Kiba watched his big sister leave, and when he was sure she was out of earshot, he quickly grabbed Naruto by the front of his shirt. What the hell was that, man? I mean, I never said that, and were you trying to make a pass at my sister of all people? Naruto wrenched his hand off. Get off me. First, hell no. She's way too old for me, and she looks and acts too much like Anko, and I'm not suicidal. Secondly, I learned fast that in order not to piss of women like that, you got to compliment them. Be really nice and respectful and then throw in some compliments and make sure you say something about them or they themselves are pretty. And that works? Kiba asked. You got the time off, didn't you? Naruto smirked under his mask, making Kiba laugh a bit and asked him where he learned that from. My dad actually has some good advice. I use it on Anko when she's got that killer look in her eyes. Well, that and promise her dango that oddly works better with her. Kiba just shook his head at it all. It seemed that Naruto and his whole family was weird, but he did get him out of working with his big sister later and he might as well play with the guys. Besides, he needed some guys to hang out with and he might like these guys given half a chance. Well, that, and they were the only interesting ones he could think of, and there was no way in hell he would hang out with that Uchiha kid. Kiba thought of him as a stuck-up jerk anyway. Hyuga compound. Hana Hyuga had been dealing with the usual things that the wife of the clan head usually dealt with, such as dealing with problems with the main or branch members or even between the two. Plus, there was dealing with other clans, merchants, council members, as well as social functions. But lately she had been trying to deal with them, but she had been getting lots of headaches lately. At first she thought they were just from stress, but something had happened when she had tried to use her bloodline. She had received blinding pain in her head and behind her eyes. She deactivated them quickly, but she was dizzy and a throbbing pain for the rest of the day. That was when she had gone to the hospital, and for the entire day she had been wondering what was going on with her. Unfortunately, what they told her had left her in a state of shock for the rest of the day. She had walked back home and just wanted to see her little girls. She had hugged her daughters close and had been avoiding everyone else all day because she was worried that she might just break down. So there she was at the moment in her private quarters, just sitting down with the shades because of the headache direct sunlight gave her eyes. She had been thinking all the time and she just didn't know what she could do. She heard the door open and for the first time in a long time she had a harshness to her tone. I said I wanted to be left alone. What is wrong? Said the voice of her husband, and Hana nearly jumped as she turned around surprised to see him closing the door and walking over to her. My love, I didn't know it was you. He walked over to her and sat down across from her and took her hands. He looked her in the eyes and she could see the worry in them. He only ever allowed that mask he wore to fall off between them when they were alone. I will ask again, what is wrong? It's nothing. My love, I know you've been tired lately, you have had headaches a lot and you can't sleep well at night. And I know that you went to the hospital this morning as well, and you are eating less than you normally do. So please don't insult me. You know I love you more than anything, so please tell me what's wrong, he pleaded with her. Her eyes dropped and she shut her eyes. She couldn't look him in the face. How could she look him in the face with this news? It was tearing her apart inside and she finally let the tears fall. She still couldn't believe this was happening. She just wanted this to be a bad dream and let it be over with, already to wake up and have it all just some nightmare. She took a calming breath before she could speak what the doctors told her. I have bloodline poisoning. Hayashi felt like someone had just hit him in the gut with a sledgehammer. He knew of that every person with a bloodline trait that illness. Sometimes there was a genetic anomaly and the bloodline actually turned on the person like a cancer. It was very hard to treat and had to be treated quickly, because if it reached a certain level then it became terminal. How far along is it? He was surprised at how soft and weak his own voice sounded. There was no commanding presence in it anymore. There was no strength in it. It sounded totally alien to his own ears. She looked up into his eyes, hoping for some strength for this. They don't know yet. I have to go back for more in-depth examination and then they'll start the treatments and see how it goes. If things get too bad, they might have to take out my eyes in order to save my life. She started to tremble then. For a Hyuga, there was no worse fate than to lose your eyes. You would become pitied by everyone in the clan, and that kind of weakness was almost like a shame that you couldn't run away from. Some who had lost their eyes in battle ended up taking their own life than live with the shame. And it was hard to get new eyes implanted for their clan. Their eyes were keyed to them in ways that made it difficult, like they were bonded to the person. Even a Hyuga giving their eyes to another ran a risk of being rejected. Then Hana felt the arms of her husband engulf her, and she pulled him close, burying her face into her husband. I'm so scared, Hayashi-kun. I know, Hana-chan, I know, but we must have hope. You're strong and I know you can beat this, he said softly to her, stroking her long hair. He wanted to believe that as well, She was the best part of his life, and if she died, he wasn't sure what he would do without her. He didn't want to think about that, as he held his wife as she softly sobbed against him. He prayed for the first time in a long time for his wife. They would wait and see what would happen. There was no need to worry everyone, especially the children.